The 2023 Toyota Shongweni Festival, incorporating the FEI World Cup Qualifier, is proudly sponsored by Toyota South Africa. Well, very good morning to you and welcome to the Durban Shongweni Club. The sun is lifting, it's beating down over this wonderful Jane Latimer Arena on this Sunday. And we're in for a great day show jumping here on Equestrian Live. Very good morning to you wherever you may be. Let's take a look at the schedule for today. We start off with the Equine Performance Products Adult 1 meter 30 Top 30 Championship. What does top 30 mean? Well, it means what it says. The top 30 of the 130s will take their place here in the first class of the morning. The rest of the 130 championship horses will go in the second debutante arena, but not here. Sifakile Adult 1 meter 40 Grand Prix is to follow on from the 1 meter 30 championship class. And then, of course, the big one, the Toyota 1 meter 55 FEI World Cup Qualifier. It's number 5 of 6 in the series for 2023. And it's really exciting because it's pretty close up at the top of the leaderboards. Bronwyn De Santos leading on 57. Hot on her heels, Ashley Healy. Lisa Williams is there and Ronnie Healy sitting in fourth. And not too many points separating those top four. All of them having won at least one of the World Cup qualifiers so far. Let's take a look at the lineup for the 1 meter 30 championship class, top 30. Nicholas I'm Riley goes at number 1, Sunny Park Stables Berg's Apocalypse, a horse that I'm not familiar with, so looking forward to that. Jason Slade is at 2 with Picasso. Heather Mostert will be joining us later on in commentary. She rides Denise at 3. At 4 is George Cutlass on Sigmund. Phoenix Quarrel, Oliver Bishop, new ride for Oliver. He's at 5. At 6, Rain Marshall. Gregory Scott. I'm not going to go through all of them, they're up on your screen, but some big names there, Celestia Wind, and some new horses for a lot of these riders. So looking forward to this 1 meter 30 championship class. Local lass Courtney Webber's there, Jenna Odell, she's from these parts. Janine Kutsia makes the trip from Johannesburg, so does Charlie Crockett, Kerry Muir, a local, Greg Scott from Gauteng. Charlie's got another ride there. Kasani at 19. Tanya Strauss at 20 as we update the page. And this is the last page, the last 10 of the competitors in the top 30. Ashton Enzer Smith, he goes at 21. Ronnie Healy's there, and Grace of Staccato has been well placed. Hannah Garton on ACT Paints Nicola. Hannah, of course, will be riding in the World Cup as well on her wonderful mare Pollyanna. Jean Corbe will be riding the World Cup on Lexington, but there she is at 28 in the 1 meter 30s on Pika's Boy. And this, of course, is in reverse order of classification. So the highest qualified is Jonathan Clark and Habanero S. So that's all of them in the top 30. That's the first class of the morning here at Durban Shongweni Club here in the Jane Latimer. We're going to go for a quick break, and when we come back, introduce you to our guest this morning, Nicola Kerner, who's standing by.
Okay. Alright, here we go. And 1, 2, 3.
Let's go.
Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home.
Look at this. How do they even find these places?
Ooh. Push it to the limit.
The all-new Toyota Urban Cruiser. Go find your fun. Victories come in many forms, so let's celebrate them all. The all-new Toyota Fits for victory.
Welcome back to Durban Shongweni Club, where we sit just outside the Western Shop. Big thank you to Western Shop. We look over this lovely Jane Latimer Arena. And we are getting ready for the first class of the morning. It's sponsored by Equine Performance Products. Big thank you to Shongweni, Qualifier and Carla Garten for their generous sponsorship. Joining me in co-commentary is a local lady, Nicola Kerner. How are you?
Good morning, Aidan. I'm good, thank you. Good to be here.
Well, lovely to have you here, Nix. Tell us why you're not riding.
A few weeks ago, I had a fall, a big one. So I'm just taking some time to recover.
Yeah, never nice, but part of the game. But we're getting a little bit older, so that recovery time, I can say that because I've known you for a long, long time.
A little longer every time.
Yes, exactly. We don't bounce, we go splat, crack. So this 1 meter 30 looks very competitive. Of course, it's the top 30, and the consolation class, I believe, was yesterday, but the top 30 come into this championship. Let's take a look at some of the course dimensions. So tell us about this arena, first of all, because it's downhill and it's quite significant, the slope on this arena.
This arena has a significant slope on it. So you have a definite riding uphill and riding downhill, and it does play a role in your distances and staying off the back rail or the front rail of a fence.
Do you have to get a little bit more leg going up the hill? Because I believe there's a 1.5 meter fall from the top end down to the bottom end, which is where we are seated. You can see some of the horses going through the trot up. I think that's for the later class, the World Cup qualifying class number 5 in the series. It looks like Michelle Fleming and Chagori doing their trot up. So that'll happen a little bit later on today, the 5th in the series. Now, back to the 1 meter 30s, and 350 meters per minute is the time. Time allowed is 84 seconds and length of track 490 meters. Stefan Witt from Germany, highly accomplished FEI 3-star course designer, has been out during this week here at Shongweni, and he's back again. It's not his first time. Lovely courses he's been pitching.
I think he's built beautiful tracks. This looks fabulous. It looks like all the distances will flow really nicely, and if you can just find a rhythm, I think it'll ride really beautifully.
Did you have
Tricky.
a chance to walk the course?
I did. All the distances look like if you stay on, keep your line on the curves and just ride your distances nice and flowing, it looks like it'll be fabulous. Everything's there.
Well, there is the first horse in the class. This is Sunny Park Stables' Berg's Apocalypse, and ridden by Nicola Simon Riley. I have never seen this horse before, so it must be a new ride for Nicola. So good to see her, although she's got so many horses in her string. She really is a hard-working lady. But let's take a look at Apocalypse, who goes first. She's about to take the salute, or has just taken the salute on behalf of all the other competitors. What does that mean, the salute? It means that she understands the rules and she accepts them on behalf of herself and all the other competitors. So we're about to go in this Equine Performance Products sponsored 1 meter 30 top 30. The sun, Nix, is beating down and causing a glare off of a lot of these jumps. Is that going to factor in?
I think it'll be okay because 9 is the only one heading straight towards there, and it's a little. It's not straight ahead to it.
Well, I've got the Polaroid sunglasses on and I'm having to squint. So
and it causes a little bit of a glint off the poles, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So I don't think going first is going to be an advantage. Nicola's on her way. I think once the sun pitches up a little bit more in those. But let's see how it all plays out.
I should imagine in half an hour.
Yeah, exactly. This course or this class is run in reverse order of classification. In other words, the higher qualified horses and riders will go later on. But of course, it is the top 30 of all the 1 meter 30s, and there's about 130 1 meter 30s. But the other one, the consolation class, happened yesterday. So this is the top 30 of them. Nicola going well here so far, and you are taking a look at this course, counting the strides, looking at the distances. Doesn't look like anything too trappy so far.
there, I think they'll just have to hold them a little down the hill. As you say, the fall playing a role, making that 6 strides a little tight.
And these fibre surfaces ride quite quickly, as it
Yes.
has been prepped, as it has been rolled, and the horses travel, especially down the hill, very quickly down them. She's had a rail out of that treble combination, sponsored by Toyota. Big thank you to Toyota South Africa, sponsors of the show, and of course this live stream broadcast as well. Looks like a nice flowing track. That's a second pole that's come down, so currently 8 penalties as she goes through the finish. So that was it. So 8 penalties, and the time, remember the time allowed is 84 seconds. Nothing's popped up on our timing screens just yet. So we'll have to just wait a moment or two to get the times on that first combination, Apocalypse and Nicola Syme Riley, and see where we're at in terms of times. She wasn't, I mean, she was going a little bit sedentary around there.
He looks like he's a young horse, and she was just getting him some experience in the 130 champs and gave him a lovely, easy ride.
And Apocalypse, a 6-year-old
There
by
we go.
Always One. A stallion I know quite well, ride and Always One myself. Jason Slade is on track now. He goes for Data Sciences, Slade Equestrian, and this is Picasso, and he's knocked one down at fence number 2.
There again, I think the slope on the arena plays a role, that you just kind of roll down the hill and they roll through the front rail.
It's deceptive, isn't it? Because your horse feels like, oh, it's travelling a little bit too easy down
Yes.
the hill, and you just sit and suddenly you're a touch too close. Related distance, Toyota Oxa to vertical. Down the hill he comes to this E-pole jump.
And I think here, that again, they'll have to ride up a little.
Treble combination, Oxa going in. 2 strides to vertical. 1 stride to vertical out. That's C. Did you walk that pretty level?
Everything walked fairly level to me. I think the 7 from 4 to 5, they may be finding they have to ride on a little. Here I walked a nice easy 11. I didn't count what he went on there.
Neither did I, but he finished well, jumped
did.
nicely, capital stud to finish, and finishes on 4 penalties, does Jason. And in a time of 80.27, Nicola's time 77.60, time allowed 84, so they're well within that. A time I don't think is going to play too much of a part in this. We're going to listen because one more to go before, while the course designer and the judges can change the time. I don't think they're going to at all, but we'll have a listen. Next is Heather Mostert. She rides at number 3, Capital Denise, and you know Heather very well.
I do indeed. Heather is riding a horse that they originally bought for her daughter. She can be a little bit of a tricky mare, but is certainly very handy. She's careful and can be quick, and Heather gets a really good tune out of her.
She'll know this arena well because she is based here as Heather. Heather's actually joining us in commentary for the 1m40, so we look forward to that. Capital Denise got the ears pricked, having a good old look, even though she knows this arena well. And I think that's got a little bit to do with, as you say, her temperament, but also the sun causing a few
Yes.
reflections off of these poles, but going well.
Well,
Oh,
that 6, I think.
now she was going, does that walk 6?
It
She looked
does.
like she was going on the open 5.
Yeah, and I think number 6, the big Oxa out the corner away from the gate, I think everyone's having quite a ride at it. And it's 4 strides to 7. And they land and they're travelling a little
Yeah.
too much for that 6.
So if you were to ride it, because it looked like Heather was aiming on for the 5 there, would you definitely be on the 6?
Definitely. Definitely. I don't think.
So it's strong in, jump through the 4 strides and then sit up and just
wait for that 6.
Okay, and she's knocked one down, C element of the Toyota going out. She's going to have time penalties to add as well, so 4 for the pole, 4 for the Disso. And time penalties to add as Heather Mostert canters to the last. Denise still looking for the work. Ears pricked, finishes nicely. And on the scoreboards we've got 25 the total, but of course we're on that 1-to-1 time penalty rule, so for every second over it's a time penalty, and we get 25 in total.
That rule's a killer.
Yeah, it's not really representative of the round, isn't it?
Not
because
at all.
You think 25 penalties, oh, that's a little bit of a score, but it's time. It's
Standing by number 5, Phoenix Quarrel. And then number 6, Optima Keller Lebanon.
Callagho Sigmund and George Cutlass. George based up in Gauteng. We'll be seeing George a little bit later in the World Cup as well. I think he's got 2 rides.
Another one of these super talented young riders who's just seemed to come up and up through the ranks.
Oh, to be young again. Yeah, George has been going really well in the World Cups. Rides with Ronnie Healy.
Beautifully ridden through there.
Keen golfer as well as old George. Juggles his time between the arena and the golf courses. Steady up on the 6. And he came into that related 4 off the turn, got the horse a little bit deep into that double, and then had the time just to, didn't have to do too much to wait. Set himself up nicely for that run down the hill to E-pole.
He did indeed.
This is looking promising. One more to come for George Cutlass and Sigmund.
Very nice.
And there we go, our first clear, and that 75.72, well within that 84-second time allowed, and that will give us our first clear of the day in this adult 1m30 championship class. Championships, 1 round and a jump off, so George will go through, will be first to go in that championship jump off. Next to go is Oliver Bishop, another local lad. He rides Phoenix Quarrel, and this is a horse that I don't know, so must be a relatively new horse for Ollie.
I don't know it either, and I have to admit I've been sitting at home with a sore head for a while. I think though his girlfriend Kerry might have ridden this previously.
Well, it's a 10-year-old mare by Court d'Eclipse. Gives a little buck up the hill. Oliver puts his leg on and the horse shows its disdain.
He's such a cool customer though.
The horse or Oliver?
Oliver.
So he's gone nicely done. Looked like he might have stepped out of his line slightly there, but brings the horse back and got actually a good shot, a good ride at it.
Very nice.
Oh, that was lovely. Just floated up over that E-pole jump. Of course, Oliver also will take part in the World Cup a little bit later on. Rides Gaucho.
Very nice through there. Made that look easy as well. Oliver's got such a unique, lovely style.
Very sympathetic with his
Yes,
hands,
just
very soft in front of the fence. And finishes nicely. Well done. So we have a jump off. Sigmund and George clear. Phoenix Quarrel.
I think he
Did
just
he have
rubbed
one down?
Yeah, he just rubbed number
goodness,
11
I
off
didn't see
there.
that. Oh.
Optima Keller Lebanon, Rain Marshal.
Oh, what a pity. Sorry about that, Ollie. Didn't see that. Squinting up into the sun. So 4 penalties, I'm afraid.
Standing by number 7.
But it was a nice round.
Super round.
And number 8, Maxstar Javier. You're watching the 1m30 equine.
This
Right.
is a very promising young horse. I watched this at a lot of the weekend shows.
Is 8
This is lovely.
Optima, so for Optima Sport Horses, that's Amy Engelbrecht's outfit. Callagho Lebanon. Rain Marshal rides.
Rain rides many for Amy. I think there maybe also just a little rush down the hill.
This is a Lisbon out of a Stolzenberg, and you like this, Nikki?
Yes,
Very,
I do.
very nice, and it's a young horse, 6-year-old.
I do like him. He is young. She just rubbed number 2 off down the hill and then added one and added one. So I think she's maybe just giving him a bit of an easy look-see around.
Yeah. Good looking horse.
Oh, he's beautiful. There we go.
Beautiful.
That's what we expect from him there.
Yeah, beautiful shape over that. Now he reminds me a lot, and I don't know if it's the same dam, but he reminds me a lot of, I'm going to tell you now, he's also a Lisbon.
I think a lot of the Lisbons are that beautiful and make a beautiful shape over the jumps.
But he's this in make and shape. Oh, this is the age coming back. I'm trying to remember the horse's name.
I think just the 4 faults.
So 1 down, 4 faults for Lebanon.
So I think Stefan's built them a track where there seems to be no, there are 4 faults coming all over the show. There's no actual tricky place.
Now it's bothering me. Don't forget, we are interactive, so hit that subscribe button and leave a comment and tell me who that horse looks like. Remind me, my brain. Ray Corber used to ride the horse and then sold on to a junior.
The chestnut horse.
Yes, exactly. You know the one I'm talking about.
I do.
I want to know if it's the same dam line. Won everything in the junior grades, now gone up to the 140s with Ray's pupil. That'll come to me now. Meanwhile, Greg Scott is on track. And this is back on track Habibi S, owned by Linda Ellerine. Lansing, that's the one.
Yes.
Yes, am I right?
Yes,
Is it the
that's
same
who I
one?
was thinking of. Very similar where the knees get really nice and high.
It's early in the morning. I've only had one cappuccino. The brain is misfiring at the moment.
Greg's certainly not misfiring. He's
No,
super
Greg
till
gets
here.
a lovely tune out of this mare, and she is tricky. She's very sensitive. Okay, so it's not out of the same dam line, but it looks it's same father, Lisbon, but like the previous horse. Yeah, well done. Super ride there from Greg Scott. Into the jump off he goes with back on track at BBS for owner Linda Ellerine. Well done. 0 penalty score. Really nicely done. Horse jumping out of its socks this morning. Erin Dempsey is next to go.
So this mare that Erin rides, I think must be fairly new in the 130s.
Max Star Hallie-O, not Tally-O, but Hallie-O. Never seen this horse before. It's by the wonderful Obi-Wan Kenobi, Rex Granus dam line.
And a prolific winner in the 120s. I think Erin was leading rider, 120 rider in KZN last year on this horse.
I'm sure breeder Norman Hornby will be watching keenly. Good morning to Norman.
She's also chosen just to be a little steady and add one in each.
I think
distance.
that's a good idea, riding up, because you're coming right out of the sun. It's in your eyes into the shadow of that Sifakile fence. Meanwhile, then we've got a little bit of a whoopsie round the turn, back down the hill to that Toyota Oxa. So unfortunately, 4 penalties there and 6 seconds to add to the time because they need to rebuild the fence.
Could take a while. There's a lot in that fence. Those wings look complicated, oh dear.
Kate Launder assisting. She also FEI level 3, assisting Stefan Weert here at the Durban Shongweni Club throughout the week. Doing a great job as always, Kate and her team. Erin local as well. You know a bit
Yes.
about Erin.
Erin is. Erin is very much involved locally. She's an eventer. wonderful person we all turn to clip for us in winter.
Oh,
Yeah, I think she has quite a bit to do with the racing as well. So whenever
just see, sorry, next just a replay. And you can actually see in that shot with that camera angle just how bright the sun is glaring off of those. I don't know if that put the horse on or if it was just a bit of a tricky distance. It was difficult to see on that camera angle. Yeah, she is involved with the racing.
I think that's a tricky line.
Yeah.
Coming straight away from the gate, and that's most probably the biggest fence so far on the track.
And you really got to make sure off of that quite tight turn that you've still
forward.
got it, yeah, that your rhythm is still there. Just that second time of asking. Back on her way. Well done, Erin. You hear Erin talking to her horse as she comes around past our commentary point, just saying, good girl, giving her confidence. Nice to hear.
Erin also has an adorable little boy, a son. I can't remember how old he is. So she's pretty hard working. Rider, work, mum, she does it all.
Nice way to finish.
Very
well
good.
done. So the confidence intact there. That stop didn't knock her confidence at all, either Erin or the mare. And she comes home on just 4. So that was good thinking of her. She's not going to go through the jump off, but there's that 6 seconds to add. When you knock a jump down, they have to rebuild it. They add 6 seconds, and it did look like she actually picked up the pace after the second time of asking, and she came home within the time allowed.
And if you are cantering to the fence when they start your clock, you'll most probably incur no more penalties than the 6.
Yes. She came in, just squeaked in 83.26, time allowed 84, but in she came. So just the 4 penalties there for Erin Dempsey and Maxstar Hallio. Next to go, we have Lorette Knowles-Taylor, Celestial Wind, number 9, owner Louise DeLuca.
If I'm correct, Aidan, this horse is very quirky. And he has a very simple warm-up, which consists mainly of the groom walking him backwards and forwards.
Goodness.
Yeah.
Because he's gun shy of other horses, spins,
I
nervy.
think he's just very quirky and can be quite hot and fuzzy, and that's the way she keeps him the coolest.
Now this is a daughter of Capital Caleonid, who we used to see going under Lauren Pretorius. Haven't seen Caleonid out in the ring for quite a while, since he was sold. Damascus Gate, so thoroughbred on the dam side, so interesting. Caleonid, a very big, strong Holsteiner stallion, and Damascus Gate was actually quite a small thoroughbred stallion, so this one...
I think Lorette does a really good job on these quirky hot ones.
She likes them quirky.
Yes.
Matches her temperament.
Super clear round.
Well done, Lorette. 70.53, well within that 84 second, 14 seconds inside that time allowed. Well done. So that blood mare will be back for the jump off. Next to goes number 10, iFarmer Davenport Radiant, and Stuart Barker from Gauteng, based out in Reinkiesfontein with his partner Natalie. Great sponsors, great enthusiasts of equestrian sport. Does quite a lot of dressage as well, does old Stuart. Always happy to sponsor various classes in show jumping, dressage, live streaming.
So is iFarmer, they do supplements, is that correct?
They are a pharmaceutical company, and their main product is human
pharmaceuticals.
Is Dr. DeToy's Pain Expeller aspirin product. That is very nice, thank you.
That sounds like
so
it
if
could
you've
be
got
well
a little bit of a
used.
headache, go and visit Dr. DeToy. I'll sort you out. Stuart also behind Norbrook, and I think Norbrook does quite a lot of animal products.
Okay. So is Stuart himself a pharmacist?
Good question. I'll have to ask him. Hell of a nice man.
You're super around here.
And I've been told now available at Dischem, Dr. Vitoy. So go and get it while it's hot. Going well here on Radiant. Stewart coached by Rainer Korber. Just absolutely adores the game. Yeah.
Super clear round.
Nicely done, Stuart Barker. So, 0 penalty score, and into the jump off he goes on Radiant. 13-year-old daughter of Rex Granus. So, some clears coming thick and fast now. Next to go, another rider from KZN. We will know this slopey arena well. Courtney Webber.
She will. She's a hard-working rider for Grant.
Place just up the road at Langley Equestrian. I believe Courtney lives quite far away, the Leto side,
I
isn't
think
she?
so. I think they live up the north coast, yes.
Forsyth Caspian, homebred by Grant Langley's Forsyth stud.
I think she's taken on the ride on quite a few of Grant's horses. And does a super job. Also chosen just to go out and add the one there. On the weekends shows sometimes you'll see Courtney riding 6, 7 horses.
Yeah, she's young enough. my bones start to hurt just hearing you talk like that. Fortunately, she's had one down, that Toyota fence coming, the Toyota jump coming off the top fence. Caspian by Casper.
I think he's been a very good side of that.
Grant does very well with his breeding program.
He does.
Canters down to the last. Jumps it nicely and finishes on the 4 penalties in 78 seconds. So well done to Courtney Webber. Not good enough, I'm afraid, to go through to the jump off, but a really nice round.
The belt for number 12 or 13 is Eagles Coast Watch. Jenna Adele for Zoe Roberts, standing by. Standing by number 13, 334 Lorana.
Now, Jenna Odell riding for Zoe Roberts. Still not used to the Odell. Jenna recently betrothed.
Yes. We're not
First
used
popped
to
up on the radar. I was like, who is Jenna Odell?
who's this girl? She rides so nicely.
Yes.
She looks so familiar.
Yeah, Jenna goes on Eagles Coast Watch, a horse that I know very well. Used to belong to my cousin, Amber Rathbone, previous winner of the Micro Derby. Is Coastie. Bred by the Eagle stud, Concerto.
I don't know where Zoe Roberts... Jenna's been riding a few of Zoe's horses, so I'm not sure if she's busy with perhaps metric trials. I should imagine she's around that age.
Well, perhaps Zoe's watching, perhaps she's here, perhaps somebody could let us know here on Equestrian Live, so hit that subscribe button. Any questions, queries, comments, we'd love to hear from you. Nice round.
Super.
Canters to the last. Jenna setting him up really nicely, getting him back on his hocks, but up in front, down the hill. Lovely round there from Jenna Odell. And old Coastie, he can go some in a jump off.
Oh,
He's
yes.
deceptively
Yes.
fast. So that a good round.
And is Jenna riding in the World Cup later? Or no?
We're going to have a look now. I don't know if she's in the
had one of
lineup.
her horses in the 150s.
Number 12 Eagles Coast Watch.
We're actually still waiting because the draw needs to take place. So we don't actually have the running order. Of course, the World Cup is on a draw. The first 2 classes of today will be in classification order. And of of course, the trot up, as you saw earlier on, is currently on the go. And for the World Cup, Chris van der Merwe for 334 Sport Horse Stud. He's making his way around on Lerona. Lerona, 7-year-old daughter of the mighty Grand Dorado. Lovely. Well, I mean, there's so much quality in the 334 string. It's unbelievable.
It's actually quite hard sometimes.
I mean, look at that. How was that? Goodness. And again.
Sometimes you watch and you think, oh, that's lovely. You look at the number, oh, another one of those.
Yeah.
They really do have a fabulous string.
Okay, that was well done by Chris, because the horse just was running wide towards the right down the hill. Got her back in.
She looks a little tricky in her mouth, and Chris just
I think she is quite tricky. I've seen him up at kept working the horse. He works her very quietly before the classes. He loves a puzzle, Chris, and loves working them out, and it pays off, because I mean, how good was that?
That was super mate.
No, that is a top quality horse. I'm a big Grand Dorado fan. I absolutely adore that stallion. So well done to Chris.
Another
that clear. And there's plenty more. Remember that name, Lerona.
1, 2, 3.
Charlie Crockart goes next, riding for Rubber Sealant the Bergs. Those are her sponsors, Rubber Sealant and the Berg in question, and this is Compagnon.
Also a super young horse.
Lovely horse.
Stan and Leonie Berg, also prolific owners of some fabulous horses.
And this is super well bred by mighty Comme Il Faut, and this is out of a Kidam de Revel dam line. Comme Il Faut, as you no doubt know, out of the mighty Retina. Small horse, but absolutely brilliant blood. Very good morning to Stan and Leona. Yep. Beautifully over the last, nicely ridden Charlie Crockart. Another one to the jump off. And this adult 1.30 m, sponsored by Equine Performance Products. Big thank you once again to Charmaine Willifier and Carla Garten. And of course a big thank you to Toyota South Africa, headline sponsors of the show and also sponsor of this live streaming. So we highlight that one. That one goes through to the jump off as well. Let's take a look at some class stats. We're around about the halfway mark now. 14 have gone, 16 still left to come, so just over the halfway mark. And we're sitting at 50% clear. 7 of those that have gone clear, so 50%. And here goes Janine Kutsia, riding for Team Rotaflow. This is Capital Cameron. Based in Gauteng. This is a son of Kronos, and if I'm not mistaken, this horse had a little stint back in Europe, was under Kelly O'Connor and exported to Europe, and then Kelly came back and the horse came back, and then the ride gone now to young Janine. So he's got some air miles.
Everyone you can see is now halfway through the class aware that they need to ride forward through that 4 and then just sit a little quiet for the 6.
Well, you see they're in the warm-up on their smartphones watching Equestrian Live, so they can see how the horses before have gone. It's a nice advantage. Listening to your expert commentary. Nicholas says, sit up and look what happens. All sitting up and running nicely clear down that 6 strides. Well done.
Another super clear.
Super. Well done, Janine. Riding so well.
It's amazing actually to see it in the last 10 years that we have now.
And the quality of rider as
riders,
well.
yes,
I mean, it's
These young riders are
just not so long ago, Janine was a little girl
Yes.
in ponies. And now here she is jumping around the 130s, 135s. She's got Caracas as well. Doing really well. Sister Jade is laid up with an injury at the moment. We wish her speedy recovery. Capital Con Artist currently making its way around with Morgan Piper.
She had an unlucky rub at number 1 there.
I don't know much about Morgan. Is she from KZN?
I don't think so. I'm sorry, Aidan. I also don't.
One of our viewers might know, so let us know. Morgan. Fortunately, she's had an early rail, so sitting on 4 penalties. Con Artist. In fact, I think from the Western Cape. Just been told she rides out of the Constantia Valley Riding Club. That's her club that she's associated with, so nice to have her in town.
Nice to have some people from the Western Cape here, yeah. It's a long trip for them.
Oh, and has the last as well, so that was 2 down, 8 penalties in 76.14.
Move to number 17, Callan Loreto, Gregory Scott. Standing by number 18, J.K. Cortina Lee.
So next to go, as we take a look at the replay, this was the first ball that came down.
Women's Championship.
And then the last came down as well. Capital Stud Oxo with the water tray underneath it to finish, running down the hill. So an 8 penalty score there for young Morgan. Right, next to go, Greg Scott. Of course, he went earlier on Habibi. Lovely round on Habibi. Clear already, so looking for a quick 2 clears. This is Calaho Loreto, number 17. Lissabon contender, the breeding, the pedigree. I beg your
And
pardon,
Loretta's
Larison.
enjoying herself this morning. As I was saying earlier, yeah, there's so many quality horses coming out of Capital and Calaho and the likes of 334 Stud importing horses and Stan and Leone bringing in horses. You watch these classes and you just think to yourself, that's rather nice. That's rather nice.
The future looks
It's
good.
lovely to see.
Beautifully through that Toyota treble. Just making it look oh so easy on a Sunday morning. The way it should be. Or the way it should look.
Absolutely.
Oh, well done, Greg Scott. 2 for 2. Clear on his first ride. Habibi and Loreto now gives him a quick double. So in the jump off with 2 horses. Well done, Greg Scott. Number 17. 18 is next to go now. Kerry Muir. J.K. Cortina. You mentioned Kerry earlier on.
So Kerry is a local girl. She is riding. This is Brittany Dutoy's mare that she's riding, and she does a fabulous job. Kerry's a wonderful rider.
I think she rides
For
a
a few
zero
people.
for
Yes, she
Brittany
also
as well.
rides a zero. Yes.
I believe that went up into the 150s at the show. So she's a very smart rider.
She is. She really is. And a lovely girl with it. So when I was away and my horse needed working, I chose to ask Kerry to work my horse. So I have a lot of respect for her riding.
Is she riding your horse right now while you're waylaid?
No. Anthony Eckrol was riding him for me. I've started riding again.
Have you just got Valdez?
I do, unfortunately. And a 14-year-old
nice.
daughter who also would like to ride. So
That's a very smart round from Kerry.
And if I remember correctly, when this mare started, she was also a quirky character. Not too easy. Kerry makes her look easy.
She always has them on such a good rhythm going forward to the fences, gives them every chance. Super eye, super feel. And there you go. Lovely clear from Kerry Muir. So through to the jump off she goes. And Brittany Dutoy's Cortina. Well done, Kerry. Charlie Crockett is on the program to go next. And what the program order is a championship class. Tanya Strauss is standing by on Delmar as Kerry leaves the arena. But Charlie, of course, she went not so long ago on Compagnon.
Yes, there were only 4 between her, so...
One judging and one at the gate. Please respect the marshal.
How long do they have to give you, Aiden?
I think they'll put a 5-minute clock on you and count you down. I'm being told no. I'm not sure. I mean, how many?
Two horses so close together, there were only 4 between her.
Luckily, the brains behind me, Michaela, is a judge.
But she can answer all these questions for us, hopefully. You taught me something earlier about the salute.
Did you not know that?
No, I thought we were just being respectful and starting the class with our judge.
Thank you, mate, very much to Candice Levy. Here's her comment. Someone very wise just said, gosh, how I have missed the voice and knowledge behind it. I couldn't agree more. They're obviously talking about you, Nikki.
I think they're talking about you and your knowledge of the rules.
Well, I just got that one wrong. Michaela's just letting us know. So the rule says 10 horses is ideal, not mandatory. But she is now. She is in now.
Charlie, being the consummate professional she is being as quick as she can.
So they won't put a clock on you and count you down. They'll just let you come in when you're ready and they'll hold the claw. Hold the class. So they'll give you the time that you need, because they say that 10 horses is ideal. She didn't have as many as 10. So they just afforded her the time that she needed. Unfortunately, has a little bit of a miss at 1. I think there was a bit of an argument with the horse in front. This, of course, is Charlie's second ride, Capital Kasani. For owner Jade Anderson. Kasani got a super pedigree by Canan out of a For Pleasure mare. So some proper blood there. And lovely sort. Lots of jump, beautiful expression. Nicely put together. Another graduate from the Capital Stud Sale, remember him? Going through the ring under the hammer. Was one of the picks of the sale.
It's very wisely produced by Charlie for Jade.
Charlie can ride just about anything.
Absolutely.
Super talent, top coach. Yeah, well done. So just that little blups at fence number 1. I think we might have a replay of that. And Nikki, you can talk us through. Yeah, Charlie.
Just a young horse, a little arguing a little. Maybe he wanted to run it.
Yeah.
She just held him on his line.
Yeah. So just the one down, 4 penalties at jump number 1, but thereafter a really solid round. And watch out for that one. Charlie Cockart, Kasani, 4 penalties. Tanya Strauss is next to go, Verdant Capital's Delmar.
I don't know this horse that well, but I know Tanya is a fierce competitor.
Tanya, I think, trains with Domini, if I'm not mistaken. But I could be mistaken. Michaela's shaking her head, so if you do know, she's won a few...
I think Ronnie Healy.
Oh,
perhaps?
Ronnie Healy. Won some very nice classes. She's got that very nice Callagher, that chestnut. Conair.
Also just got caught looking like she was going to go down there.
Connor. Yeah, I had a little bit of a...
Also just a bit of an argument, I think,
Yeah.
between horse and rider.
So we expect some time penalties to be added. Definitely Ronnie Healy. Apologies, Ron.
I think Ronnie's riding one of her horses in the 140s, a very nice horse. Is that Connor?
Score of 14 penalties there for Verdant Capital's Delmar. Yeah, Ronnie riding Connor. Remember Connor at Stockies Dry last year, I think, won with the 130 championship class. Ronnie riding Hamlet a little bit later on as we take a look at the replay of that refusal, that Disso, Tanya Strauss. And we move on now to number 21, Lady Chanticleer, Ashton Ensor Smith.
Am I correct that she rides in the Midlands, Ashton?
I don't know, to be quite honest with you. Definitely from down here.
Yes, I think she rides in the Midlands.
That's going to be a good place to be based in the not too distant future with all the horse
Absolutely.
activity that's down there with the Summerhill stud of Henning and of course 334s around the corner, and I believe they
And the Maxwell's
and
indoor.
Maxwell. So
Yes.
really the Midlands is going to be almost a hub of equestrian sport in the next couple of years. Very exciting. Such a beautiful place as well. Bit nippy in the winter time.
Gutsy ride.
Yeah, horse looks like it's nicely settled now. Penultimate fence jump, and then just the capital stud fence to finish. Doesn't look like the easiest horse to ride,
No.
quite up with its head. Looks like he wants to run at the fences.
She did a really good job there.
Very nice. Well done. Lovely clear.
What are your stats now, Ed?
Let's take a look.
Like quarters of the way through the class.
Yeah, 21 have gone, 9 left to go. 11 clears, 52% is where we're sitting now. 52% clears in this class. Chanticleer gave us another clear, and next to go is Jason Slade on his second ride. He had 4 penalties on Picasso. And here he goes at number 22. Once again for Slade Equestrian, Data Sciences Gerber van den Bischop. Jason, another one, you remember him galloping around as a little boy on that My Irish.
I was just thinking, I don't want to show my age. I remember Jason as a little boy, and here he is.
My Irish boy, and now you go and shake his hand. You got to look up at him and hope he doesn't step on your toe with his size 14 feet. He's not a little boy anymore.
My Irish boy, I think, is still going. It's
Yes,
still a prolific winner. What a fabulous pony.
Jason really is riding super well. Recently made his way up into the 150s.
These family have also always been fabulous sponsors and supporters of our sport.
Mark and Dye.
So it's lovely to see him coming up through the ranks so nicely.
Lovely. Jason, clear, 73.71, well within that 84. That 84 seconds was really generous, wasn't it?
Yes.
That
but
time allowed, I think.
I think in a 130 champs it's good to be generous. There are a lot of young horses.
Yeah.
Yeah. And putting time pressure on them perhaps prevents riders from giving them the easy ride they need to.
You can highlight that name. Van Bischkop goes through to the jump off. Jethro Bauer goes next, number 23. JJ's Girl, the sponsor JBE.
So
Is that Jethro Bauer equestrian?
yes, it is. So Jethro owns this mare himself. She's a little thoroughbred who was owned and raced with John Jones. Hence her name, JJ's Girl.
Okay. Just had that Baker McVeigh fence down, so sitting on 4 penalties. Daughter of J Peg out of the Jetmaster Dam.
I think JPEG's a fairly prolific show jumping sire for thoroughbreds.
Well, JPEG is by Camden Park, and Camden Park's jump. Unfortunately, JPEG is no more. JPEG, a winner of over 40 million rand in his racing career.
Goodness gracious.
Almost through one night in Dubai at the World Cup meeting, where he won the duty free and on our week rand in the conversion to the Dubai dirham. In fact, no, it was dollars that they were racing for. Yeah, 40 million. Lovely ride by Jethro.
Jethro actually, he rides for many people, teaches quite a lot. And this Jethro Bauer equestrian has been working very hard at getting his business on its feet.
Replay of the first pole that came down, that was at Baker McVeigh fence, just clipped it through with the back feet on the way through. Had another rail as well, so finishes on 8, but that an up-and-coming horse, paying its school fees in the 130s at this stage. Ronnie Healy next to go, number 24, Rivervale's Grace of Staccato. This for owner Terry Lee Bryson. Very good morning to Terry, I'm sure she's watching.
I don't know this horse.
Very, very
looks
nice
the part.
horse.
By Staccato, Ed?
No, in fact, I think there's Staccato on the dam line because it's out of a Shiraz mare, and of course Shiraz by Staccato. Ronnie, I think, won a 130 championship on this horse at the Easter Festival, if I'm not mistaken, but a year ago, not this year, the year before. So knows the horse well. Terry loves the Staccato blood. She's got Staccato's boy as well. I love the Staccato blood. Beautifully written down that time. That was just textbook. Picks up the pace, going up the hill, back to this Toyota treble. Ronnie will be riding 2 horses in the World Cup. He's right up there in the log. He was first and second in the last World Cup qualifier. Leg number 4 at Stockies Dry. Magic Boy the winner. Gillian back in second. World Cup log heating up. Nice way to get his eye in for today. Lovely clear there. Race of staccato. Well done to Ronnie Healy. Through to the jump off he goes. 25 goes next. Hannah Garton. ACT paints Nicola. Now Hannah Gartons were from this part of the world, but
Yes, they were.
moved up a few years ago to Gauteng.
I actually think Hannah's been riding in Europe and came back to ride this World Cup. Her fabulous mare Pollyanna.
Yeah, she's up there in the placing. She's done super well in the World Cup series on Pollyanna.
And another one of those young riders who you remember on a pony, and she's got better and better and surpassed many of the other professionals.
Holder of national colours.
Phenomenal.
Remember her on Cleopatra. Prolific winner in the junior ranks as well. Natural talent.
Absolutely. And hard-working, Amy.
Yeah, I think she
really
got back
likes
from
it.
Europe. She's not here permanently. She's based in Europe. I think she came out for the show.
Yes, I think she came to ride the World Cup.
Yeah.
Super clear.
Well done.
This horse I actually think she brought back from Europe with her the last time.
Nicola by Clinton Jack, a stallion I actually don't know, but out of an Indoctro dam line. Know the Indoctro as well. Quite a few of them down south. Indoctro blood held in Namibia, and I think quite a few bred there.
It's definitely your wisdom, Aidan.
Ashley Taylor next. Callagho Larry Boo for the 334 Sport Horse Stud, the owners.
So this little mare is just phenomenal.
Larry Blue, a 7-year-old daughter of Larison out of a Balou de Rouet, son of Baloubet de Rouet. And Ashley, not too long ago, crowned the Philip Smith Equitation Champion for 2023. Well, she's got a blue-blooded show jumping pedigree.
I was wondering how you bring that up.
Wow, she jumped
She
that
must have
super.
a very proud mom and dad. Ashley as well, just as she's come through juniors and into the adult ranks, has just blossomed and become a fabulous rider, just like her mom and dad.
One more to come. Jumps it clean and another one clear. So Larry Boo and Ashley Taylor through to the jump off. Now, of course, these are the higher qualified horses in this top 30, 1 meter 30 championship class, sponsored by Equine Performance Products. Just 4 left to come. The highest qualifiers, the highest of all of them, will be Habanero S and Jonathan Clark. Expect that they will go clear, being the higher qualified horses, but of course it's show jumping and anything can happen. Very easy just to lay a toe on these very light poles in these shallow cups.
The light poles do make a difference, don't they?
Absolutely, and these tiny little 18mm yellow cups, you just breathe on them, they're coming down. This the fantastic Sunny Park Crispin, Nicholas Syme Riley. And Crispin, a son of Euro Chris out of a Sharp Romance dam line, and of course you'll remember Sharp Colt.
Yes, I do.
The horse that Nicola made her name on. Also Sharp Romance blood. So had number 3 down, and she's decided she cannot win it from there, so she's pulling up. So that's good horsemanship. Crispin knows his way around. He knows the job. He's had many, many wins, well established. He's getting on in years now. So she's going to save his legs for another day.
I think Nicola calls him her petrol money horse.
The diesel pony.
Yes, the diesel pony.
Crispy, as he's fondly known. Yeah, he's such a character.
The others can be lucky he's not happy he's not on the jump off.
Yes, exactly. Pika's boy, Jean Corber, is in very, very good form. Has been a winner of late. Brings good form from other shows into this championship class. Been well placed at this show, obviously, being one of the higher qualified horses. Jean we'll see in the World Cup as well, riding Lexington. In fact, Jean sitting in 6th place on the log. Was 2nd in the first of the World Cup qualifiers at Kep on Lexington. Looking forward to today because it's very tight in the leaderboard for the World Cup, so they'll all be going out today to try and win it and consolidate their leads.
Absolutely. I don't know this horse, Aiden. I see she's wearing a Callahoo number.
Callahoo bred, he's a son of Con Curiano. He's quite a cheeky fella,
yes,
as you
there
can
you
see there. Right on cue.
Sure, jumps the super clear.
Our 16th clear out of the competition, Canada Pika's boy Kang.
So, according to the script, goes clear. Run there from Jean, and that's going to, he's very, very quick in a jump off, so.
The jump off course is 1, 2,
it's hotting up.
3,
Yes, it is.
Now got 2 left to go, 28 have gone. 16 clears for 57%.
2, 3,
Kathleen Selleck is next to go.
8, 9,
And she goes number 29, Keldum's Excalibur.
So Kathleen is also a local lass, I think. Am I correct?
I think you are.
Yes, I am.
She's not from Gauteng, I know that.
If I stand to be corrected, she actually rides with Jethro.
So she was a winner of the 2-phase competition, 132 phase. That's what's made her the 2nd highest qualifier.
Having a super round here so far. Oh, just the 2 to go.
Penultimate competitor, Kathleen Selleck, looking good as she canters down the hill to the last. Oh, she just didn't need to take that
Pull.
Yeah. A little bit deep to the last. Oh, what a pity. So here we have a replay of that pole that went down. She was looking so good, just got a little bit handsy. Said, wait for me, running down the hill. I think she'd be better off just to let him stride towards that and create a bit more space. But of course, it's all easy from up here. 4 penalties for Excalibur. Cruel blow at the last there for Kathleen Selleck. Last to go, Jonathan Clark Habanero S. 7-year-old daughter of Hammer van het Bevreithof. Of course, Jonathan had a massive partnership. When I say massive, World Cups, championship after championship with the now sadly defunct Hammer. But great that he's riding a daughter of Hammer.
And she's such a fabulous mare. This also quirky. Don't think of it as a textbook look at how that line should be written.
And this also got staccato blood that we were talking about through the dam. Shiraz, the dam all spiced up. I think Jonathan Road, nicely named, all spiced up, habanero. Beautiful
Super.
jump over there, showing her class.
I think she's a little quirky, and if I remember correctly, Jonathan tells me she doesn't like to be hurried. She likes to do things in her time. And he makes it look easy, doesn't he?
Incredible talent, Jonathan Clark. Well done. Clear all the way, and we'll go in pole position in that jump off. Habanero S, and Jonathan Clark was the last to go in this top 30, 1 meter 30 championship class, sponsored by Equine Performance Products. You're watching Equestrian Live. Hit that subscribe button. Let us know your thoughts, comments, your selections maybe for the World Cup, who you fancy later on today. It'd be good to hear from you. Jump off time. And let's take a look at that jump off. In fact, let's just, before we go to a break, we're going to thank one of our associate sponsors, long-time associate sponsors with Equestrian Live, Canon. Big thank you to Canon, South Africa, sponsors our cameras. That's Cameron behind the Canon. You go check out Canon cameras, www.canon.co.za. Wonderful cameras they are. All your pictures here on Equestrian Live through the lenses of Canon cameras. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, more action here from the Jane Latimer Arena at Durban Shongweni Club. It's jump off time for the adult 1 meter 30 top 30 championship. And looking forward to that as we build up towards this afternoon's World Cup here on Equestrian Live. Don't go away.
Control to Fortuna, you're heading into uncharted territory. Over.
Copy that, Control. We've got this.
Come in, Fortuna. Some rough terrain coming up. Engage 4x4.
Roger that. Engaged.
Mission complete, Dad.
The new Toyota Fortuner.
Control, we have a problem.
Reimagine the luxury of freedom.
Well, there is Greg Scott and Habibi on standby at the gate. He'll go at number 2. First to go will be George Cutlass in this 130 jump-off, championship jump-off. Callaghan Sigmund goes first. And the jump-off is over fences 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 9A, 9B, and 10. Have you got that, Nix?
I have. I
All
think
right.
he's given them a galloping jump-off, and there are quite a few options. There'll be a couple of really quick ones.
Well, let's keep our eye on it. Once again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 9A, 9B, and 10. George going first. For owner Justine Walker, this is Callaghan Sigmund. I think he did 10 down the hill from 1 to 2.
And chooses to pop inside number 9.
Safely over 3. Western Shop vertical, then around that Schlesser Saddles turning point. Over E-pole, inside of number 3, looking nice and tidy from George.
And now he should just gallop on to number 10.
And a gallop up the hill to number 10.
Super.
Nicely done from George. His time, 40,34. 0 penalties, double clear, 40,34.
That'll put a bit of pressure on everybody else. That horse, I think, is deceptively fast with a long stride. He did all the turns.
So we're going to look for a split time, I think, at number 8. Didn't get a split time on George, but we're going to watch out. We're going to take 8 as a marker with Greg Scott and Habibi. And then we'll be able to tell you how quickly they're going, if they're up or down on their tracks. Here goes Greg Scott in at number 2, back on track. Habibi S for Linda Ellerine. So he 1 stride less than George.
And chose to go around and just keep.
So different tactics. He's using the horse's step and stride. Gone round that 9A to 3.
Nice and tight there.
Now he's going to have to come inside here. Yes, land. Horse just a little bit out of rhythm on that turn. Now, he's on the gallop, so he's got more gas up the hill than what George had. Last is clear, time of 41.62, and George's time 40,34. So Greg into second. Different tactics from Greg. He landed after 8 in 25 seconds, so the difference being that he went around 9A. So they're going to have to go between that gap of that Rotaflow and Toyota jump to number 3. Because I think Greg actually had a more pace across the ground, but didn't do the inside line.
I do think, though, George was deceptively quick. I think that horse has quite a long stride, and he didn't take a pull anywhere. He just kept. I think that's also one of your tricks, is to just keep coming. Lorette will be quick.
Celestial Wind and Lorette, so she's gone round. This has got some thoroughbred gallop in it. On to number 8 here. Here's our split.
Here.
In 24. So this is looking quick. Yeah, this is well up. 35 seconds now.
Wow.
Leaves it up, and 37.54, well into the lead. Lorette Knowles-Taylor.
So sometimes, like Lorette did there, from 2 to 3, in a jump off, like you say, when a horse has got a fair amount of ground speed, it's quicker to find a long one and come around than to break their stride and try and get the turn.
And of course it starts halfway between the distance of 1 to 2, because if you're plotting that inside ride, you really got to land short, and you can't go to the gallop at that Baker McVeigh, because that's going to carry you wide.
Yes.
So I think that's the better option as well. I think jump 1, drop a stride to 2, round the Toyota at 9, onto 3 at the gallop. Let's see what Stuart does. Stuart Barker next to go. Davenport Radiant. Time to beat Lorette Knowles-Taylor, 37.54. I think he's coming inside.
Yeah, he's coming. Nope.
No, he's going round. gone round, so Stewart playing it safe.
And just choosing to keep a rhythm.
Yep.
And come all the way.
Oh, unfortunately. 9A gone down, so 4 penalties as he canters towards the last. And unfortunately takes that one as well. So an 8 penalty score for Stuart Barker and Davenport Radiant. Unfortunately, that puts pay to his chances. Next to go will be Eagles Coastwatch. Lorette got to jump number 8 in 23.8. As we take a look at the replay of, that was the last fence that came down. For Stewart, back feet just ran the horse a little bit deep. Now, Coastwatch is very quick. He's a big horse, got some step, and he can also jump clean from the base of the fence. He's got lots of push off the ground.
Jenna will have a definite game plan here.
Just to reiterate, 23.8 at fence number 8 was Lorette's split. Here goes Eagles Coastwatch.
So the car in the arena there, Aiden, kind of prevents them from jumping 2 at a little bit of an angle to keep the pace and get inside there.
So she's gone
Which
9.
Jenna's done.
1 to 2, drop to stride, come inside of rotor flow. Yeah. Coming to 8. Lorette was here in 23. Jenna
She was
here
tight.
in 23. So neck and neck. Now she's got to go. Lorette turned on the afterburners. Ooh, touched that, got away with it. Now go. Lorette's time to beat 37.54. Clears
Well
the
done,
last
Jenna.
in 37.17. New leader, Eagles Coastwatch. And Jenna Odell. Well done. Zoe Roberts is jumping up and down. Of course, she's the owner of Coastie. Well done. So new leader. So that a pretty good split. Both of them, Lorette and Jenna, at fence 8 in 23 seconds or thereabouts. 23.2 for Jenna. Next to go, Chris. But I think then you've got to follow that up with that gallop out of 9B right up the
Absolutely.
hill.
You have to gallop up to 10 and not take a pull.
This is number 334's Lerona, number 13, Chris van der Merwe. I don't think he's going to be going for the win on this horse. I think it's a young, up-and-coming potential superstar.
I think he'll give it a go, though. He won't be slow.
Beautifully done. Inside he comes. Yeah, nice.
Beautiful, yeah. Had to add one
So
there, though.
he's gone in 7 there. He went slightly wide on the turn. Here comes the split at fence number 8. Yeah, he's there or thereabouts. No, he's gone round. So at 8 he was at 23 seconds, but he's gone the wide, long way to number 9, and that'll put pay to his chances.
Super ride to
Beautiful.
the last.
Just, I mean, it takes your breath away the way this horse's technique. 40.07 into third. So the split was good. He was at number 8 in time, but decided to go the long way round to 9. And that cost him, what was Coastwatch's time, 37.17 as compared to 40.07. So around about 3 seconds going the long way round. But I don't think he turned on the afterburners going up the hill from 9 to 10 either.
No, he just kept cantering up. And I think Coastwatch and Jen are both very experienced.
Absolutely. And
So lovely
Chris
to ride.
building that horse up for the bigger grades.
Yes.
That's a superstar in the making. Now, next to go, Charlie Crockart, Rubber Sealant, the Berg's Compagnon. Bring that comme il faut blood. Let's see the gallops. Here
She's
goes.
dropped onto 2.
Okay, so she's gone round. Almost looked like she was prepping for that inside line in between the road flow and the Toyota, but changed her mind. Well, fortunately, she's pulled the rail now, so it's all elementary, my dear Watson. 4 penalties. They are all jumping that e-pole jump
So beautifully,
I don't know if
yes.
it's the seals at the bottom that they're worried about, those seals biting their ankles, but they are giving that plenty of air.
Obviously, also with the riders coming around where he's put the slice wings, I think it just gives them a lovely distance to it.
43.50, but of course Charlie would have slowed up some after she had number 3 down, of which we have a replay, so let's take a look. I think it was a bit of a nothing mistake.
I think he's just young and
So for number 15, Radar Flag Capital Carrier,
Just bumped that off in front.
number 14, Radar
So 4 penalties there for Charlie. Still leading the charge is Coastwatch and Jenna in 37.17. And next to go here is Rojflow, Capital Cameron, young Janine Kutsia. Was that a 9
yeah,
from 1
that's
to
a
2?
9 again, and the inside turn.
So she's on track here. Inside on the 9. Let's see the split at 8. Gets
Manages
the
to stay on the 6.
Yeah, nobody's come inside of Schlesser saddles. I don't know if that's possible though, to be honest. Here's the split. 23, just on 24. So she's slightly down, but she's gone wide.
It looked like she was also perhaps planning that inside turn, but changed her mind.
Now she's going to have to gallop, but I think going round, her chances are really dashed. Comes home in a time of 40.75. So yeah, we saw that with one of the previous competitors from that number 8 going round 3 to the Toyota. That's an extra 2.5, 3 seconds that's going to add on. So if you want to be in the money, if you want to be in the fight, you really have to make that inside turn.
Do you think anyone's brave enough to come inside the Schlesser wings and angle number 8 a little?
It's so difficult to see from here just how
If
much
it's
space
doable,
there
yes.
actually is between that Western Shop and that Schlesser wings. Nobody has. Who have we still got to go? Who's going to dare it? Greg Scott, Loretto next to come. Kerry Muir, Ashton Smith.
Kerry could give it a
Jason
go.
Slade. Ronnie Healy might.
Absolutely.
Let's see. Greg Scott, he knows his way around. He had a good ride on Habibi. Inside he comes. I didn't see how many he did from 1 to 2.
He went on at 11, so chose to be a little more sedate so that he could get that turn.
So it's 2 strides extra from 1 to 2. Looks like he's gone a little bit wider than
Swinging a
most
little wide
there.
there, yeah. But giving himself
Come
space for
inside.
that turn.
Right, now gallop. 90 and foot on the gas. He's got to go now. Jenna was home now. So 40.48. And that is good enough to go into 5th position for Greg Scott in his second ride, Loretto. Kerry Muir will go next on Cortina.
The draw is about to take place for the riding order of the World Cup.
Now Kerry's trotting down to the bottom, having a look here.
Having a look at this turn,
She's
yes.
working this out. She's having a look from E-pole to 9. She's planning on coming inside there. She's gone through the gap where she's going to come after 2. So just plotting her way around now.
Kerry is so light in herself on a horse that she turns, they just go with her. So I think she'll be quick.
Also on the
Adding
11.
to get that turn in.
She's going round those wings.
And is tight. Yeah, she's going to take that turn.
Inside she comes. The leader went on 9 inside. She's gone on 11, so she's going to have to make up time now. Goes into the light position. Gallops up the hill and finishes in 38.98. Good enough for 3rd. Well done, Kerry Muir. Not quite there. Landed after 8 in 24.9. You've got to be there in around about 23. So it was a second down at 8, but I think that was the 2 strides extra
Yes,
from 1 to
1
2.
to 2. Jenna, I think, managed to go 1 to 2 really quick and get the turn in.
Coastwatch leading. Jenna Odell, 37.17. Ashton Enzor Smith now on Lady Chantelier. 10 from 1 to 2, going around, using the gallop. Going to have to really keep motoring now. Maybe she'll drop a stride here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I thought the 5 was on it. She could have gone up that hill. Elected to take the pull. Sits her back in 6 strides. Split time 24. She's a second down. Hill she comes, time to beat 37 and some change. She wasn't far off of it, 38.39, but I'm afraid last pole going down, last fence down, 4 penalties, 38.39. Good effort. Using different tactics.
So that little horse is a fairly little striding horse and tends to get quite bouncy. So he goes quickly, but I think he bounces back. And whereas Coast Watch was just really smooth and a big striding horse.
Jason Slade is in. Data sign says Gerber von Bischkop. Slade equestrian. Jason's going to come inside for sure.
Looking for his turn. Gets it beautifully. Super ride to that.
Angle put him on 6.
Come on.
Come on, keep rolling. Inside he comes. Good shot. 22.9. He was up at 8. But he's got to keep going.
Slow,
yeah, he's just slowed up on that gallop to the last. 38.01 into 30 goes. Leader's time 37.17. Jason was up
very well
on Jenna's time at 8. I think if he just kept rolling up that hill from 9 to 10, it was on. Into 30 goes with Gerber.
Ronnie was having a look at this turn.
Yeah. He's won championships on this horse at this level. Now, Ronnie, you're going to see just going forward to every fence.
I think that it won't look like he's going particularly fast, but it'll just be smooth and Every pull you take costs you a little bit of time, but we all get, I think, especially like to the last there, get a little worried. I want to be a bit more careful. He's been really nice and tight around that car.
10. Just looked like he was sliding out to the left and the horse was on an angle that it didn't like too much. So I'm afraid not today for Grace of Staccato. That's going to give the horse a nice ride to finish. Still to come Nicola, Hannah Garten, Larry Boo, Ashley Taylor, Jean Corber, Peaker's Boy, very fast, and of course Habanero and Jonathan, who's a master tactician in a jump off.
Well, he just brings it home nicely. To finish that off.
Yeah, he was on a bit of an acute angle. Let's take a look at jump number 3, where the disso happened.
Yeah, it looks like the horse only realised last minute it was going there.
Yeah, he was on an angle and then didn't give the horse enough time, I think, to lock onto the fence. He had one stride and then there was the jump in front, so not their day today.
Hannah's coming to have a look at this turn as well, and she will definitely give it a go and be quick.
Nicola and Hannah Garten, ACT Painters. Putting the horse into gear, into rhythm now.
Having a cheeky buck.
Nicola saying,
Also staying close to the car, but adding the stride to get that turn.
Sets up on the 11. Split time, we'll watch at 8. Moved up on the 6. Right. Needs to be here in 23. Gets there in 24. She's a second down and she's gone round, so not going to be her class to win. So now fighting it out for the minor money.
Hannah's incredible to watch. She's just grown and grown and grown. And very seldom do you see her make a mistake.
I think this horse has had a little bit of a rest, so she's coming back into it.
But she rides a perfect ride.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. No, she's a properly talented jockey. Her time, when it's all said and done, 43.69. Ashley's having a look. Ashley's looking at 3. Nobody's looking at those Schlesser wings. I don't think it's on. I think it's a little bit tight. Right, Ashley's into the gallop. Larry Boo, Ashley Taylor, 334 Sport Horses. Ten inside. Just arguing a little bit with the head, outside leg gets
Actually giving her.
Right, here's the split. Needs to be here in 23. She's up.
It's quick.
Lands in 23. Oh, gets a little bit stuck on that turn. That's going to cost her now. She needs to go. Land after 9B. Oh, yeah, the horse just missed her turn and then the rhythm was gone. And
that's where sometimes you pay the price for taking the turn, especially with a younger horse or a less experienced horse. They don't always realize where you want to go.
If you don't have a ticket, you don't have a chance. So 4 in 41.11, and we're going to take a look at the replay. Here's the hiccup on the turn. So, yeah, that cost her getting out of rhythm, and then she just didn't have enough of go forward to make the back rail to 9A. So, John, Gallagher Peaker's boy, here we go. Concoriano. Husband Ray rode for a while.
10 as well.
A mare that was also in the family, Piccadilly. Yeah, so she's gone round. But that's not necessarily a no, never mind. It's down. So, one more to come. Jonathan Clark could spoil the chances of victory for Jenna Odell, who leads on Coast Watch in 37.17. Just on the way through, the back toes come down, 8 penalties, 2 down for Peaker's boy and Jean Corba.
Jono is also coming to have a look down this end to see.
While Jono has a look, rehearses the turn. Let's go through the top 4. Coast Watch leading. Celestial Wind and Lorette back in second. Jason and Gerber in third. And Cortina and Kerry currently in fourth in this 1m30 championship, sponsored by Equine Performance Products. Here goes the master himself, Jonathan Clark. Habanero S. Wonderful story behind this horse, owned by Jonathan. He rode the mother up to Opens, the highest level, and of course partnered and produced the sire Hummer as well, and now riding the progeny.
The 9 and the turn.
So he's got the 9, he's up. Brilliant.
Jono's deceptively fast. He doesn't look like he's in a hurry.
Just coming inside.
He just doesn't take a turn, just
was
keeps
there
coming.
In 22.
Wow.
He's a second up. Keep coming. Got a gallop now. Coast Watch home in 37.17. Jonathan's up. Leave it up. And 36.19 was at 8. The split 22 was a second up there. Kept on the gas. And he comes home as the winner. Had a brilliant show on this Habanero in the A2 competition, finished second, and in the two-phase finished second as well. Comes home, comes into this class as the highest qualifier, and peaks at the right moment, doesn't he?
Fabulous.
Brilliant.
Jonathan is a master, though. He didn't look in a rush, he didn't look panicked, and he shaves a second off the time.
But exactly, exactly 9 strides from 1 to 2 inside from 3 to 4 was at a beautiful angle over 4 to the right, where he kept on it put him on like a slingshot around to 8, and then jumped very close to the left hand uprights over 8 on the angle, and that put him on a cantering, moving forward inside line to 9, canted up the hill and just.
And where he's master, I don't know if you noticed, from 8 to 9, he just let the horse drift out a little, so he didn't have to take a pull to get the space.
Experience.
Yes, wonderful.
Talent, experience, brilliant. Jonathan Clark, the winner. Big thank you to Equine Performance Products, Charmaine Qualifier and Carla Garten. Big thank you to Toyota as well, bringing us this show, the flagship sponsors of this Shongweni Festival, and also bringing you the live streaming here on Equestrian Live this morning. A big thank you to Nicola Kerner.
Thank you for having me.
What's the road to recovery, the rehab?
Pick up and carry on.
So you're not...
I think I'm there.
Oh, you're there?
I'm pretty much there,
Okay,
yes. Thanks,
time to
Aidan.
get back in the saddle.
Yes.
Excellent. It's been wonderful having you here. Many more, I hope.
Thank you. Thanks for having me, Aidan. Wonderful to watch that lovely class, and I think Stefan built a track and a jump off to produce some really good jumping.
Before I let you go, let's take a look at the World Cup. Take a look at the rankings at the moment. Bronwyn de Santos leading on 57 points. Ashley Healy in second. Lisa Williams, Ronnie Healy. Those are the 4 that are at the top of the leaderboards. From 57 Bronwyn score to 45 Ronnie. So really 12 points spread, 20 points for the win today. So those 4 definitely in it. Your selections?
Oh, Aidan, I'm very biased. I think Ronnie's horses are really on form. I saw Campbell jump on the first day with Lisa and felt like he could have jumped a World Cup the next day. He looked so ready. I think those
he
two
loves
would
this
be...
arena because those 4 riders, Bronwyn on BBC, the winner at Kep, the first leg, Ashley Healy, the winner of the second leg at Maple Ridge, Lisa Williams in this arena on Campbell, the winner of the third leg, and Ronnie Healy was first and second at Stocky's Dry, the fourth leg. So all of those are winners of a leg. And then Bronwyn, of course, has been very consistent and up in the placings on all the other ones. But you mentioned Campbell. He was the winner of the previous World Cup in this arena. So is that some sort of an omen, maybe?
I hope so, for Lisa. I agree with you, though, Aidan. They all have a really good chance. Campbell is such a showman. I think he loves all the people lined up on the side of the arena cheering and making clapping and cheering for him. And the more cheering there is, the more he loves it. So
well, the crowd is
going
to get bigger and bigger as we build up to, I think it's around about a 1 o'clock start time, there or thereabouts, for the 5th leg of the World Cup Series, sponsored by Toyota. So horses starting to come in for the prize giving. We're going to say thank you and goodbye to Nicola. Have a wonderful afternoon. You're going to stick around for the main class?
Yes, I'll definitely be here to watch. Thank you, Aidan. Thanks
Big
for having me.
thank you to Nicola, and hopefully you're back in the saddle and back in the ring very, very soon. Horses starting to make their way into the arena for the prize giving. Jonathan Clark and Habanero S, just to confirm the result. The winners of this class in second, Jenna Odell and Coastwatch. There is a look at Jonathan Clark. And there is the result. Equine Performance Products, adult 1m30, top 30 championship class. Jonathan Clark, 36.19, was last to go. Sat in pole position as the highest qualifier coming into today's 1m30 champs. Doesn't disappoint. Comes home the winner, 36.19. Jenna Odell was a long-time leader in this class. Thought she could hang on right to the death. But then came Habanero S, and Jonathan Clark relegates her to second on Coastwatch. Wonderful class, wonderful result. Of course, we'll be getting Jonathan for a winner's interview, hopefully. Jonathan, sometimes a little camera shy, but our persuasive producer, Mike Domain, is down there. But first of all, we're going to have the presentation of the trophies and rosettes. And a big thank you once again to Charmaine Qualifier and Carla Garten of Equine Performance Products. Winner of this class walking away with 5,000 Rand, 3,000 for second, 2,200 for third, and money all the way down to 8th position. Lovely look at the Jane Latimer Arena from the Toyota Tower. Beautiful weather today here at the Durban Shongweni Club. I think we've got a maximum of 28 degrees. They call it summer, but it really is not. Moving towards spring, and perfect conditions for show jumping here. And there goes Carla Garten. Present the prizes to winners. Prize to Jonathan Clark and the 7-year-old daughter of Hummer out of All Spiced Up. She by Shiraz. So Cardento Staccato Blood, the winner.
So that is the winner, Habanero. So well done there, Jonathan. On the grey, Habanero S.
Eagles Coast Watch, back in second with Jenna Odell. Zoe Roberts, hope you are here or watching. And of course, Amber Rathbone, the previous owner of Coasty, sitting in Mallorca, Spain. Perhaps Amber's watching. Morning, Ambs. Morning, Cuz. Big thank you to the sponsors once again. Groom's prizes courtesy of Kawena. Big thank you to Clem De Santos. Don't forget, we are interactive. We are seeing all your comments. Thank you to Vanessa Davies, who's enjoying the live streaming. Hit that subscribe button. We're over 2,000 subscribers now. By hitting that subscribe button, you'll get all the notifications of upcoming broadcasts. Hopefully, we will be bringing you the South African Show Jumping Championships from Stockies Dry in the not too distant future. Celestial Wind in third with Lorette Knowles-Taylor. Owner Louise DeLuca. Well done, Louise. First class of the morning, 1 meter 30, top 30 championships done and dusted. Also is going to go off on a lap of honor. I think after the riders have dismounted, got their sashes, trophies, photos, and then of course we'll remount and go on their lap of honor, and then hopefully we'll be getting Jonathan for a winning interview.
Our 6 prize winners. The 6th position, Equine Performance Products with 1250 and Ecologic.
Big thank you also to the Slade family, giving cash prizes to all the grooms. Thank you to Kawena for the grooms buckets. Big thank you to Equine Performance Products. as the sponsors of this class, and of course flagship sponsor for the show and the live streaming, Toyota South Africa. Big thank you to them.
Well done to all of our prize winners as they step onto the podium.
Top three up onto the podium now. Jonathan on that winner's block. Sits atop the pyramid. Second place to Jenna Odell. And Lorette Knowles-Taylor in third. Jonathan gets the winner's sash.
Thank you to Carla Garten for the equine performance. She's also stepping forward to put the winner's sash now onto our winner, Jonathan Clark. Congratulations.
Shongweni Qualifier and Carla Garten. There's Roche Russ,
The vote is now being
judge for the
taken
class.
for our prize winners.
Photo opportunities. Well done, guys. Riders will remount and then go off on their lap of honor. And that just about wraps up the adult 1m30 championship class.
And Ecologics mounting up, and then they'll shortly go on their lap of honor. Well done to everybody. Well ridden, everybody.
And there is the result. Jonathan Clark, Habanero S, the 7-year-old daughter of Hammer von Het Bevrethoff, takes the win. Last to go. 36.19, top qualifier for the class. Jenna Odell, Eagles Coast Watch, in second in 37.17. Lorette Knowles-Taylor. So Jenna was just pipped at the post into second. Lorette in third. Celestia win 37.54. Jason Slade, well done Jace, in fourth in 38.01. Kerry Muir Cortina in fifth. And sixth place to the very useful, super talented 334 Lerona and the equally talented Chris van der Merwe. Picture over a fence. Watch out for that one in the future. Well done Habanero. Well done Jonathan Clark. Following the victory parade, we'll take a quick break. And when we come back, that winning interview with Jonathan Clark. Only here on Equestrian Live. Don't go away.
Coach Jock.
There's an incredible new machine for you there. Make sure you get a proper session in.
Okay, James, let's go.
Hey guy, here's your new scrum machine. Sorry I'm late.
Toyota Hilux and the Springboks, when legendary toughness meets.
There's a couple of very nice horses on the auction, and actually there's a horse for every buyer.
It's in my blood.
All the action, brought to you by Equestrian Live.
It's in my blood.
Welcome back to Equestrian Live, and with me, the winner of the adult 1 meter 30 top 30 championship class, Jonathan Clark, riding his wonderful mare Habanero S. Before we talk about the class that's just been, you came in as top qualifier, so she must have been feeling wonderful the entire week.
She has been, Aidan. She was second in the first class and second in the second class on Thursday and Friday.
She is a horse that's obviously very dear to you. You own her outright, but you rode the mom. You produced the mom all the way up to the 140s. Hummer, of course, was a production job for you as well, and you had huge success on him as well. So how extra special is it to ride the progeny?
No, very special. And she's a dear horse as well. She loves attention, loves competition. She's competitive. She likes to win.
Her nature, her temperament, is she an alpha mare? Is she quite stroppy? Or is
yeah, she can be. She can be. She likes to think she's top dog in the yard. She, unfortunately for her, she's in the same yard as Campbell, so that's never going to happen.
Now, how much further will she go? Do you think she's top tier?
Aidan, I have no idea. I'm going to take it a level at a time and see where we end up.
Excellent, because I mean she's relatively young, only a 7-year-old.
7-year-old,
yeah, brilliant. So big future ahead of her. Yeah. Now you were in pole position. You were last to go. It had to be a very clean, perfectly executed round, as is typical of your riding. You had to find the shortest way around because Jenna left nothing out there. So did you know what Coastwatch had done? Did you know what you had to do to beat her?
I didn't see Coastwatch's round. I was warming up for my round, but I did see Lorette's round, and that was quick. And I just knew I had to go as fast as I could.
Well, it was perfectly executed. We have the round lined up for you. So,
Okay.
Jonathan, won't you talk us through it? This is the winning round for the adult 1 meter 30. Habanero S and Jonathan Clark, who were last to go.
I wanted a good shot at one, which I got. I wanted to get down there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Inside through the little gap. Find a distance there. Up on the 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Tight as I could round the Schleser wings. Little bit of angle to get inside the next one.
Now at here you were 1 second up on Jenna.
Okay, and I was praying for a distance to that combination, which I found, and then it was flat out as fast as we could go to the last. And pray to find a distance, which there was one.
There it was. Brilliantly done, Jonathan Clark. 36.19 was the time, a second ahead of Coastwatch and Jenna. So brilliantly well done. Congratulations.
Thanks very much.
Now, a quick word about the show. Wonderful, they call it the Toyota Festival. The weather has been perfect. Doesn't feel much like winter, does it?
No, it doesn't. The weather's been fantastic. Loved the course designing. And thank you to Jody and all her sponsors for putting on a really good show.
Now, Jono, the World Cup, we build up to leg number 5. It's a hotly contested affair here. Bronwyn is leading the log at 57, was a winner of the first leg. Ashley Healy won the second leg. She's in second. Lisa Williams won the third leg in this arena at the Foresight Show. And, of course, Ronnie Healy was first and second at Stockies Dry. And those 4 riders fighting it out. You're no stranger to World Cups. You've won the series before. What does it take to win a World Cup and your fancy for today?
Unbelievable concentration, focus, preparation. All of them are on good horses. Any one of them could win. In the absence of Domini, I'm going to keep an eye on Lisa, so I'm rooting for her.
Well, I mean, she's no stranger either.
Yeah,
Won the
she
series
could
many
lead us by her
times
times
before.
easily, yeah.
So, and of course, she won the previous one in this arena. So maybe that's some sort of good omen as well.
Yeah.
Congratulations, all the very, very best, and hopefully we'll be seeing you back in the World Cups as well. We miss you up there.
Thank you very much.
Jonathan Clark there, the winner of the 1 meter 30 top 30 championship class, brought to you by Toyota here on Equestrian Live. More action to follow. We're going to go for a quick break, and when we come back, we build up to the 1 meter 40. It's a Grand Prix that's just around the corner.
All right, here we go. And 1, 2.
Let's go. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home.
Look at this. How do they even find these places?
Push it to the limit.
The all-new Toyota Urban Cruiser. Go find your fun.
Did you get it? Did you get it?
Victories come in many forms, so let's celebrate them all. The all-new Toyota Fits for victory.
Welcome back to Equestrian Live, the Jane Latimer Arena here at the Durban Shongweni Club, and the second class of the day. Riders currently walking the track. In fact, they're walking 2 tracks because it's a Grand Prix class sponsored by Sifakile Consulting. Big thank you to them, Sabu and Tsidi, for your sponsorship of this event, as well as the 1m50 Cup that was held on Friday. Just a bit about the sponsor. Sifakile Consulting is an ICT solutions focused company, priding themselves in adding value to their clients' business through offering innovative information and communication technology. Their services or offerings include IT consulting, telecommunication, managed services, and cloud services. And a big thank you to them for their participation in the sponsorship of this show. Lovely to have them on board. Also, thank you to Canon, our associate sponsor for a long time now. And of course to Western Shop for hosting us. We're sitting just on their balcony. Thank you to Canon. All of our pictures on Equestrian Live shot through the lenses of Canon cameras. Do go check them out, www.canon.co.za. And here is the lineup for this class. It's quite a substantial one, and of course it is over 2 rounds, being a Grand Prix. It's under the top 25% rule. Oscar Ngube, it's his birthday today. Oscar, happy birthday to you. He goes at number 1. We're not going to go through all of them. We'll leave them on the screen for you to go through yourself, but quite a big class. There are 48 horses in this class. It's on qualification order, I believe. Second round. You will carry your faults forward through to the second round should you qualify for the second round through that top 25%. It's top 25% or all the clears. So that remains to be seen who goes through to that second round. And it is a Grand Prix. Big thank you to Sifakile for their sponsorship. Oscar is in the arena. He's just taken the salute. And joining me in co-commentary for this class, another local lady who I know very, very well for a very long time now, Heather Mostert. Very good. Are we morning? Yes, we're still morning.
Yeah, we're still morning.
10:15. How are you?
Hey, I'm great. Thanks for having me here today, Aidan.
Thanks.
You got some nice fresh blood with KZN people available to help you out.
Well, it's a KZN flavour today. We're going to be with Jodie Ambrose for the big class. Before she's no longer KZN, because I believe she is moving up to our neck of the woods.
Yeah, and we know her as Jodie Peters, of course.
I know.
Because we're still not used to her married name.
Exactly. For the viewers, you not riding in this class, and you're not riding. What's happened to Summer Bridge?
Unfortunately, he got injured at Derby last year. And it's been a bit of a long road to recovery. And I am without horses. So I have jumped this morning in the 130s on my daughter's borrowed horse. But aside from that, I am short of rides. And instead joining you in the commentary box, which is equally exciting.
Lovely to have you along. And Oscar is on his way. You did walk this course. Tell us about it.
I did. So the line of 1, 2, and 3 is actually the same that we jumped in the 130s. It's just been turned around. This line from 4 to 5, I think, walked quite a nice 9 into a solid oxer down at the end. Those brown panels are quite bold and certainly a little bit off-putting. And then this tight turn into the treble combination away from the gate. And then here a rather tight 5. Yeah, but tight.
And of course it's down the hill on that gradient, so you get there very quickly, as Oscar found out.
And then it goes straight into another combination. And then this 9, you actually have to straighten up quite nicely because directly behind it is that brown oxer. So you need to make sure you've got a nice straight ride and straight approach into it. Otherwise
Oscar went
feels like you're jumping
more
into
direct, and I think he was on 8 there.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. But an open 8, so I would be on the 9, I think.
Oh, and a nice jump at the last. So Oscar was telling me he got this horse off the auction a couple of years ago and has produced it from inception, and it's actually turned into a really nice horse.
Really lovely horse. Big, strong horse, scopy.
And I know as a youngster, it won that Young Horse Performance Series.
Here's where we saw him run down the hill on the 5, a little bit snug to the front rail of that E-pole. Tell me the distance. They haven't changed the distance from 1 to 2 to 3.
No.
It's just going the other way, but it is on the gradient. So how much of a difference does it make?
I wonder. I think you should run in quite quickly. I think we'll see with the next one. Certainly in this line from the Toyota treble combination to that E-pole, we also had a similar line in the last class, and I got there too quick. So
we've seen...
the gradient plays a big role.
It's I was told 1.5 meters from top to bottom.
Is that how much?
Difference?
Yeah, plays a big role.
United Aviation, the sponsors of the first horse that we've just seen, Kelaho Consigo, and the birthday boy Oscar Ngube. And he finished with just 4 penalties. The time allowed here is 74 seconds. They are going at 375 meters a minute. And Oscar came in 69.72, so time didn't play a factor there. Tasman Maya. She goes next on number 2, Rivervale's Peregrine. Now, this is a horse that's relatively new to the 140s, and I think quite a sensitive chap. She does a wonderful job.
I think Taz as a whole is very good with sensitive, slightly tricky rides. I know she runs a livery yard called Glover Paddocks. And she's quite well known to sort of like those small, spunky, thoroughbredy type rides that are a little bit quirky. She's a sensitive rider, and I think she really gets a great feel.
Long-time pupil of Tossie Raynor.
Yes.
She's
I actually didn't see Tossie. Have you seen her here?
I haven't, but I haven't seen anybody, to be fair. I drove up yesterday afternoon. Yeah, nicely done. And beautifully stylish jockey as well as Taz.
She is, hey. And she's a lovely person as well. She's one of those girls you always see with a big smile, even if it hasn't gone so well. There we go.
This is looking good. Peregrine, 11-year-old now.
This is always such an exciting class to watch because these are the future big-time horses, I hope. Here we go.
Lovely.
Oh, brilliant.
Beautifully done, 71.6. And that will book her into the second round because it's top 25% or all the clears. 25% of the starters means that at least 12 will go through to the second round. And do you believe it'll be 12 clears or more than 12 clears?
Well, based on the fact that's number 2 and we've already had a clear, I think we are definitely looking at 12 clears at least, huh?
I think so.
I would say so. It's a strong field. It's a strong field. And also we've seen many of these riders actually in the class today who've come off the 150s.
Yes.
You know, they just don't want to jump the World Cup. But here they are bringing their horses down and having a nice canter around the 140 champs. So I think we've got a really good lineup.
Well, right on cue that you say that because next to go is Liberty Lord, Cassini and Jenna Odell, and this is a horse that has campaigned up at the very highest level, and Jenna's eye is definitely in. She was second and only just pipped by the last competitor in the previous class.
Yeah.
And as you say, much of this course the same as the previous class.
And this horse is on form. I mean, she won the 150 Grand Prix at Shongweni in June. It has gone from strength to strength, and we've just seen it jump consistently well, whether it's the 140s or the 150s now. So I think this is going to be a little bit of a walk in the park for Jenna.
And Jenna, another one that Odell just doesn't yet sound quite right because she's also...
haven't got used to it.
No.
So she's a local girl like me, and also trains a couple of young riders. And is certainly a sort of stalwart at all the KZN shows. See her all the time competing young horses, her top horses.
Very accomplished, long-time pupil of Gonda.
Yes.
And there you go, clear.
Another clear.
So I think we're definitely going to clears. I don't think that top 25 will factor today, as number 2 and 3 have both gone clear. Oscar just rubbed off the E-pole jump at 7 for 4 penalties. So the course riding very nicely. Stefan Wirth from Germany, FEI 3-star, highly accomplished course designer. How have you enjoyed his courses?
I have, well, as usual. You know, he's come out a couple of times now, so we've we've not only got used to his courses, but also got used to him. He's such a nice guy. It's nice to chat to. And I was actually having a quick word with him before the class. And he was telling me, I just asked him how this show would compare to those that we see in Europe. And he said very much so on a par. It comes down both to the footing and the quality of the arena furnishings. He said it's right up there. And he went on to say that most impressive for him is the change from previously when he used to come and it was all imported rides. And now he's seeing more and more horses that have been locally bred and locally produced.
And isn't that exciting?
Like this one, Assegai Cantelaro. I mean, this was a locally bred horse. I know Anthony Kay sold it to Elise a couple of years ago. And we've seen her produce this horse from, I think it was the 120s when Anthony was riding it. Now up to the 140s, and she's jumped some 150s on it.
Also one that's super fast in a runoff.
Oh, yes.
Yes, of course, also not so long ago she was Steenkamp, and now also another one that we're getting used to.
Yeah. Well, these Steenkamp to Kutsia, they're both pretty Afrikaans.
Yes.
I went from Hamilton to Moscow.
It's looking very, very tidy.
Super.
Jumps the last, beautifully done.
Oh, I mean, that is a great horse. It's been such fun watching his production job.
So, 3 clears in a row in the Sifikile 1 m 40 Grand Prix. Helen Criticus goes next. Calaho, Liberia. And Helen, another local lady.
Another local lady, and she is someone we're super, super proud of. Do you know that she is currently writing her matric trials and competing here at the same time? She's a super committed girl. She's represented South Africa and Algeria last year. She's taught by our local legend, Grant Langley. And this horse is really a great partner, or formed a great partnership with her. Don't know if you remember it, competing with Paige.
Correct.
Paige
Gage.
I never say it correctly, Gage.
And I don't think the easiest of horses. I've seen her, standing up at the gate, refusing to come in.
Yeah.
She can be quirky on her day.
I think so. Look, just so stylish though. How's the shapes she throws in the air? She's beautiful. She's actually the top ranked junior 140 horse at the moment. Oh, damn.
Well, that is such a pity. I thought she had a good ride in there.
Yeah, that was unexpected. She's just looking so good. Oh, so disappointing.
Yeah, because that was a top ride.
Yeah, and she won a 140 class earlier in the show. I was expecting her, I must say, I was expecting her to jump it clear. I think she'll be
Well, let's take a look. She maybe came in a little bit on the angle there. She wasn't quite straight, and maybe that cost her in the B element. But
just touched it behind, Such a pity.
So 4 penalties. We'll see how the rest plays out. I don't think that's going to be good enough. Remember, top 25% will go through, but I think there are going to be enough clears. Next to go, you mentioned him a moment or two ago, Grant Langley and Bengston.
Oh, no.
Comes in.
No, Grant just got distracted there. That didn't look like a run out. I think he just lost focus. I mean, Bengston is a big time horse. We know him well. There we go.
Yeah, we've seen Bengston jumping up in the World Cups.
Yeah,
Grant
I think
calling it a day after that disobedience. He can't win it from there.
Good call. The horse has had a few niggling injuries, and I think he was just really hoping to have a few solid rounds, but not today.
Well, he's jumped up in the big classes for quite a while, and it's nigh impossible to keep them in top form all the time, isn't it?
It is. I know Grant's quite excited. He's got an auction taking place in a couple of weeks' time. Have you heard about it?
I have not.
He
I
is
thought
presenting.
I'd get a call as an auctioneer.
He's got 13 lots available of horses from foals to some open horses, all for sale.
He's done so well out of his breeding program. He's
unbelievably well. You know, not only the horses, it was always his dream. I mean, I remember when he used to train me, he used to say he wanted to not only breed but also produce some top level horses, and he's done that on his own rides, and certainly some of his, we see them around, his clients, other people have competed successfully on his homebred horses. So
in the ring now is Michaela Martin, Tack and Tog's Elzu Vulcan, son of Verdi. I absolutely adore this horse, and let's be honest, I think he's a soldier.
Yeah. And she hasn't been partnered with this horse for too long. I think she got it at the beginning of the year from Charlie Crockett, didn't she?
Yeah, not too long.
Yeah. And I know this is her first 140, so young rider on a horse that I think is going to give her lots of confidence and mileage.
And she is a young rider. I don't think she's 18 yet. She must be under license.
No. She's definitely riding under license. I think she's 16 actually. Man, isn't that amazing?
Comes from a very horsey family. Mom Belinda runs the Penbrit stables in the south of Joburg, hosts lots of shows, breeds horses as well.
Yeah.
Dad Jensen, a vet.
Oh, is he?
Yep.
Oh, that's handy.
Yes.
Super round.
Shame. No, the last fence coming down, but that was 2 down, 8 penalties for Tack and Tog's Elzu Vulcan. But a young Michaela Martin, super happy.
What a rising star.
Exactly.
I know she's doing well in the Rising Star challenge anyway, but here she is, a real rising star. That was an impressive round.
Let's take a look at the replay of the first pole that came down. Number one. But it so happens that it often happens at
just
number one.
nothing worse than hearing that sound.
But her first 140 out the way, so she's super happy with that. Next to go should be number 8, back on track, Nathan. Liam Stevens in the irons.
No, I don't think he's riding. I heard he was scratched.
Okay, so we weren't advised of that scratching, but we'll draw a line through that one. So Johan comes in next at number 9. We're still waiting for, I can see him on his way down on Best Company.
The paint.
Also super competitive on this horse.
Oh, yes.
When the chips are down, Johan.
Oh, but Johan always delivers.
Yes,
hey?
Exactly.
He's so much fun.
And delivers in style.
Oh, yeah.
And oftentimes makes it look like he wasn't going for it and just tops the timing tables.
But I mean, he's campaigned internationally when he went to 2010 to WEG on, how do I say, rendement.
I used to call him Rondemile. I got pulled up by Jan. He said,
no, rendement. And I mean, we went, and it was just such an exciting show. And just to see our South African competitors in that enormous arena was just so exciting.
You do get around, I must say.
You have to, Aiden. You have to.
I see
you have to keep rolling.
You do clock up those frequent flyer miles. I don't know how you do it. Every week you look like you're in some other exotic location, running, and of course you do what, triathlons? Or?
No. I love trail running.
Running.
It keeps me sane, especially now that all my horses are in one way or another buggered. At least I'm running.
So Johan is next to go on Best Company Z.
So I know that he bought this horse on an auction in 2017 in Europe. I think he had seen it free jumping and brought it in as a stallion. And he said it was very tricky as a stallion, and they gelded it, and it remains a fiery handful.
It's possibly
down.
a little bit strong down the hill to that.
He said it's got a very strong mind, this horse. I think it's challenged him. He's met his rival.
So good to see Johan back in the big time as well, jumping in the World Cups and doing incredibly well on Poimois. Johan has had back niggles for quite a long time. Yeah, he was off the scene for that. Put him on the sidelines for quite a long time. Had to get over that back trouble.
Oh, shame.
And 100% now.
There we go. Good ride. That's that line I told you. You have to make sure you're straight. Otherwise, that brown oxer behind feels like you're jumping into it. So it's a little bit of a make sure you're straight. Otherwise, it's a bit swervy. There we go.
I'm told that this horse, in fact, was bought on an online auction, and Joe, Johan's wife, felt sorry because nobody else was bidding, so that's why they bought him. Johan does like his cattle. Maybe he thought he was looking at a cattle auction with that colouring. Only joke. Here's the replay. Possibly just a little bit strong on the distance. The gradient maybe catching him out slightly. Just nudges that one.
That 6 comes quickly, I think.
So 4 penalties, the final score for Best Company. Kaylee Pissarra, another one. Pissarra.
No.
Not used to it.
No, it's only been a few months, and give us time.
334 Epimene, and this is a fantastically well-bred horse. Previously with Charlie Crockart, and then I think in fact Taryn Combrink had it. She bumped off number 1, sold it to the Bergs. Charlie took the ride. I think Charlie rode her first 150 on this horse.
Yes, I remember. Oh, and wasn't it outstanding?
Yes,
outstanding.
And then Govett very shrewdly saw the potential as a very nicely bred broodmare as well, and Kaylee's now got the ride, and I think very well matched to Kaylee.
I think so. You know, we remember Kaylee so well on Electra, and Electra was similar in a way, I think, in that they were even-tempered, sort of level-headed but sensitive mares.
Louisa?
Electra. Oh, sorry.
Electra
Louisa.
was Govett.
Sorry, Louisa.
Louisa.
Think of that beautiful, beautiful bay. Of course, not Electra. But don't you think so? Like, they're just beautiful mares, sensitive. I think scopy, intelligent.
Absolutely.
I've always loved this horse. She's getting better and better on it.
Chaco Blue Jus de Pomme.
Oh, such a pity.
What a pity.
Lovely round.
The last one goes down. 4 penalties for Epimene.
8 penalties.
Kaylee Pissarra. 8 penalties. 2 down. Take a look at the. Of course, she had jump number 1.
Number 1 just tipped out.
Just.
So as you turn that corner, you know, you're right there by the
it comes
clubhouse.
quickly as you.
And there's a lot of noise and distractions.
Car in the corner, so you can't ride deep into that corner.
Exactly. And they've put a whole, like, red, there's a display. I'm not actually 100% certain what's on it, right there by the medic.
With the medics as well hanging out there.
There's a lot going on.
Yeah. Right, Anthony goes next. Anthony Eckerold on the lovely Optimus. And then he just absolutely adores this horse. Timo, his stable name, and recently up into the 140s, but has hit the ground running in the 140s.
Oh, yes. Somewhat, hey?
Anthony, hugely competitive.
Oh, no.
That's going to play a part. We talked about that gradient, them running down the hill a little bit quick.
It is, and it's just, it feels unfair because it's just such an insignificant little vertical, hey? Come on, Ant. That's it. Oh, this partnership is really solidified and such a good one. I mean, you can't look at Timo and not think of Ronnie Lawrence, who trained Anthony for so many years and was also so competitive and good on this horse. So it's just lovely when you see them in the ring and jumping so well, kind of.
Is he still intact? Is he still a stallion? Is Anthony breeding from him? I know the family was very big into breeding. Okay, thoroughbreds had a thoroughbred stud at one time. Anthony's family very sporty. His dad Jon was a world champion. Motorbike racing.
Yeah.
Currently reading his book.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So he is still a stallion.
They've come from a competitor. I think he's still a stallion. I certainly haven't heard that he was gelded. And he has bred a couple of horses. Yeah. I know there's a few foals out there from Timo. You know what? This is one of Anthony's first 140s on this horse. So I think to finish well is really a great result.
So 2 down, 8 penalty score for I beg your pardon.
And that little
25, yeah. 25 penalties, a lot of those for time, I beg your pardon.
Little circle that he sort of did into the Toyota combination.
Yeah.
It's quite a ride off this turn to a big combination. Both of them, both combinations are off this tight turn. You really need to have your horse's hocks under you and cantering on.
So Anthony leaves, Jean comes in. There's another horse on the up, lovely 8-year-old.
Jeez, I love this horse. I mean, I have salivated over this horse since it arrived in the country. It is fantastic.
Pretty Woman is her name. She's got a movie, she's got a soundtrack, and she's nicknamed Julia.
And she's hot and she's spicy. I mean, there's nothing not to love.
You just want to cue the song as she comes in, right?
Absolutely. And Jean does such a great job with her.
And this would be one of her first 140 shows.
Yeah,
I don't think she's been up in the 140s for very long at all.
No. And the class that I did see her jump earlier in the show was electric. She really, as Jean does, gave it some stick and jumped super, super round.
Previously owned in partnership with Elvira, who I'm sure is watching. Jean owns her outright now, but very good morning to Elvira.
Yes. And I think Jean's a really lucky girl to have been able to purchase this horse outright. I think this is going to be a top partnership in years to come.
She's got a lovely string of horses, of course. She's got Lexington in the World Cup and right up there in the points. Has been a model of consistency through the series.
Oh, yes.
Talana's gone to the 135. That looks really promising. Pretty Woman, Pika's Boy, we've just seen in the 130. So
no, she's got a great lineup. And I think this horse suits her so well.
Yeah. And she's a top jockey, of course.
Yeah.
As we see there, clear. 67.02, well within that time allowed.
Yeah, that was a beautiful run, and I think this was one of Jean's first 140s on this horse.
Definitely. She's a 7-year-old and she's on the up.
Oh,
made that look easy.
She really did. Oh.
So that was Pretty Woman. Jean Corber, next to go, number 13, United Aviation Group, KP Laudanum. And Robin Shaw rides this massive, good-looking stallion. The owner is the KP Stud, Warmblood Stud. And Arnold Buerter, who used to ride the horse, but last year surprised Robin for her birthday by giving her the ride on the horse. And
is that how it unfolded?
Yes.
Oh, lovely.
Arnold felt that he'd done what he needed to do on the horse, and Robin needs to ride in these bigger grades because she is a real talent.
Oh, she is.
And surprised her for her birthday by giving her the ride.
I didn't know that, and that's actually such a great story. That makes me feel
Arnold says they've
warm.
changed the work program on this horse, which has really helped it. They're working him twice a day now that he needs the work. He sometimes can get not unruly, but he's a little bit ADD. He can tune out and...
But boisterous, really.
Yes,
hey?
and it's helped with his focus. He says he's changed the feeding and he's changed the work, and that has really helped. And, of course, changed the jockey.
Yeah, and I think that she rides him quite sensitively, and he sort of softened a little bit with Robin. It's like he's come off that boisterous, pushy character that he's always shown us.
She gets a lovely tune out of it.
Look, that's lovely. I mean, he waited beautifully for her.
Robin, I think, has just come off of an injury herself. She had a bad thumb injury, and then I saw her at Stain City, and she was injured, I think, there as well.
Oh, well, you're going to need both hands to ride this horse, that's for sure. Very, very well done. I mean, he is so, so big and so magnificent. Wow. She actually jumped the 150s on him on Friday as well, and I saw her having a really nice round. Really, really
fantastic.
good. Yeah, it was good.
I wasn't here on Friday. I missed that.
You missed sunshine.
4 penalties, 69.51 for the massive Laudanum. And Robin. How'd she go in the 150s?
No, she went well. She had 1 or 2 rails, but it was a good round. It was a really, really nice round. Oh my golly, this horse is just picture perfect. Mythos.
Absolutely.
Huh?
Yeah.
Isn't he beautiful? And Leona rides him like he was just born for her.
Martin Swanepoel, the owner, and good of Martin to realise not the right fit for him.
Yeah, I think I think you know when it suits you or when it doesn't. And it doesn't mean that it's not a good horse. It's just maybe not your ride.
And good of Chris as well, because Chris had the ride on the horse for a while as well, and got off of it to give Leona a ride, and she gets a lovely tune.
Yeah. Listen, Leona's brilliant.
Yeah.
She is something else. I wanted to say she could make pigs fly, but that might insinuate that this is a pig, which is
No.
most certainly not.
No.
He is majestic, but she is brilliant, and she gets a great tune out. Look at that. Oh,
And in a runoff, he eats the ground.
look at that 5, how short that was for him. I mean, he is just turned out magnificently, as he always is. He's just such a fine specimen, really. Oh, beautiful. That hind end, eh?
And I think he's going to get better and better, because he looks like a horse that's going to furnish once he gets stronger. I mean, he's brilliant now, but I think what I'm saying is there's plenty more to come from him.
Oh, yes. There's plenty scope. Very, very well done.
Clear.
Super.
So books her spot into that second round. Well done. So we take a look, and we have 5 clears. 12 will definitely go through. 12 combinations on that top 25% will go through. I'm expecting them to be clear, all clears.
Aidan, did you know that Nicole was at school with us too?
I did, but then she went off to Westville Girls apparently. She was at
she
Hillcrest
left us.
for a
She
while.
left us.
But we'll.
I'm going to hold on
and
to it, though. I'm
Sten as
totally-
well.
Was Sten at Hillcrest?
Sten is a Hillcrest.
Oh
boy.
my golly.
Yeah.
This horse is a clear round machine.
Yeah.
Consistently clear, consistently good. He, I think he really is the ideal modern athlete that we're looking for out there. You know, he's light, he's quick, he's sensitive.
Modern, beautiful pedigree, Verdi,
look at this.
Voltaire. Steps through that, doesn't he? Beautiful expression, lovely canter, light.
Those knees. We're going to see Nicole produce this horse to be a star, that's for sure. I mean, she does the most outstanding job with anything she sits on. And this is going to be no exception, that's for sure. I think Nicole was telling me that this is one of Henning's favorite stallions.
Not difficult to see why.
Not difficult to see why. Great. Oh, just love it.
And through to the second round they go. So John O'Clark goes next, the winner of the previous class. This is a catch ride for him, Regenesis Vet Pilgrim, normally the ride of Lisa Williams. But Lisa had a fall off of a young horse and has fractured, I believe, a collarbone.
Yeah, she showed me the x-ray. It is horrible. I don't know how she's going to jump the World Cup. It must be so painful.
Well, I mean, I think it was at Easter show, she had a tumble off a young horse and damaged her knee, and she's been riding with a brace on her knee, and now she's done her collarbone, but don't worry, she'll be
She's there.
And
She's there.
you're not
She
going to
is
bet against her either.
No. Tough as nails. Nothing gets her down, boy. She was saying that, I said, but Lisa, how are you going to jump the World Cup if you're injured? And what the heck? And she says, no, don't worry, I can do it. I just can't do it on all of them. Maybe the big ones, like Pilgrim, I should give to Jono to have a good canter around on.
Lisa had her birthday during the week at the show, so we'll take the opportunity to wish her a happy birthday.
Oh, happy birthday, Lisa.
You mentioned her. Have you seen the x-rays? Do you know that she's a radiologist by training?
Oh, no wonder she's got x-rays in her brain. I didn't know that.
But how good is Jono? Just steps onto this horse, doesn't know it all that well, and jumping a
big championship 140 track.
Hacks around, easy as you like.
Okay, but he has ridden the horse before.
Yes,
when
he
she's
has.
had a previous injury. So it's not a totally unknown that he jumped on it, but still, I couldn't agree. Couldn't agree more. No thanks. I don't know if I would be that catch rider. And what a round. Wow.
Through to the second round, lovely clear, Regenesis Vet Pilgrim. And Jonathan Clark
This 140 championship is strong.
Do you have FOMO?
Strong. I have massive FOMO. However, I've got FOMO for this, but you know when you walk the World Cup track, I don't know if I've got FOMO for that. It just takes everything out of you. I have to take like a week to wind up and a week to wind down from jumping a big track like that.
Rainer Korber,
Okay.
Kalaho Katinka, Craig Rankin.
So this is this horse's first 140 champs
I was
as well.
about to say.
Yeah.
8-year-old daughter of Katoki.
Apparently she used to struggle a little bit with her hips, but they've sorted that out, and she's just got stronger and better and better. Interesting, hey, that they recognize where the issue lay.
Good that she's sponsored by Regenesis Vet. That's why she's.
Ah, well, it says it all. Yeah. Regenesis Vet, the sponsors of the Regenesis Vet Outliers, the team I'm riding for
Yes.
the Champions League.
Where are you guys situated?
We are currently third on the log.
Ooh.
Yeah. Had some mixed results, but it's been a very exciting league.
So in the meantime, going really well. Riding
Great
up
ride
on
there
it,
to
yeah.
that one, huh? This horse looks like a real trier. Very nice. I think that was clear.
Yep.
Super, huh?
He's a master
Brilliant.
on any horse. He can ride anything.
Oh, yeah.
He's so good at his rhythm over the ground, his eye.
He's got ice in his veins, I think, actually. He just doesn't get flustered, huh?
So that gives us our 8th clear.
Unbelievable.
So we're sitting on a 50% clear round strike rate. Belinda Martin, we saw Michaela Martin go earlier. Here's Mom Belinda and Brannick Cassiopeia. Nice day for the Martins, that they are competing in the same 140 class.
It must be quite a feeling, hey. Belinda must be so proud. And I wonder how competitive. 5, 6, 7. So this is a big stepping horse. She's got to be careful here. 4, 5, 6. So she went quite wide, I think, to give herself a little bit of space through that line. And look, as many have done before, taking that slightly inside line to 4. Time is certainly in the back of their minds, although we haven't seen any time penalties coming through.
Time allowed 74. They've all come in the 60s. So.
And a super ride through that turn into the treble. Oh, that was unfortunate. Come on, boy. He's just traveling like he normally does. Okay, beautiful. She's jumped a few 150s on him and done well in them. Oh, he's just disunited. Landing from that double.
He's got so much kick off the ground. He can get to the
does,
base of an oxer
true.
like that and
no
back
hassle.
rails, no problem. He's got a lot of power.
Oh, no. Oh, that's
so
devastating.
2 down, 8 penalties. We'll share the same score as daughter. Take a look at the replay.
At least it's nice and fair.
Yes, through that Toyota treble. Just on the way down the back feet.
It's a big treble off that turn, away from the gate. Quite a bold jump with all that branding, the Toyota branding. I think it's quite solid and quite daunting.
So Ronnie Healy goes next. For Terry Lee Bryson. And this is Staccato's Boy. Hugely scopy horse.
This is a big time horse. This is a very special horse.
Ronnie rode Terry's Grace of Staccato in the 130s. I'm sure she's tuned in, watching all the action.
I'm sure we're missing you, Terry. I believe that she's been traveling and doing all sorts of exciting things. Lucky for Ronnie. Oh, I like the way it kicks out in the air, hey? Okay, come, you gotta go.
As long as he aims right.
Yeah.
And doesn't kick back on the
No,
jump.
no. Ah, tight. 2, Brilliantly done. Professional ride down that line. Easily getting there in the 8.
Oh.
It had to happen at
Did he
some
kick-
point.
did he kick back on it?
I'm pretty sure. We'll see it on the replay, but I would think so. Oh. Okay. Yeah, that was in front. Very nice though. Super.
2 down, 8 penalties in the latter part of the track. We're going to take a look at the replay, hopefully, of the first pole that came down. And let's see.
Yeah, look at that. Hey?
Finishes on 8 penalties. Staccato's boy.
Oh, shame. But it was a great round, and I think Ronnie must have thoroughly enjoyed having that ride. Classy, classy horse.
We'll see later on 2 horses in the World Cup, sitting 4th.
Not a bad day, really. Hey.
Now, next to go is Ada Rain Ferguson. She rides for the Rick Hansen Projects. This is Levitha.
Another local girl, Aiden.
Well, yes and no. She's back up. She's in Gauteng now for the last couple of years.
Yeah, but we're still going to claim her as our own.
Well, you can try.
Actually, she wasn't.
I think she was a Western Cape.
Yeah, she was a Western Cape. Sorry, what am I talking about?
Now, this horse has a lovely rapport with Ada. Has jumped some World Cups, some top level stuff.
Yeah, she's a sensitive rider.
Then she had to be brought down a little bit. I think there was a knock to the confidence, and she brought her back down, built her up again.
Okay.
She is very, very sensitive. Blood.
But Ada can ride those, hey?
Yeah.
She is. Come on. Good girl. Well ridden. Oh, just trying to keep a lid on it, huh?
That's exactly it. There's lots of fizz. Just got to try and keep her...
Just keep her head on her shoulders. Come. Oh. Listen, that was a really good recovery. Yes. When you've had a stop in the middle of a triple, it's really hard to canter back in confidently.
Total of 16, 8 of those being for time. So she had the final rail down, that disobedience in the treble, and then the time penalties to add as we take a look at the replay of the disobedience.
Sure.
16 penalties, 81.
Well done to Ada for getting it through the second time, because she looked like she just turned off there.
Yeah, that's not a great prospect.
Saw the finish, so well done to Ada.
Yeah, excellent. Really, that's top riding to have made a recovery like that and canter back in.
Helen Criticus is back. She went earlier on Liberia, and what did she have done? The final fence, I think.
I think so.
There she goes with her second ride for Cabell.
She's done really well on this horse too. Another hot mare.
Oh, and again,
and
number 1.
Pole. Come on, Helen.
Well, I mean, it's good that it's the sponsor's jump, so you're going to get some airtime in the replay.
Exactly.
So if you're going to hit one, hit number 1.
It's really good of them, Sifikile, to have come on board and sponsored at the show.
Very nice.
It's always nice
quite
to
involved in equestrian sport, which
always
is
nice
lovely.
to see someone new come on board, and great to have them here. Beautifully ridden down that line. Well done, Helen. Now back into the next big double. You know, she's a straight A student. Super, super smart. So not only talented on the horses, but also talented at school.
Well, she better get straight A's for her trials now.
Yes, well, we might blame the
Mom
horses.
and Dad are going to say, this riding midway through exams is...
Super. Really well done. And I think she's been a great asset to Grant's team as well. think she helps him out quite a lot with his young horses. Lucky to have her.
Here's the jump that went down at number 1.
Oh, she's going to be so disappointed with that. That's nothing worse, eh?
I don't know. Maybe the last jump, see if you have.
No, maybe the last jump off the jump off when you've had a crack,
so that could be worse.
Time.
Cosmo K now to Mark Glicksman.
5, 6, 7, good ride. Oh, Tamar. And he bucks out at her in frustration with that.
Interesting bridle. She's got no nose back.
I saw. I usually do that by mistake.
Who left my nose band?
I arrived this morning with no girth. So actually the nose band would have been a walk in the park, really. Oh. That combination is starting to have a few victims. The treble. Yeah. She can't believe it's written as well as it has. Not a nice approach.
No, it's a very tight turn.
Yeah, and away from the gate.
Away from the gate. Turn will rob you of some rhythm if you're not careful.
Yeah, good ride. No, she had a nice round.
8 penalty round there for Cosmo K and Tamar. Next to go, number 23, Calaho Lorenzo. But let's take a look at the replay of the 2 poles that came down for Cosmo. So that's claimed a few.
It has. And unexpected as well, because she had a really nice ride into it.
Oh, there she may have just gone a little bit wide, lost the shoulder a little bit, and then...
It worked quite hard to make that back rail. She rode him hard through there. Well ridden.
Again, when you slide out like that around the turn, again, rhythm, you've got to get back into it, and that treble comes very quickly at you.
Yeah, and there's not too many options. You're on what you're on. Yeah. So Laurie won a class earlier in the show.
Yes.
It was funny. I saw him, he walked past me, and I was like, how did it go, Laura? And he said, that was good. Okay. Anyway, then I hear them announcing that he's the winner. I was like, oh, well, cool cat. Just go along and win them. Don't even be excited.
I heard he went surfing yesterday as well.
Oh. Well, listen, the weather is begging for it. Okay, 1, 2. Beautifully done.
He's a very, very good rider as Lawrence. Very correct.
So if I was a betting person, I would certainly have a bit of money on them.
For sure. I saw him, must be 2 or 3 years back, in this very arena on this horse.
Oh yeah.
Win a championship class where he went so fast it almost was not possible.
Blistering.
Yeah. Of course, he's had a stint overseas.
But Charlie did a great
yes,
job.
Charlie did do a great job. I think she won the Blowbird Cup on this horse.
A Blowbird Cup, but I also remember seeing her doing super well at Stockies. I'm sure she won. And here.
Yes.
She won a big class here.
I think he jumped a few soft 150s on this horse as well.
I think so. I think it's a difficult horse. I mean, not difficult, but I think it takes a sensitive rider and a good rider. He's
very nice.
Look at that.
He's a poster boy. He's a good-looking chap.
Beautiful.
Horse. Very, very nice. Well done.
Oh, thank goodness it was clear. I was so anxious that it was a little slow.
I think Lawrence was as well. He was looking up at the clock.
Yeah. I was getting nervous.
His time was 71.95. Time allowed 74 seconds, so inside of that.
Sure, the time is quite generous
yeah,
then, hey?
It is.
Because Laura wasn't running there. He was taking it slow.
He's going to be on a different pace in the second round, I can guarantee you. He's going to go up through a few gears. Meanwhile, here comes Nicholas Simon Riley. And this is the Rivendell Stallion Lamborghini.
She's jumped some big classes on this one, hey? Hasn't she?
No, I think 140s. Has she jumped to 150? Perhaps maybe one.
Thought
or
I
two.
had seen her jump 150 or so.
Still a 7-year-old on the up. A solid individual.
Oh, and he's lovely, eh? Oh.
And isn't he a stamp of connoisseur?
Oh, yes.
It's amazing how some riders, they just... Nicole, I beg your pardon, is also one. A lot of the horses, when you watched Don Kamaka and Hitoshi, very similarly, you almost had to do a double take. Which one is she on now?
Exactly. They just get the same sort of frame and pace.
Of course, this Lamborghini by Lissabon and Connoisseur by Consuelo, so no relation, just carbon copies.
Maybe that's why she chose them. Maybe she just brought back so many good memories.
Yes.
I seem to keep buying greys. I promise you it's not intentional.
I thought you would have gone back to old Tidal Wave, maybe.
Maybe. Try my luck somewhere else. Change colour.
But you got a good one in Summerbridge.
Oh, what a star.
Summerbridge Cruise. Is he cruising?
He is. Oh, super Nicola.
Beautiful.
That was, but she's a class act.
She's a clear round machine.
Yeah, she's always fun to watch. Especially if she's ahead of you in the jump off, because then you really know what the pace is. She sets it.
Brilliant.
She's going to have the advantage of watching Laurie go before her in the jump off. So,
well, this is on reverse order of qualification in the second round. So Laurie, yes, well, she will, because Laurie was slow, so it will go on time. He'll go before her. What was her time? 71.66. Laurie's time was. Also around 70, so no, they'll be very close to each other actually. She might be going before.
Quite right.
Yeah, she might be going before Laurie. Meanwhile, here comes Lorette.
All right.
The Farnham Stables. Oripo.
Yes. Now we've seen a lot of this horse on social media. Lorette was so
this is the
excited.
bogey, this flower jump here.
Totally.
Number 3.
I lost a little bit of focus, but I think he was scrambling a bit with his head, sort of like a fight for control there into 3. We'll catch that on the replay, but it looked like just a bit of a argument.
She hasn't had him that long, has she?
No,
Maybe
he landed sort of mid-year last year after that disastrous quarantine debacle.
They are jumping those seals.
And she jumped her first 150 on him on Friday, and jumped the most beautiful clear. I mean, it was super spectacular. This horse has scope for days. Oh, it's stunning. And they really are forming such a great partnership.
What does that mean, Oripo?
I'm
is
not
it
sure.
A place? Is it a name?
Well, the horse is from Belgium. I know she bought it from... actually, she didn't buy it. Barry bought it. Did you hear that?
No.
He went overseas. No, he went overseas and bought it for her. She had never seen it or sat on it. And I think she wanted to kill him. He was quite fat when he landed, and I think she thought, oh, you bought me. Look.
Replay. Just maybe found herself a little bit off of it.
I think that's the catch. Because you're a bit concerned about running deep, and maybe you overshoot it slightly and go a bit wide on the turn and then end up a bit long.
Certainly has caught a few.
Shame. Disappointing.
Yeah, Barry was moaning to me not so long ago that Lorette and Ashley keep stealing his horses.
Barry's riding a spectacular one at the moment. Have you seen that special?
Special deluxe.
Yes.
He's not giving that up.
So this is Georgia Beats. She's from the Western Cape.
I'm just going to stop you there because Oripo is French.
Oh, yes.
And it means a shining copper blade.
Hopefully he's not too sharp. He's a blade.
Am I correct? Is that right? That's what Google says. Sorry, you were saying?
Well, I was just saying that Georgia is from the Western Cape. And I think she trains with Damien Stevens in the Western Cape. And I don't know her that well, so I asked her a couple of questions, and she's jumped her second 150s at this show. She jumped one at Stockies. She jumped here on Friday as well on the 150s. I saw her have a couple of little rails, but a really, really nice round. I think she's going to bank that for the books. This horse just looks so nice. Locally bred as well by the Barberg stud.
Correct. Savoy Fair.
Very, very nice round.
By the Rivendell studs. Serendipity.
Ah, I can hear Damien shouting, Georgia, that's the way to go. Much better.
She'll be pleased with that.
Yeah.
One down. So it seems to be most often that treble, or this one just in front of us at number 3 on the angle running down the hill that's caused most of the problems. Georgia collects 4 penalties for her efforts.
Oh, such a pity, because that really was great.
And we're now on 10 clears. 12 horses guaranteed to go through to the second round. We're on Grand Prix rules, but still quite a few more to come. So I think it's going to be an all-clear affair going into the second round. Jason Slade is here on Data Science's Mozart.
Oh, this horse. Oh, he is just stunning. Jason has gone from strength to strength on him too. Also jumping into the 150s successfully. Oh,
once again, number 3. He just seemed to maybe fall left. But that,
to catch that one.
It takes some accurate riding. You got to land after that Western Shop and balance. And make sure you don't get there too quickly.
Yeah, and you don't fall in through that turn.
Or out.
Yeah. Oh, it's sneaky. It's such an insignificant. There we go. Come on, boy. Come up. Well done. I like Jason so much. He's just the nicest guy. And
saying in the previous class, just not too long ago, you remember him riding around on My Irish Boy, this little kid.
I know.
Now he's about 6'5".
6'5", and just got better and better. He's I'm always so impressed with his riding and his character and how the Slades look after their horses, their genuine love and compassion. It's really great for our sport, you know, to have people like them.
Couple poles going down there for Mozart. Finishes his round on 16 penalties. As we take a look at the replay of the first 2 fences to come down. And again, here we were talking about number 3. Maybe also found himself a little bit far off of it and had to go at it a bit, and the horse flattened out.
But you know, the bigger the jumps get, the smaller the margin for error. And I think just those tiny little things lead to an unfortunate penalty.
So Johan is due to go next on his second round. Nova Zonnenstraal's Forever Delarock. Is he here?
He is here. I've seen him throughout the show. I think he's just taking his time to walk up. This Delarock, do you know what his nickname is?
I know what Johan's nickname is, but what's the horse?
The Frenchman.
The Frenchman. That's not Johan's. He might be the Dutchman.
Oh, he's definitely the Dutchman on the Frenchman.
No, Johan they call cash.
Oh,
Because when the chips are down, he's got the cash, boy. You never bet against Johan in a jump-off. Cash lotter.
I love that. It suits him.
Here he comes, Forever Delarock. And this horse, I mean, as laid back as he looks as he walks into the arena there. He can go some. But don't bet against this one in a jump-off.
No chance. No chance. It's everything. It's careful, it's brave, it's fast. It's just, I mean, listen, okay, it's got the best, about as good as it can get on top. But this is one heck of a horse. I love it. He bought it after he had seen it free jumping in Europe. And it obviously impressed them too.
You didn't feel sorry for this one?
No,
you bought this one off of...
This is not a pity buy.
No.
Maybe he'll take pity on the rest of us and sell it.
Of course, we've got to give props to the Nova Zonnenstraal outfit. Long-time supporters of Johan, Lynn and Pordy.
Oh yeah. Oh, we're missing them at the show. It's just not the same having your mate not here. Lynn is so much fun. She's our team manager and keeps us entertained endlessly.
And well hydrated with their wines, I'm sure.
Very handy having Nova Zonnenstraal on board. Come on, Johan.
Did you see him reach for the back rail over that B element? Good horse.
Good boy. So calm, so cool.
Oh, he's cool, man. Mr. Cool.
This is going to jump some big classes. Give it some time, it's going to be there. Super. Oh, that ride was beautiful. He doesn't take any chances with the time either, hey?
No.
Oh, what
no.
the heck?
Oh, I think the water tray. Did he look at the water tray and suddenly sight it?
Paddled through there.
Oh, what a pity. 4 penalties. We're going to have a look at that on the replay. What? I think he jumped and suddenly noticed that there was a water tray.
Put one leg down, that right leg. Let's see. Look at that. Gosh. Oh, that must have felt awful. Well done. That came out of nowhere, huh?
Weird.
Oh.
Pity, because that was the last, and he was clear up until then. 4 penalties, I'm afraid, there for Forever De La Rock.
And I had that in the bank as a clear, I've got to be honest. How disappointing.
On that camera angle with those red poles,
I've got to tell you, it makes your eyes swerve.
And in the background, there's this Toyota bannering that's red as well. I don't know if the horse maybe just didn't sight it at first.
When I jumped that earlier today, I felt like I was swimming. It was just a bank of poles, and they don't have anything in them. There's no lines. There's nothing that differentiates one pole from another.
Meanwhile, another Regenesis Vet sponsored horse, Calaho Landino.
Alex.
And this is Alex Mazesqui.
Come on, Alex. So she's in my team as well. And she is so excited and having the greatest show ever. She jumped her first 150 on Friday. And I think for her, as for any one of us, it's a massive milestone to reach and had such a superb round. I mean, this horse is just something else.
Good looking horse.
Oh,
Lissabon Silvio. Now, she's Western Cape based, so where is she now? Is she basing in Natal for the season?
She trains with Damien and travels up and down, keeping her horses at Diza. I know Liam does a lot of work helping her keep the horses fit and prepared. It's very difficult, huh?
Now, is she behind Regenesis Vet?
Yes, she's the owner.
Yes.
She's an incredible girl. I mean, you're just so inspiring and a clear. I mean, it couldn't get better for her this show.
Look at that. Super happy.
She is having a crackerjack show. I'm so thrilled for her. Well done, Alex.
And was a picture of a lot of those fences. Really, absolute picture.
How magnificent is that?
Landino. Clear for Regenesis Vet.
And I think so rewarding as well when you've produced the horse yourself.
Yeah.
From being a youngster. She got him as a 5-year-old. I mean, that is just such a long road.
Charlie Crockett, the Berg's jersey.
Oh, gosh, this horse can jump. Oh,
once again.
Believe it.
Looked like she might have just swerved slightly midway through that distance. Once again, you need to be on point with number 3. It's come down once again.
Yeah, I think you've got to be super, super careful coming in there. Make sure you set your horse up properly. But this horse just gives everything so much air. It must be a little bit intimidating, actually, sometimes. Oh, wow. That's uncharacteristic of this horse.
Charlie just asks her for a bit of effort. She's also to come on. So maybe just feels like the horse is backing off slightly.
Yes,
or
I think so.
Not quite there with her.
And then over jumps every now and then. Because she's had some great results on this horse, hasn't she, Aidan?
Yeah, she's won a good couple of classes.
Fighting for
but
control.
Then it's Charlie. She
there
wins
we go.
on everything.
She wins everything.
Yeah.
She's as good as they get.
So, 2 down for the Berg's jersey. Not the result she was after.
She got to. I hope the replay shows us.
Let's take a look at
Look at number 2, please. Look at number 2. Oh,
there
we
we
missed
go.
that. Oh, shame.
Then off the turn, down through the treble.
Tough line.
The two bogeys.
They are. Those are definitely the two
traps.
bogeys of the track.
Stacey Weston.
Beautiful.
Carded to go next.
Oh, I love this horse.
Western Ferrier's Lua de Mel.
Oh, I love this horse. Always loved it.
10-year-old mare by Consuelo. She's out of a mare that Stacey rode. Didn't Stacey's bred this one, I think? Yeah.
I think so. I'm not 100% sure.
She breeds a lot of the horses that she rides and does so well with them.
This is definitely one of my favorite. I just love her. She's spicy and hot and brave, scopy.
Google, what does Lua de Mel mean? Is it a place? Out of the mare, I'm Tops. I think I remember Stacey did ride the mare. Super through that trail.
And so good with her body, hey. She was ready for that. Really balanced the horse beautifully through that line. Shoulders back. Well ridden. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Very nice ride. Come, Stace, keep it together for the last. Oh, they're fighting.
Come on.
Come on. Yeah, well done.
Nice.
Super.
So,
Clear.
it means honeymoon. Thank you, Google.
Oh,
They're Googling it in the van and letting me know, as well as Michaela next to me. It means honeymoon, and it's also the name of a Portuguese telenovela.
Oh.
So a soapy called Lua de Mel.
Well, there's always a lot of drama in a Portuguese.
Yes. Lovely round. Western Ferrier's Lua de Mel and Stacey Weston. Jonathan Clark is back, his second ride in this class. Of course, he was the winner of the 130 champs. And here he goes for owner Linda Ellerine on number 32, back on track, Sheldon.
Let's see what's in store for this combination. I mean, they've just gone from strength to strength, really, hey?
Yeah, the horse has really furnished into a lovely animal.
Let's see, nicely done over the bogey jump.
Yes.
We would expect that from John.
Yes, nothing less. No pressure.
A perfect ride, a great distance.
So tidy with his front end, this horse.
Very nice. Oh, beautiful ride into the treble. Lots of space, perfect.
Very nice.
Sure, this is looking good. How's that rhythm? It's just not deviating at all.
No, he's coming inside there. I haven't seen too many.
He's an old campaigner like Johan, not taking a chance with something silly like a time fault. Here we go. Oh,
stunning.
I think the Irish would call it
72.15, so closest to the 74 we've seen. So Jonathan doing well to come inside of that little flower at the top of the And that's his brain at work there. He knows. If he had gone round there like most others have done, there would have been a time fall.
Might have been a mistake.
Well done.
Absolutely beautiful. I think the Irish call that foot perfect, hey?
Foot perfect.
Foot perfect.
Number 33 is next to go. 0, that's Greg Scott chatting to Jean Corber, and in the background Kate Launder and Brett Weber discussing the track set up by Stefan Wirt. 0 now, Brittany Dutoy owns and Kerry rides.
Oh, does Britt still own it? I thought Kerry had bought it.
Oh, I think you're right, actually. I think you're right. My bad.
Oh, I'm not 100% sure.
Well, on the page it says
But I
Kerry.
can tell you,
So I think you're right.
can tell you, this partnership has really solidified and has just got so good. She jumped on Friday in the 150s. A fantastic round. Made it look so easy. She was one of the first in. I think she jumped second in the class. You know, that's always a bit daunting. She just canted around Kerry does that.
Yeah,
she's
very
so
good.
cool.
She's very good.
Takes a lot to fluster Kerry. She's just always just relaxed. Oh, there she goes around the flowers.
Yes. But she's good for time.
Yeah, this horse is quick over the ground. It's sort of got a flat canter and it doesn't waste any time, eh? Good boy. So nice.
Very nice. 67.9. Yeah.
She's going to give them a run for their money.
For sure. Simple tack.
Yeah, not even a martingale.
No martingale.
Love it.
So that's another clear, and that is the 14th. So we into the clears. There'll be all clears in the second round of this Sefakile sponsored 1 meter 40 Grand Prix. As Kerry leaves the arena. Jodie Ambrose in next. Callagher Casco Grey. Jodie, in fact, is going to be joining us for commentary for the main class. Another KZN born and bred.
Yes. I mean, everyone remembers Jo. That was that she touched that.
She touched that. She did more than touch it, but it stayed up.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So, oh no! Don't tell me it fell.
It's down.
Oh, Jo.
She did more than touch that, I'm afraid.
No. Jo was busy telling me that she changed the horse's bitting. She's put this Hackmore combination bit in because you see how the horse can do a little bounce.
Exactly, like porpoises.
Yes, and I think it just throws her distance off. There. Oh, you see, hard to keep coming.
His sire does that as well.
Okay.
Caspron.
Yes, actually. 3, 4, 5, good go. Oh, and he jumped a beautiful round in the 150s on Friday as well. Had a few rails, but...
This horse?
Yes. I mean, we haven't seen him jump a 150 yet. So that's why this 140 championship is so exciting. We've got some really...
Just a little bit forward up to that.
Oh, she's... Look, and then he gets a bit bouncy again.
Bouncy.
If she can just iron that out. Takes some good riding to get used to that. Well done, Jode. Very, very nicely done. Shame. Disappointing.
So a total of 6. 2 foot time, 75.07. The first horse we've seen go over the time allowed.
She wasted a little bit of time with his buggering around.
And she went quite wide around that flower on the turn back.
Yeah. By then she had a pole and
correct.
Knew she could just relax.
There it is. If you don't get that line exactly right, again, was a little bit off of it on the 6 and had to really push at it.
And it is flat. So irrelevant.
And again, there's the second bogey.
Yeah.
So a total of 14 penalties for Casco Grey and Jodie Ambrose. Rainer Korber for his second ride now. iFarmer Callagher Conrado. And this horse owned by iFarmer. Natalie Heim and Stewart. I'm not sure Stuart's ever getting the ride.
You know, sometimes the best intentions get waylaid. Hey?
I think he gave the horse just to Ray to bring on a little bit, and the next thing is, I think he's jumped a few also 150s.
Yeah.
Some of those Friday afternoon 145, 150 classes.
Hashtag stolen.
Yes. But I think Stuart won't mind. I think Stuart gets as much enjoyment watching him from the sidelines go around the big stuff with Ray.
And so rewarding when you do have a rider who's competitive and always gives it a run. I mean, Ray, he's done really, really well on this horse. He came third in the 150s at Stockies, hey, in the Grand Prix. So I mean, that's competitive. That's good. They used to call this horse Fred Flintstone, and then when he started doing so well, they started calling him Flying Fred. And he's flying. Look at that. Oh!
Yeah, wonderful. 64. It's quick. I know it's only the first round, but that was a super rhythm.
Very, very good.
And lovely clear round. Callagher Casco Grey. That's a proper horse.
It is. No, that's not Callagher Casco Grey.
I mean, Conrado.
Conrado.
Big Conrado.
Yeah, really, really, really like it.
Ronnie Healy goes next. Earlier on Staccato's Boy, 8 penalty ride there. Hamlet now for Verdant Capital.
This horse is special. I like this. Very, very nice horse. So this is owned by Tanya Strauss, isn't it, Ed?
Correct.
I've seen her having some great rounds in the 130s at the show. Must be exciting seeing her horse being produced so beautifully by Ronnie.
She's got one of my favourite horses. That.
Oh yes, please, the chestnut.
The chestnut.
Oh, come on, come on. It's just too good.
Where is he? Has he been at the show?
I haven't seen him at the show. I've seen her on her bay. But that horse, did you know that he knocked his head so hard and fractured his pole? Yeah, that's why she rides him with a big fuzzy sheepskin on the top of his brow band and then also a headband. So both, dual.
I didn't know that. Connor.
Oh, this is good. Oh, this is so sensational.
Didn't you go horse shopping not too long ago? Did you find something?
No, not really. It's been a series of unfortunate. Just park it. Just park it.
Series of unfortunate events. All right, settle down, Lemony Snicket.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
Well,
lovely.
I mean, that is
super.
Truly one of my favorite horses at the show.
This is going to be a very good second round.
Yeah. Oh, it's going to be competitive. And now another. I mean, they're just one
after the
cracker
next.
after the next. Zambezi, I have salivated over for years. Come on, what's there not to love? I mean, Bronwyn has a line or a string of horses that is something else.
The BC, Lavubu,
No, they're too good.
Zambezi,
No, they're too
Sunny.
No, she sold Sunny.
Did she sell Sunny?
Yeah, I'm sure it's Luca Watson bought him. What a great junior ride. And then I was really, really lucky because I picked up Brannock Cassandra from Bronwyn for my daughter. Okay. So she has sold off two.
She's whittled her
Maybe
string
she's
down
got
a little bit.
some space for a couple more. There we go. Oh, 1, 2, 3. Super. Oh,
Yeah.
I mean, that's just class. Eh?
That's the trick. I think go a little bit wider and keep rolling. Don't
Yes.
think that you're going to get trapped in the distance and slow down, then find yourself wanting.
Yeah. He's got to be one of the more conventional rides in her string, comparing him to Babisi or Lavubu. Both quite technical, talented, but tricky. 2, 3, 4, 5.
Pops up over that.
Just proves the scope. Nicely done.
Very nicely done. Sat back, shortened him up the hill, and then made herself some space and went forward to it.
Wasn't this horse originally produced by John O'Clark? Ridden up to like the 120s.
Right.
Yeah. Oh no, it's lovely. She hasn't had it all that long, but she has just gone from strength to strength on him.
Super ride there, Bronwyn de Santos, and of course Bronwyn leads the rankings in the World Cup.
Yeah, I mean, how can she not, eh?
Winner of the first one at Cap, BBC, and then a model of consistency placed in all the others. He's at the top of the tables on 57, but it's quite tight between the top four, so it's going to be an exciting with two legs to come today, and then.
And I love the way that Hannah Garten's come back from Europe to keep the pressure on those top placings. I mean, it really, I think it's one of our most exciting years.
How well is she going in her first season in World Cups on Polyana, and she's right up there.
It's too much. Oh,
that's
no. Oh, I do love this horse. Do you know that at events as well?
I don't know this
come
horse.
On. Yeah. So Daniela Smith's from the Western Cape, and she's a top eventer, and I believe that she even events this horse. And she was also actually the winner of the Western Cape Outdoor Grand Prix recently on this horse.
All-rounder.
Totally.
What level does she event at? 2-star, 3-star?
I I know it's the top level, so I'm not, you know, me and eventing.
What a nice horse that can do both.
I really like it.
As you normally find the eventing horses are not the cleanest jumpers, but this is...
Oh, shame.
So has she come from the Western Cape especially for the show, or is she also...
I'm not 100% sure.
Is she in one of the teams?
I don't think so. No. No, I haven't seen her in any of the team events.
So 2 down,
Very
1
nice.
for time. Just over that 74 seconds, 74.02, so a score of 9. Now we're going to take a look at the replays. Beg pardon, 13 penalties, 3 went down, so that there.
Where did
Number
he
3.
hit that? That was almost with his belly, huh?
So again,
The
second bogey, both of them. And it's always that back rail.
No, it is.
Come down
I think
on
it's
that
a
B
bit of a
element.
stretcher. And it's interesting because when I walked it, I thought it was a very normal distance. And you've got 2 strides, you've got time.
I think it's that turn. I think
Yeah.
off the top comes quickly at you. You're slowing down for that turn, and you're not fully back up into gear. Nicholas Riley, she's back again. Sunny Park Stables, Eagles Laser. Horse that jumps up in the big classes. Has campaigned in a few of the World Cup Series rounds this year. Back down to the 140s.
So this horse is actually from KZN, and I remember it as a youngster. Oh, she's had it as well. Can you believe it? So disappointing.
Did Martin ride this horse?
Martin Taylor produced it. And I remember we were all like, wow, this is so scopy, so talented. It was really jumping some big tracks, like in the 130s as a 5-year-old. It was really a great horse. And then I remember it got a small injury, I think like a tendon, something like that. And
it was sent up to Nicola to be sold, I think.
Yeah. And then Nicola retained the ride and then ownership. But it's been great to see its story progress. What's happened down the side? I think she's just retired.
She's retired.
Oh, well, he's jumped plenty big tracks.
Yes.
He's not going to win on that. Yeah, so it's exciting for Lauren and Martin Taylor to watch their proteges.
Yes. Also a local bred horse, Eagle Stud. Now, Rochelle Klook goes next, Wilberg's Classy Boy, and they have formed a beautiful partnership together, these two.
Yeah, it's classy all the way, huh? This horse is just something else. And she's really bonded with him. I mean, she didn't get him all that long ago. And they've really just developed a nice relationship.
Yeah, and she's won a few classes.
Yeah.
Some hot classes. One of the team owners.
Oh, is she? What, with Motherkind?
I think is it Equigold?
Okay,
or?
Equigold, yes. Because I know Motherkind isn't that her business?
Yes.
And it's an amazing business.
I think she's got a few businesses. She's quite the business lady.
That's impressive. In fact, I was with Michelle van Eck recently, and he said to me, oh, so Rochelle was here looking at horses, and she just sits and works on her computer the whole time in between horses. So she's obviously a very dedicated businesswoman as well. Well done,
So,
Rochelle.
where did she have the fall?
Yeah, it was the sunny.
Oh, was it
the
again?
flowers again.
Of course it was. Now let's take a look at the replay.
Oh, was it through the treble?
It's through the treble.
Oh, sorry.
Again, back rail of B.
That's unfortunate.
I wonder what it is there. I wonder if it's just
I
a
really
little
don't
step
know.
too far, or...
I wonder how wide it is.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have thought unusually so, though. Legato.
Yep.
Why is she jumping in the 140s? I mean, we've seen her jump so many
Because she had a
World Cups.
bubba.
Oh gosh, I didn't realize.
Yes, Kylie, a new
Oh
mom.
my goodness.
Took some time out, some maternity leave.
Oh, congrats. Oh, that's wonderful.
Richard.
Well, she doesn't look like she had a bubba. Come on. It's looking fabulous. Oh, this horse.
She might have been going to Rochelle Klook's gym,
Yes,
one of her
exactly.
many businesses. This horse I absolutely adore.
I mean, come. He's just poetry in motion, huh?
He jumped very well in the World Cup Series last year.
Yeah. Actually a difficult decision to have a baby when you've got a horse like this competing at the top level, hey? Hard to take time out, just thinking, oh. I mean, he is anyone's dream come true, like a once-in-a-lifetime ride. And she's ridden him at the top for years and years and years. He's just been so solid. Oh,
Well done.
fabulous.
Kylie staying back on track. Legato, well done. Another clear. So we're now up to 18 clears, 45%. Not too many more to go in this first round of this 1 meter 40 Grand Prix, sponsored by Sifakile Consulting. Big thank you to them. Ashley Healy and next for Hausberger Financial Services. Sir Crumble, what a horse.
Oh, yes. So he was actually bought off of that very famous auction in Germany by Holger Hetzel. And he was magnificent as a youngster, and he's just gone on to be more and more spectacular.
Picture of a horse.
Okay.
Look at Ashley's eye. As soon as she knows she's on the right spot, she looks across to the other fence. She's
There we go.
there's a step ahead.
You know, she's had so many years now of competing at the top.
I mean, since she was
This
16
is-
on Quincy.
Yeah,
I think.
yeah. And what a ride was that, hey? Phew. That's stunning. Body is just
I don't think
perfect.
he's jumped too many 140s, Sir Crumble. He's relatively new to this level as well.
Yeah, I think so. She said that she's hoping to jump the Burlington Cup on him later in the year. That's sort of going to be his biggest. Oh, no. Sort of a step up through this year. Oh, golly, Ash. That was a ride.
I think
wonder
he
if
might
she
have been
dropped down
hanging off her
there, yeah.
leg at 8 and she's saying, come on, let's get going. Just said, right. You've had that down because you were hanging back, now we're going to go.
Oh, man. Oh, that is going-
Beautifully over the last.
Sure.
Oh, we haven't seen 8 come down too many times, have we?
No. I actually think that was
8A.
one of the first, huh?
Yeah.
The only other person to have a problem with it was Anthony Eckrold. He did the circle before it.
Yes.
But
I wonder if
aside
she
from
just
him,
wasn't happy with when she's. I don't know. A bit of just a nothing mistake.
yeah.
So 4 penalties for Ashley Healy and Crumble. Won't go through to the second round as we're into all the clears now. Courtney Webber goes next, number 43, Opal de la Bastide. This one for Shelley Moore. In
So,
partnership with Courtney.
yeah, that's what I was going to tell you. Was I mean, the horse was originally imported by Shelby. She saw it as a youngster in Europe and bought it, and recently sold a half share or gave a half share to Courtney, who's been competing on it for the past few years, and so successfully. And I think it's so nice. Isn't that just amazing when a owner invests in the rider and the partnership like that? It's really a generous thing to do, I think.
The Element once again.
Shame.
She jumped a few 150s with this horse as well.
Yeah. And it's just always got a great tune out of this horse. He's a lovely horse.
He seems as honest as they come.
Yeah,
Just
yeah. I think he is.
happy to do the job.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And Courtney trains a couple of youngsters with Grant, working alongside him, helping him with some of his horses, and she's just great. You see her on the side of the arena, she's so invested in them and so enthusiastic and genuine, sincere support, you know, for her clients and her pupils.
Good effort, just the B Element down in that treble, Toyota treble. Take a look at the replay play. I want to know what it is about
I
this
want
B
to know
element.
as well. I think Stefan will want to know as well. What did he do?
Once again, that coming down more often than any other jump, barring perhaps jump number 3. Lorette goes again on Oxford Cobain.
So this must be one of the first 140s for this horse. So that he's stepping up here.
He'll know this arena well.
He will, because he's a KZN horse.
But I believe it's not such an advantage that you think, because a lot of this equipment only comes out for the big shows. So your provincial shows, you're not.
Yeah, 100%.
Is that true?
That's true. That's a true story. So she added in that distance
Did she
from
go on
2 to
7?
3. She went on 7. She jumped. He sort of pushed his shoulder out at 2, and she ended up on a outside line and held for the extra. Potentially, that's the reason she had the flowers. But who's to say after?
I jumped the B.
Yeah. Okay, good boy. Nice. Yeah, we don't see this equipment other than at the national shows, which is good. You know, it definitely is an entirely different experience from a normal weekend show to the World Cup type shows.
I mean, the atmosphere changes completely with all the
branding,
pop-up tents and the
totally.
branding and the flags.
Makes it exciting for us, and certainly for our horses, who I think almost feel a bit shocked. Well done, Law.
So 2
Great
down,
round.
that number 3 once again. And then up the hill.
Well, I'm sure Brett Latimer will be thrilled with that round, you know. He bought Cobain from Alwyn van Breda.
Yeah, there you
and
saw
always
land.
believed in the horse. Yeah, there's the extra. Great ride.
Finishes on 8. Yeah, Elwyn had the grey, the brother, full brother. What was his name?
Yes, that one that was tricky with water.
Yes. Wonderful horse. I think Brendan McNiven's client bought it, went up to
I want to say No, it'll come to me afterwards.
Conquest.
There was Conquest as well. I was actually thinking of the other one before then. That was the one that was tricky with water. But yes, Conquest went to Joburg, and actually Alwyn's got it back.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. The owner's back on track now. Of course, she went with Mythos. And here she is with 334's Hey, I'm Wilma.
Come
number 3.
on. I didn't see that. I mean, Vilma is so careful. She doesn't make mistakes.
Something about them flowers.
I think Leona's going to be a bit shocked with that. Oh, beautifully through the line though. And Leona set her up so well for that e-pole jump that does beg you to run in deep into.
But they're jumping it.
Yeah. Nicely done. Oh, great ride. Oh, she's going to be disappointed with that.
Actually, what we were doing today with Magic, I think is exactly what it is.
Guess what everybody's building on Monday morning?
No, that's no. A silly little vertical.
I think it's a lot to do with the run down the hill as well.
And the positioning. I mean, you really are. We can't quite appreciate it, but you're jumping into this solid barrier against the side of this arena here. Maybe, I can't even imagine, but maybe that's catching their eye. I would have thought that it was more difficult up the hill, which we jumped in the 130 class, than on the down, because there you were jumping into the crowds, whereas here you aren't really. Anyway, it's proving to be catchy.
Very. Let's come down. Once again, not too many more to go. Ashley Taylor, Equestrian Affairs Hope van Orshoff, number 46 of 48.
So she got this horse 2 years ago in a deal swap with the Neils, Kath and Sean. And what a great deal swap it was for her, hey?
Who was the swap?
I don't know who the swap was. I'm not sure who she swapped out, but whoever it was, I think she definitely got a great deal here, because this is a lovely, lovely ride.
And she gets a great tune out of this horse.
She does, hey?
it's in its early development. It could be a little bit tricky at times, a little bit sticky, but
really?
Ash really gets a lovely tune.
2, 3, 4, 5. Beautifully done. Oh, Ash is just riding so well. She got her SA colours last year as well. I mean, these are just future stars.
Won the Philip Smith.
Oh, yes,
Didn't
of course.
you win Was?
I did.
Yes.
I didn't win one. I won SA Champs. Equitation. I was partying too hard by the time Was came.
Was is now the Philip Smith, right?
Yes,
And that's what she won.
it is, yeah. That's a tough competition.
Okay, we're told she swapped
5,
Elite Rhythm
6,
for
7, 8, 9, 10. Oh,
lovely.
man. Great rider.
Through to the second round.
Elite Rhythm. I don't know Elite Rhythm. I'm going to have to look out for it because that was one.
Elite Rhythm, also a grey, I think the daughter, remember that mare Rhythm of the Wind? That,
Yes.
and it was a daughter
Yes,
of Rhythm of the Wind and
okay.
was by Udokis, I think. There is, who is that? Is that Grant?
No, that's Gavitt talking to.
Is that Gavitt? Couldn't see him
Yeah,
under there.
is that
That's Greg.
Greg Scott there? That's back to us.
Couldn't quite see under that big brim. Right, next to go. Penultimate competitor, Janine Kutsia, Rotoflow Capital Harrison.
Yeah, how perfectly stylish is
She
Janine.
is
Hey,
a gutsy little rider. She's come on
she
so
really
much.
makes all of her rides look great.
And I don't think she'd have too many 140 outings under her belt. Relatively new to this level,
Yeah.
but she's as gutsy
Oh,
as they come.
look,
Oh,
look.
Harrison, come on.
That's tricky off that
Yeah,
turn.
he knew where the gate
Come on,
was.
come on, my boy.
He knew where the gate was. That left shoulder was. Oh, there. Let's go. Well done,
Right,
Janine.
let's go.
You're getting it like there, and actually it's there. Just it's like it's such a slight. Yeah, it's a conscious. Yeah, but you got to keep that consistent.
Oh, come.
But like in here, we're gonna have that consistent. You know, they're gonna be a little bit going forward
Sure.
and then collect.
Good
and then
recovery
collect.
there, huh?
Yeah, let me
Really
do the jump
nice
off
pace.
first, love. But listen to me.
She doesn't take a chance passing the
Super
exit
ride
that
down
time.
to the last. Sure. Well, that was unfortunate. I think another bit of a nothing mistake there. That fence hasn't gone down too many times, and she did well because the horse, as we saw, had its mind on the gate. Let's take a look at the replay. So off the turn.
Just sort of stepped a bit big, hey? Got himself a bit tight in the middle.
So 4 penalties for Rotoflow Capital Harrison. Next to go and last to go in this first round of this Fikile 140 Grand Prix.
Yeah, well, we know
Laos.
Alex Rickanson all too well. She is almost a local celebrity. She's done so well as a junior.
Holder of national colours.
Oh man, I mean, she's really done it all.
Won SA Champs Juniors on this horse.
Yeah, they've got to be serious contenders for today's championship prize.
Not a big course change.
She might be relatively new to this 140 level, but she's
cool.
really, really cool.
And confident, got so much self-belief.
Oh yes.
1, 2.
I know she's got her eye on jumping him up into the 150s.
I'm sure.
6 BC.
Also formed a great partnership with him. I mean, she's produced the horse herself. She bought him as a youngster from Ray Corber. I think it was jumping in the meter 20s or so. And she's done the work, huh? She'd have certainly.
I believe she won
Deserves
every
it.
single
Ooh.
major junior title in 2022.
Yeah,
on
I
this
told
horse.
you, local
Yeah.
celebrity.
Yeah.
There's nothing left to win.
Shame, man. So good.
5, 6, 7, 8,
Yeah,
9.
yeah.
Beautifully
Such
ridden to the
a
last.
good canter, good
Yeah.
rhythm all the way around, constantly going forward to the fences. Beautiful. So
Really
that
good.
wraps up the first round. Reverse order. Are we going in program order for the second round, or does time in the first round factors in? So there will be a reshuffle of they're all going to be clear, but they're all going to go in. The slowest will go first, and the fastest will go towards the tail end. And there is Jenna from left to right. Chad, Bronwyn was there. Everybody enjoying their day out here at Shongweni Club. Crowds are starting to pull in. That restaurant is starting to pack.
Yeah, and it's always
VIP
such a
section.
great vibe.
It
Hey,
is a great vibe.
there is always a great atmosphere.
As we build up to the World Cup.
And it's a perfect day. I mean, this is KZN winters at their best.
It doesn't feel like winter, does
No.
But then in the blink of an eye, Shongweni, I know, could turn to winter. The clouds, the mist could come rolling in.
That is true.
So, we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have that starting order for the second round of this 1m40 Grand Prix track, and it's sponsored by Sifikile. Don't forget, we are interactive here on Equestrian Live, so feel free to pop either Heather or myself your questions or your comments or your selections perhaps for the big class. Just hit that subscribe button and write in the comments, and we'll take a look at some of those comments. Do keep them coming here on Equestrian Live. Don't go away.
Control to Fortunate, you're heading into uncharted territory. Over.
Copy that, Control. We've got this.
Some rough terrain coming up. Engage 4x4.
Roger that. Engaged.
Mission complete, Dad.
The new Toyota Fortuner.
Control, we have a problem.
Reimagine the luxury of freedom.
Coach Jock?
There's an incredible new machine for you there. Make sure you get a proper session in.
Coach James, let's go!
Hey guy, here's your new scrum machine. Sorry I'm late.
Toyota Hilux and the Springboks, what legendary toughness meets.
So, a big thank you to Toyota, sponsors of this wonderful festival of show jumping. And there's one of their vehicles, the Quantum, Toyota Quantum. They've got quite a lineup of lovely Toyota vehicles on display here at the show. Great to have Toyota back in the game. We remember all those many years ago to the derbies. Johnny Myberg was sponsored by Toyota. You remember Tamberlane dress suit. And then, of course, Peter Gotts as well, Toyota Gossiper. So great to have Toyota back in the mix amongst our sponsors. Really, really lovely to have them back. But do go check out their wares. Go check out the Toyota websites. Or pop down to Shongweni Club and have a look at one of these lovely vehicles on offer from Toyota. Big thank you also to Western Shop. They have allowed us to perch on their balcony, a lovely position that we overlook in the arena. And of course, thank you to Canon, all of our pictures through the lenses of Canon cameras, www.canon.co.za. There's Cameron, in fact, behind one of our Canon cameras. in the shade of a Western Shop brolly. So thank you very much to both of Western Shop and Cannon. So let's take a look at the lineup for the second round. And with me is Heather Mostert doing, what a wonderful job you're doing, by the way, in co-commentary. As I was saying, Wolfie, you're welcome to come back anytime. So all of these horse and rider combinations clear in this Sefakile Grand Prix. So the second round determined by time. So the slower ones will go first. The slower ones in the first round. That doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be slow in the second round, because the second round, well, if it walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, it is a duck. So we'll call it a jump-off, won't we? Because they're all clear, and they're all now going to get the hammer down and try and see who's going to come out clear after 2 rounds, and the fastest one will be declared the winner. So sitting in pole position, I think, is Conrado and Ray.
That's Ray.
Yeah.
That's Ray.
So
he's the lucky one.
So he gets to go last, gets to have a look at what all the others do before him. Let's take a look at this, and I'm going to call it a jump-off, because essentially it is 1, 2, 4, 5, 6B, 6C, 13 and 14. So 13 is the capital stud jump in the opposite direction, and 14 is at the...
Is that Nissan, or is that, what is that vertical down there with the car and
it's Hillcrest panel beaters, I think.
Sorry.
Yeah. So that's number 14 coming the other way.
What would a Nissan car be doing in this ring?
No. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6B, 6C, 13 and 14. So what are we looking at in terms of a style of track here? Is it running? Is it galloping? Is it twisty-turny?
I think he's got a lot of galloping, but with some clever twists. So 1 to 2 you can't change. Set distance, you can't move that 7 to a 6. No, surely not.
Let's see how it all plays
surely
out.
Not. Surely not.
Know.
Okay.
Don't know.
I mean, they're certainly braver than I am if they are. And then you got that. I think you're going to do a sneaky inside turn just around this E-pole before the flowers, around the rotor flow into 4, so as tight as you can.
Yes.
Surely you're going to gallop up as quick as you can to the brown number 5.
Yes.
Turn back as tight as you can within that Hillcrest Panabita's vertical.
Yes.
To the Toyotas. Gallop, then another big gallop for 13, which is, as we mentioned in the previous round, is a bit of a swimmer with those, not only the water jump below or the water tray, but all those red poles with no lines. It's a bit of a ooh. Then gallop to the last.
So who can do it the fastest? Who can leave them up? Who's going to be the winner? Time shall tell. Bronwyn DeSantos, Olympic Zambezi first to go. And let's see. Let's count the number of steps. She lands 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 down the hill.
Okay.
Right, so that's 1 to 2 to 4. Round rotor flow to 4. Good. She lands 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Oh, changed her mind.
9 up the hill. I think she did change her mind. So we've got a 7 and a 9 so far. Into the Toyota at 27 seconds. So we'll make that our marker. 27 seconds at the end of the A element of the Toyota.
Nice inside turn.
Yes, very nicely done.
And a gallop to the last.
I wasn't counting the last
up
the hill, but she stops the beams, cuts the beams in 45, 55, Bronwyn DeSantos and Olympic Zambezi. What did you make of that, Heather? Can that be beaten? Has she left the door open?
She's left the door open. You know, it's always so exciting because you think it can't get faster.
Yes.
And it does.
So do you think it's on a 6 down the hill?
No,
okay,
I can't
so
see
that's
it.
got to be a 7. I think she did a 9 up the hill. I think the 8 is on there.
It's there, but you've got to be on your game.
Yes.
Sure.
And I think you've got to really get a good run into the Baker McVeigh vertical.
Yeah.
And land running.
I felt like she went, maybe there's time to make up into that Toyota combination.
Yes.
Did she go slightly wide-ish there in that turn? I thought maybe there was some
scope.
scope.
She was in at that Toyota combination at 27 seconds. Okay. Next to go, here goes Jonathan, and back on track, Sheldon. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think it's going to stay a 7.
Go. This is an opportunity to make up time.
Yeah.
This turn.
I think you got to slingshot yourself off this turn here and try and go up there in 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
No,
Okay,
it's
no, I
can't.
think it's a 9.
Okay.
I think because of that car park there.
But look,
has
he's
to be
nice and
9.
quick. He's nice and
Okay.
quick through there.
So what is he at? 20. He's up. He's a second up
yeah.
because the marker was 27. He's in at 26.
Go, go, go. There. Nice
Now
ride.
here's where Bronwyn
1,
can be
2,
beaten.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
9 up the hill to the last, and he cuts the beam in 43.09. Goes 2 seconds quicker than Zambezi. That's where I thought she could have had a little bit more of a gallop from 13 to 14.
Yeah, yeah.
But he didn't. Jonathan didn't look like he was going hell for leather either.
He didn't. He didn't. I think you've got to be a little bit cautious though. From into that vertical, you don't want to flatten them and then potentially just blow out the last.
Okay, so next to go is Ashley.
Okay, here's a junior. She's going to show us how to go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
7.
Come, come, come. Come on, Ash. Can't believe Barry's not shouting from the sidelines. 1. Good ride off there.
5, 6, 7,
Yeah,
8.
it's
That's
not
going to be a
possible.
9.
Oh.
Oh, and she's had a pole.
But it's not possible to get there in the 8.
No, not because of that car's parked right there on that. Okay, in at 25. So she's a second up on Jonathan to that Toyota.
Okay.
I mean, she's had a rail, so it's all.
She felt slower through that turn, though. Oh, and he's manuring now.
And she comes up that hill in 9. Was Jonathan on 10 up the hill?
No, he was on 9.
Was he on a 9? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So Ash's time 43.35. So just outside of Jono's time. He's 43.09. We're going to take a look at the replay of the pole that came down. That was that. What do we call that? Those wagon wheels.
Yeah.
The wagon
it's
wheels.
It's like the Western jump.
Okay. Right, so that was the one she had down. Right, very speedy sort is Lawrence. He went rather gently in the first round, but this horse can motor and has got step. And Lawrence has got the helmet on with the racing stripes, so he means business.
So this is who I had put my money on.
Yes.
So let's see if I'm right.
Okay, got to up the tempo now off
I'm
the
low.
turn. 2, 3, 4,
Oh
5, 6. Yeah, it's on.
How's that?
So he's got the 6, the first rider. Now watch the lemmings all do the 6.
1, 2, 3, and that turn was
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that's got to be the 9.
There we go. Beautifully
So
smooth.
his time now at this is
Good.
22. Oh, goodness.
Oh, come on, love.
4 seconds up on the others at that.
No.
Oh,
jeez.
What a
That's
pity.
not fair.
No,
I'm not counting.
Is he going to
either.
slow down a little bit now?
2, 3. Oh, man.
13. What is his time? It's going to pop up on the boards. 40.3. We're just waiting for confirmation on Lawrence's time. But he was a lot quicker than anybody else. So it shows the others.
Yeah, 6 is possible.
Okay, 40.35.
Sure.
How's that?
How's that?
3.5 seconds. Or 3 seconds.
That was.
Here's the pole that came down. Oh, what a pity.
I wouldn't have thought it was possible to get from 1 to 2 and 6.
So it's on.
How's
and
that?
they've seen that it's on. Now who's going to dare? Who's going to be brave enough to copy Lawrence?
It's a committed ride because you haven't actually got your tempo up coming into 1.
I
you
know,
you're
because
still
it's
a little
very
bit
exactly. It's very difficult to get a fast pace off of that corner.
Yeah, yeah. You've got to really trust
You've
your
got
horse.
to land and go.
Yeah.
Commit.
And he made it look so easy.
Yeah. Now, do you think the rest of them were up there on their cell phones watching Equestrian Live and know that the 6 is on in the warm-up paddock?
I think that they've had their trainer potentially at the ringside.
Kylie's going to go on the 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
And she could have done 6. This is such a big stepping horse. I think that it was there for her. But as you say, if she's been off for a little while, maybe she's just going to have a beautiful, classy. Oh, still quick.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's down. So Ashley Jonathan still leading, 43.09, double clear. Time can be beaten. Lawrence has shown us that.
Sure. By a long shot.
9 up the hill to the last.
Oh, you
Has
see,
that as well.
That's
Yeah,
what you have to watch out for into the last. Hey?
You almost got to really open them up
Yeah.
and then around past that arco, just shut down a little bit. Get them back on their hocks. So let's take a look at the replay of the first pole that came down. The wagon wheels for Legato. Lego, as he's called in the stable. Nudged that off with the front toes.
I think she was just thinking already about her turn.
Exactly.
Just didn't
Almost
finish behind.
shifted right on takeoff. Okay, so in next.
Okay, well this will be competitive.
Lamborghini. Will he live up to his name?
Yeah. Pedal to the metal.
Yeah.
Come on, Nix.
Time to beat.
Listen, she could knock this out the park. If she goes for it, she can.
Jonathan Clark, 43.09, still leading. What's she going to do? She knows that the 6 has been done. Is she going to go for it? Is she going to dare? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Sits back in the 7.
You have to be brave.
Okay, so the Lamborghini is still in second gear.
Come. Super nice to the turn. I think she could have taken one out though. Come on, Nix.
That was nicely done up the hill. Okay, needs to be here in.
Deep.
She was there in 24 and some change, so she's on target. She's actually 2 seconds up from Jonathan.
And super ride there.
Oh.
No.
Oh, takes a flyer, gets away with it. Living dangerously. So 1 down, 13 at Capital Stud jump. And her time 41.18. Let's take a look at the replay of that first pole that came down at 13.
She's going to have a laugh at that. Because that was such a great ride in. And she really rode through that turn so beautifully. And then just...
What do you think happened? He just didn't finish off behind.
Those red poles, I'm telling you, your eyes swim. Or mine do anyway.
So she was at our marker, which is the A element of the Toyota, she was 2 seconds up and she finished 2 seconds up on Sheldon's time.
How's that?
But unfortunately, 4 penalties. So Jono's still leading Sheldon 43.09, left next to go. So the Peregrine Falcon, the fastest animal on earth. Let's see if Peregrine can bring the speed.
Come on, Taz.
Tasmania.
Okay, so she chose 7 down there. I think she doesn't want to blow this horse's brain too soon.
Exactly.
She's a little too sensitive for that. Nicely done. Beautiful ride. In fact, this looks like she's going for a classy, smooth, comfortable, clear.
She's happy to play for minor money and just give him a nice experience. Solidify her start in the 140s.
Yeah.
This would be his biggest challenge to date. He had a 140 championship or Grand Prix.
Oh,
and that's down. Shame.
But a really, really classy. Elegant ride.
Yeah.
Just unfortunate.
2 down, 8 penalties for Tasmania. Peregrine. Rivervale's Peregrine. So, next to come. Landino, Regenesis Vet. Take a look at the replay before we get into the next one. Here's the Capital Stud jump that came down, and then the Hillcrest panel beaters.
Just touched it. Just touched it.
There.
I wonder how effective these hoodies are, Aiden,
I
at
don't
keeping
know.
them calm. It's interesting, hey?
It is interesting. I don't know. I've got one horse, I tried it, it worked, and another one, it had absolutely no effect. In fact, I think it made him worse. Especially when I was trying to get it on him.
That's honest. So Alex went in the 7. I thought that Landino could have done 6. He's a big stepping horse. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. She added down there.
So if she wants to be in with a shout,
Come,
she
she's
needs to
gotta
be at the
go.
next and at
Come on,
least 20. No, she's behind. She's there in 26. She's 2 seconds down.
Come.
And make sure that nothing is to see on the outside.
Come. Good. Oh, he's a scopy horse. Look at him.
She's made up a bit of
2,
time on the
3,
gallop.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, you kidding? Oh. Yeah, that's worse than the first pole.
So, Not her day today. Finds the final fence, finishes 4 penalties in 42.69.
Because it was a great time.
Yeah.
She really got, she turned on at the end, huh?
She did.
Oh, I think he's a big horse, and I think she has obviously just started like a little bit, not blow his mind too soon. Let's save him for the, where we've got nice open distances and can really make up some space.
Alex Rick Hansen now needs to beat 43.09. He can do it. I think she's going to go in the 7, but he's very quick across the ground. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep.
Okay. Oh no.
My chances are gone.
Wow. Oh, this is an interesting turn of events, isn't it?
Jonathan
And another. No.
Sheldon and Jono Clark remain in the lead. The winner on Habanera of the 130s tops the classifications at the current time in the 140 Grand Prix.
Jeez, I think Jono likes
43.09.
Likes being in the limelight. I think he wants to come talk to you again.
He's welcome. Come on, let's go.
There we go. Oh,
nice way to finish, and
lovely,
her time
lovely,
41.26, so 2 seconds in front of Jonathan's time, but unfortunately at Western Shop fence coming down. And let's take a look at the replay of the poles that came down before we go to Leona and Mythos. Here was the first mistake. Just slightly too low on that, and then that number 4 coming down as well. Right, back to Mythos. Big striding horse. Is she going to go on the 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Easy.
Oh, man.
He just swerved a little bit running down that hill.
He did. He was like, whoa. Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
Sure. What a pity, because he would have been about 3 seconds up already.
She started on fire.
Yeah.
Electric.
Oh, what a pity.
Now she's gone a bit wide and just calming him down. Oh, good. Sure.
He would have got there on the 6.
He would have
He came
got
down
there.
and he almost like went a little wiggle midway through,
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah. Oh, man. Now we know why she's won so many classes on him, huh?
Yeah.
Bold.
46.69, but the 1 down. Let's take a look. If we can cue it back from number 1 to 2, that would really be useful, but let's take a look. If we can see what happened midway down through the distance that compromised his distance, because he would have made it on the 6 for sure.
Yeah,
You
look
see,
at that.
just there, just.
He was on the 6.
Yeah,
but he
definitely.
just.
When he landed, he went slightly right, and then she
Swervy.
corrected, and he overcorrected left, and that I think compromised a little bit of the ground there.
I think he was like, oh, what are we doing?
Yeehaw!
Oh, yeah, here's Jenna.
Okay,
Don't
Jenna O'Dell.
underestimate Jenna.
Second in the previous class on Coast Watch.
Come.
Beaten by Jonathan Clark. Is
Oh,
she
she's
going
gotta
to
take it
gain
back.
her revenge? Here she goes. 7 down the distance.
Okay.
She needs to be at that Toyota A element in around about
Fine.
20.
That was quick. Ada, that was good. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Good.
This
Okay,
is looking
go,
good.
go, go, go.
She's
She's
well
good.
up. She's well up.
Up.
23.
Oh, Jenna, that was great.
23. She's
that was
up.
great.
She's around 2 seconds up. She's got to keep
2,
rolling.
3. Look at that. Okay, beautiful. Oh, yeah.
Now she's moving.
on fire.
Now just get him back on the hocks.
Nah.
Leave it up.
No wonder she won the Grand Prix. How's that?
38.05 obliterates Sheldon's time
Electric.
by some 5 seconds.
Yeah.
5 seconds. She was quicker to that Toyota A element. She was up 2 seconds there, so quicker in the first part of the track, and then she really motored from 13 to 14. That's going to be difficult to beat.
Sure. That's something else.
38.05 is a new target. Oh, and look who's back. Jonathan Clark.
And he watched
who's
it.
just lost his lead to Jenna. Is he going to take it back? I'm not sure on Pilgrim.
I think Lisa will eat him for breakfast if he does that.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
However, Jono,
Yes.
he gives every horse a little bit of a run.
He stepped up a gear here after he landed off that
That was a
Western
beautiful
shop.
turn.
Yeah,
That was effortless.
Yes. So just a reminder, he won the
6,
first class,
7,
beat Jenna
8,
into
9.
second. He was leading. Jenna,
It's down. It's down.
Jenna took the lead, and she'll stay in the lead because
Sure.
he's found the pole at the wagon wheels. The wheels fell off at the wagon wheels.
No, Jenna's time is going to be very tough to beat. But this is quick, huh?
Yep.
This is quick.
Yep. Jenna was home now.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, you gave it a go. 41.02 for penalties. Jenna's going to be very difficult to beat in 38.05.
But we've got Stace, huh? Here comes Stace. She is a speed goddess.
Here's where Jono had his
Yeah.
pole.
Oh. Shame. Just touched it. Did you see Jono's head and his whole body turning
Yes.
in the air? He was already locked and loaded for the next one.
Stacey's going to give it a go, surely.
She will. She's going to go in 6, I'm telling you. This girl's brave as they come. Come on, Stace. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah.
And easy.
Easy
Made it look
peasy.
easy.
This horse is great.
Right, so this is on. This is on.
Good. Good ride to that.
Okay, if she gets to the A
Oh,
element at
here we
about
go.
23, it's on. 21,
She
20,
added there
22.
one extra stride.
Yeah, it's
Jenna
still
was
on.
one less.
She was there at 23, level pegging with Jenna. Now she's got to go. Jenna made up time on the gallop here.
She was great.
Stacey's got to go. Gallop.
Go. Stop arguing. There we go. Oh.
Clears it. 38.91.
It's just
38.05. Just behind Jenna. Jenna landed after 13 and she went. I think she only took the check closer to 14.
But also her ride into 13.
Yes.
She actually was just so smooth. I think she was one less stride into 13.
Good effort from Stacey. Puts herself into second. Stacey did the 6 and Jenna was on the 7 from 1 to 2. So it just shows you how tight Jenna actually kept her lines. Here we go with Nicole. Impossible.
3,
4, 5, 6.
How was that, huh?
Nothing impossible on
Okay.
impossible.
Beautifully through that turn.
Perfect.
6, 7. I thought she was going to go to 8 for a minute, huh? A little bit of an argument through the turn.
There. Rhythm was compromised. Over
Yeah,
that in 24. She's
that
a
was a pity.
second down.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's a second down.
So it
now.
was right there.
Mm.
Great ride. Damn. Tricky turn
Okay,
that.
so Jenna still leads. Lord Cassini. Good effort from Nicole Horwood. I think she slowed up a little bit once she had that rail. On that final gallop, I don't think she gave it full beans up the hill. 41.36, Jenna's time 38.05. We take a look at the replay. 13, that capital stud that came down.
When you
She
take
hit the boss's jump.
When you take 3 seconds faster than
Yes.
Nicole Horwood, you know you were flipping fast.
Flying.
Yeah.
Okay, next to go. Ronnie Healy, surely he's going to give it a go. Nicole leaves, Ronnie comes in. 6 has got to be on. He's going to go for it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Easy.
Easy. Keep rolling. Slingshot through this turn up to Baker McVeigh. Roll up the hill.
No.
It's down. Oh, what a pity. So his chances are gone. Jenna survives.
He just rubbed it, huh? I think he slowed up a little.
Yeah,
There we
he
go.
has
Up.
definitely slowed up. So still some pretty quick ones to come. Some very quick ones still to come.
Very good. Oh, a little bit of an argument to the last, but a really, really nice horse.
8
Well
penalties. 44.20 the time there for Ronnie Healy. Third and Capital's Hamlet. So, to be or not to be, guess it was not to be for Hamlet.
Okay. This is fast. Kerry.
Kerry Mew, a 0. Here we go. Take a look at the replays of the polls there for Ronnie.
Okay.
Kerry's got to go on 6, surely. 1, 2.
Easy.
Oh.
Oh, man.
That's the risk, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
You just find yourself wanting slightly on the 6. Very easy for them to flatten out and drag a toe behind.
But you've got to go for it.
You have to. I mean,
you know,
it's the Grand Prix.
Yeah, it's the name of the game.
Yep.
Can't come back another day. We only have so many chances. You've got to give it everything you've got.
Exactly, but still some speedy sorts to come.
Very good. Nice.
4 in 40,11.
Good time.
4-0.
Good
Kerry. Leader's time 38.05.
Just shows how quick Jenna was.
Very, very fast.
Okay, Jean. I mean, Jean is quick, but this horse is quite new to this grade. I wonder if she can do it.
Yeah, you see the 6 down the hill from 0, and Kerry and just drag the toes through behind. I don't know. I don't think.
I don't know.
She's, I think, going to just give her a nice. I don't know.
She's big stepping though, but I mean, have you ever seen Jean not give it a go?
Exactly. That's what.
4, 5, 6, 7. Okay.
But she is a big striding horse.
Yeah.
Remember, we've still got Ray to come on, Katinka. We've still got Cantalara, Conrado, Ray with Conrado.
Oh, yeah. That is still a strong lineup to follow. But, you know, when you put nice, quick clears like this on the table, then it puts the pressure on everyone else, which is also quite fun. Hey, I mean, look at that. That was super. Go. Nice round, John.
Very nicely
very
done.
nice
42-1-2.
I think that's exactly what she would have wanted.
Clear.
Quick, classy.
The horse got a big future.
Yeah,
well.
big future, young horse, just
I think the
around.
mindset was to ask her some questions, but, you know.
Not crucify her
exactly,
yet.
Exactly. So Lord Cassini leads from Lua de Mel in 2nd, in 3rd Pretty Woman, in 4th Sheldon, in 5th Zambezi, and in 6th 0. Those are your top 6.
Okay.
And back on track here with Raina Korba and Kalaho Katinka.
And we've only got 5 clears. So actually, you also want to be clear.
Yes.
There's been a few victims.
Let's take a look at the split. He's moving.
Oh, he's going.
He's
he
moving.
Is going.
So gets
that
to
was
the
a great ride
Toyota in 24.
That was great.
He's a second or 2 down. He's going to have to make up some time here up the hill.
Good
Gets
ride.
a good ride. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Got the 9.
Got it.
Beautifully done. And 39.63. And that will put Ray into 3rd, I think.
But only good enough for 3rd, and that was so fast. Oh, come on.
Cantalara can go. Cantalara can go like lightning.
Yeah.
Let's see where Lisa's head is at. And then there's going to be a little bit of a break because Ray's to come in next on Conrado. So he's going to need some time to warm up. There goes Elise Steenkamp. Well, no longer Steenkamp, I beg your pardon.
But there we go. She's going to do 6 easy. This horse is a big stepper. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
6. Good
easy,
commitment.
Easy.
Gets the knees out of the way. Now keep rolling.
Perfect. Beautifully done.
And she moves up the hill.
Nice. Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. Now this turn.
Right.
Come.
Now let's see where she's at. She's got to be there at around 23. Jumps it in 23. She's on par.
Is
now
she?
She's got to move up. Yeah. But
no.
Jenna
She
was
can't wait
super
there.
fast.
Yeah, that turn. I think she lost a second there.
Jumps it.
And what was it?
39.08.
Ah, so close.
39.08 will put her into 3rd position. Ray goes down the classifications into 4th. Lord Cassini and Jenna Odell still leading in 38.05. And in 2nd place, Lua de Mel, Stacey Weston, Cantalara now into 3rd, and in 4th, Katinka. Ray's doing the changeover. Remember, Conrado was the fastest, so will be last to go. Sits in pole position. Jen has been out front for a while now. Will she stay there with 1 left to come, who was the fastest in the 1st round? And Ray's not going to leave anything out there. He's going to go for it.
Interesting that Cantalara is almost exactly 1 second behind Cassini. So that's the differential between first and third.
Yeah.
1 second.
Yeah.
It's nothing. I remember when we used to event and they said every stride, every pull was 1 second.
Yeah.
So if Ray just drops 1 second off there or one stride.
And the horse is honest. I mean, he can ask it some questions.
He can. If someone can do it, it's him.
Thank you very much to Jerome. Jerome's watching from Mauritius. Lovely to have you watching, Jerome. Thanks for the streaming or for sharing. Love to watch an excellent commentaries. Yes, have an excellent commentaries from you. You're a natural. But you're well rehearsed.
I just talk a lot.
You're well rehearsed. Well done. Can come back anytime. Do hit that subscribe button, and if you'd like to ask some questions, or you know what we'd like to hear? I want to hear who people fancy for the main class, which of course is up next, the World Cup. And I want to hear, Heather, your selection. Let's take a look at the standings at the current time. Bronwyn is leading the way there on BBC, 57 points. Ashley Healy, of course, Bronwyn was the winner at KPC in the first leg.
Yes.
Ashley won at Maple Ridge.
Okay.
She sits on 51, so she's just 6 points behind. Remember, 20 points for the winner, 17 to second, and so it goes down. Yeah. Lisa was the winner of the first of the Shongweni World Cups on Campbell. She sits in third on 50, so just 7 points behind. And Ronnie Healy, of course, he had that magic boy, of course, won, but magic round and magic day, because he was first and second at Stokkies Dragillian, finishing in second. And he's not too far behind there either. So changes could come after today. Thereafter, Nicole Horwood, and she's had a good show on Kronos.
She has. She won the Grand Prix.
Exactly. Yeah, so is she going to, remember, you've got to nominate. If you've got more than one horse, you've got to nominate which one are you going for the points. So is she going to...
I wonder who she's nominated
Who she's going to nominate.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Tough choice.
Tricky.
Who do you fancy?
Interesting. Just before you move on to who you fancy, because it's key, is that Hannah never competed in the last two. So she clocked up some proper placings in the first two that she did ride in.
And that's her first outing in a World Cup on that horse.
Yeah, and now she's come back. So I think she could be an outside.
She's come back for a reason, so she's going to be hungry, get herself well up into the points. And imagine skipping 2 legs, and then we've still got Heartland to come.
So she's got to make up some lost ground.
Exactly. Yeah. So she's going to be hungry.
So she could definitely throw a cat amongst the pigeons.
You can't ever go against Lisa, but Lisa's carrying an injury.
Yeah, Lisa's
is that going to factor in?
And I think I haven't seen Johann Pour
moi.
I never say it right. Yeah, I need a nice French accent. I haven't seen him at the show, huh? Pour moi. I haven't seen him, but maybe I missed him. But interesting.
So that's the draw was this morning, so we're still waiting for the starting order. In fact, I have the starting order as we look at Ray coming in. Well, let's come back to this. Let's hold that for a second, because here goes the last in this class, the 1 meter 40 Sifakile sponsored Grand Prix, and leading the way is Jenna Odell on Liberty Lord Cassini, but this one is very fast. Ray's second ride, he knows his way around on Katinka. That was a Pathfinder, and he went pretty quick. And here he goes on the big stride in Conrado. Got to go in the 6 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Opts for the 7.
How's that? Interesting decision.
Jenna was also on the 7. Jenna also went, so it's...
Okay, so it's possible.
Yeah, he really gets a good ride from Western Shop up to Baker McVeigh. Keeps the horse in full gear up the hill as well. So he's got to be here in 23. Off the turn he comes, jumps it in 23 exactly. Level pegging on par with Jenna. She was quick up the hill to the last. Got to get a good crack here to 13. Gets it.
Oh my God.
Now go. Now go. Keep running. Keep going. Keep going. Jumps the last, clears it, and has he got it? 38, 8, 8.
No,
he's just into second. Jenna has it. Was that ride from 13 to the last?
Sure, I think so. Jeez, that was...
What a great effort from Ray. What a great effort. Stuart Bach and Natalie Heim will be beaming with pride. That's their horse, sponsored by iFarmer. And Ray gave it a really good effort. That was neck and neck.
Yeah.
That would have been a photo finish, as they say in racing, between the two of them.
You can just see he trusted that horse so much, hey. He was foot perfect. He just cantered along like it was a Sunday stroll. He was very relaxed.
I think where Jenna won it was from the Capital Stud. On her gallop to the last, I think she took a slightly straighter line and only checked at the last minute, whereas Ray just past that Arco vertical, that's where he started just to get him back, and could have cost him fractions, but it was
be brave
splitting
to be going
hairs.
foot flat into the last.
Exactly.
Sure, exciting.
Brilliant stuff. So, Jenna Odell, the winner of the Sifikile Adult 1 meter 40 Grand Prix. We're going to go to a commercial break. When we come back, I'm not going to let you go, Heather, because I want to hear your thoughts and your selections on the World Cup. We've got the starting order, so we'll come back from a break, get your thoughts, go to the prize giving. Still plenty to come here on Equestrian Live. Don't go away. It's only hotting up as we head towards the main class.
Control to Fortune, you're heading into uncharted territory. Over.
Copy that, Control. We've got this.
Some rough terrain coming up. Engage 4x4.
Roger that. Engaged.
Mission complete, Dad.
The new Toyota Fortuner.
Control, we have a problem.
Reimagine the luxury of freedom.
Welcome back here to the Jane Latimer Arena at Durban Shongweni Club. Big thank you to Toyota bringing us this live streaming coverage. And big thank you also to Canon. That's Francois behind that Canon camera up there on that Toyota tower. Go check out Canon's cameras, www.canon.co.za. As you can see, the horses and riders coming in for the prize giving. What a great class, Heather.
Oh, that was really, we were on the edge of our seats here.
And good for Jenna, because she was just pipped by Jono in the 130s and comes back in the 140s. So, just great for her. Liberty Lord Cassini and Jenna Odell take the win. While they are prepping for the prize giving, let's go back to that thought about the World Cup. And we've got the starting list in front of us. Let's whip through them quickly. Vidante, Leona van der Merwe, Vidante is her nominated ride. Campbell is Lisa's nominated ride. She goes at 2.
Yeah.
You can't ever, despite an injury, despite a shoulder injury,
Lisa
gutsy.
knows the business.
Yeah.
Campbell knows the business. They know how to pull out a win when they need one.
Last year's series winner in Sagi, Nicola Riley.
Yeah, I mean, Nicola's done this a million times. She can do it in her sleep. I don't even think they get nervous anymore.
Lord Chris has been on form with George.
Has been riding so well. Sure.
At 5, the log leader, Babisi.
Yeah. I mean, that horse just flies. It's a freak. It's a complete freak.
And, of course, she's nominated it. Nominated over Lavubu, so she's got huge confidence. So that's going to be one of the favourites. Chagori, Michelle Fleming.
So I'm interested that Michelle decided to nominate Chagori and not Fiden.
Yeah.
Hey,
Chagori... Shogori was second last year in this
Yeah,
class.
that's true. That's true.
So maybe
Anyway.
she's hoping for a repeat of last year. Gaucho and Oliver, they go at 7.
Yes.
Can't count them
Oh,
out. Then Magic Boys, Ronnie's nominated ride over Gillian. He goes at 8, winner of the Stokkies Dry last time out.
Yeah. And so much scope, so much power.
Kronos for Nicole.
Winner of the Grand Prix on Friday.
Exactly. And I see that Chantilly has been withdrawn, so that'll be Nicole's nominated horse.
Okay.
As we take a look at some of the pictures from the prize giving, just go back there for a second. Well done once again to Liberty Lord Cassini and Jenna O'Dell. Mr. Twister.
So, Govett jumped a beautiful Grand Prix round on Friday on Mr. Twister. I think he's not to be discounted.
Okay,
They're looking great.
That's your lurker in the pack.
Oh, yeah.
One of my selections, and a strong selection, Kelleher Lexington,
Yes.
for me, getting better and better, knocking on the door, the two of them growing every time in confidence. I think he's going to be a big jumper.
Definitely. Oh, sure.
Companera's son, George's second ride. He's nominated Lord Chris over Companera's son, Franzi, Chris van der Merwe.
Yeah,
Chris
good
is
one.
brilliant.
Yeah.
Pollyanna is there.
So I can't help but put my money on Hannah. She has she is just amazing.
She's
That girl,
class.
She
She's
doesn't
class.
get nervous.
Gutsy. The horse is quick.
She's cool.
Smallish mare, but big stepping.
Yeah. And both of them super brave. They've been off. You know, Hannah's been in Europe for a couple of months, so Polly's had a nice chance to sort of have a break.
Correct.
I think she's going to come back fresh.
And we've seen how she's won
keen.
some 1 meter 40 championship classes.
Yeah.
That horse can motive. She can do that over the 155s of the World Cup.
She can.
Yeah.
She can.
Then very, very
Go
big
Hans.
chance.
Go Hans.
Perouge, Lisa's second ride.
Good, great ride, but still, you know, Campbell's our little heart horse.
Lavubu, magnificent, big jumping, but Bronwyn has nominated Babisi over Lavubu. Gillian van Oorsoff, Ronnie's second ride. That was second last time out at Stokkies. There's your Fidin at number 18 with Michelle, been going well. Aldo's got to have a chance.
I know, and
got to have a big chance, surely, winner of the second leg.
Yeah. So, I mean, Ash.
Just going to turn our attention back to our pictures very quickly as we go to the podium, and there they are. Jenna stands on top of the top tier. Ray in second. He gave it horns. He tried. Conrado back in second.
He did.
And Lua de Mel back in third. And just to finish up here, Ultimo WC, Shari Michaelis has jumped
she's
to
ridden well. Yeah. She's done so
well. And the
well.
horses, I think, in first World Cup had one down. Finale U,
now
Leona.
that is one of my favorite horses.
She's nominated Vidante above Finale,
Yes.
so that's got to tell us something.
I think Finale is just relatively new to the World Cups.
And then last to go will be 22 Go to Blue and Amy McCow. And Amy's gutsy.
Amy's great.
Exuberance of youth, going to give it a go. So let's see how it goes. Heather, like I said, you are welcome back anytime.
Thanks,
It's
Ed.
been wonderful.
What a nice morning spending it with you on this side of the screen. It's great.
Thank you. Well, like I said, you're a natural. And
thanks, my friend.
And,
lovely to be here. And listen to everyone who's watching. We wish you were here, but thanks for watching.
Exactly right. Heather Mostert joining me in commentary. Go well. Enjoy the World Cup.
I will.
And
I will.
we'll see you
It's
soon.
gonna be great.
Well done.
Cheers.
So that's Heather as we take a look at the podium once again. Sifakile. Well done to Sifakile for coming in as a sponsor. Big thank you to them. Much appreciated. Getting involved in horse sport. Sifakile Consulting. Jenna receives her trophy, her goodie bag. I think that's a Mother Kind goodie bag. Big thank you to all of the sponsors. Big thank you to Kawena as well for the groom sponsors, to Slade Equestrian for the cash hampers for the grooms. And let's take a look at the result page as Jenna hoists that trophy aloft. Well done. Second in this morning's 1 meter 30. Goes one better here in the 140 Grand Prix. We'll be chatting to her in an interview in the very near future. She's just going to have her victory parade. There is the official result. Jenna Odell wins in 38.05. Raina Korba, I Farmer Callagho Conrado in second. In third, Stacey Weston. She gave it a good old go on Western Farrier's Lua de Mel. In fourth place, Elise Kutsia Asagai Cantalara. Fifth place to Raina Korba. So he's on the podium in second, and he gets fifth on Katinka. And Jean Korba, Pretty Woman. Wow, what a horse for the future. Clearing 42.12. She gets that sixth position. We're going to go for a quick break. When we come back, that winning interview.
So the riders have mounted up and very short.
Did you get it? Did you get it?
Victories come in many forms, so let's celebrate them all. The all-new Toyota Vitz for victory.
There's a couple of very nice horses on the auction, and actually there's a horse for every buyer.
It's in my blood. Dripping off my fingers. Adrenaline in my veins. Can't get enough. I won't give up.
All the action brought to you by Equestrian Live.
It's in my blood.
Control to Fortunate, you're heading into uncharted territory. Over.
Copy that, Control. We've got this.
Come in, Fortunate. Some rough terrain coming up. Engage 4x4.
Roger that. Engaged.
Mission complete, Dad.
The new Toyota Fortuner.
Control, we have a problem.
Reimagine the luxury of freedom.
What a wonderful day's show jumping it's been at the Durban Shongweni Club, and this resplendent arena behind me, the Jane Latimer. We've just seen the conclusion of the 1 meter 40 Grand Prix sponsored by Sifakile, and the winner in what was a hotly contested class, Jenna Odell, Liberty Lord Cassini. Wow, what a great because 1 meter 30s, you were pipped at the post.
Yeah.
You were in the lead right until the last second, and then Jono stole it away from you.
Yeah.
And then second class 1 meter 40 champs. Brilliant result for you.
Yeah, he was unbelievable. He's an amazing horse. I've had him right since he was a baby, and he's been really difficult. And we've got such a good partnership now, and things are really coming together. He was absolutely amazing today.
So rewarding when you've done all the work yourself. Just how much more satisfying is it?
Yeah, absolutely. It's incredible. I think you just know the horses so much better. You know every little quirk and every idiosyncrasy and every area you need to be a little bit more aware of. It's just you're so much more in tune with them. I think it's an amazing feeling.
Tell me about the horse as a character, his temperament, what he's like in the stable at home.
In the stable at home, he's very quiet, very relaxed, completely opposite to ride. He's very hot, very fiery, very quirky. He was a very difficult young horse. He spins, he bucks, he stands in the corner and doesn't want to get out. He runs away a little bit, but when you get into the ring, he gives you 200% every time. He's ultra careful and super brave, and he just gives you so much confidence. You couldn't ask for anything more of him.
Now, let's talk about that second round. What was the plan going in? There was an option, 6 or 7 from 1 to 2. Where was your head at?
I think he's naturally a very quick horse. He covers a lot of ground and he's quite economical. So I decided to go 7 from 1 to 2 so that I could turn a little quicker afterwards. I think if I'd gone down on 6, I might have been just a little long, and he tends to try and run away a bit. So I kept him a bit together and did the 7 so that I could have a slightly tighter turn back, and then just kept galloping around the corners, and he was super quick.
Your ride from the Capital Stud up the hill to the last vertical was superb. You really turned on the afterburners. For my money, that's where you won it.
Yeah.
But always a risk of running to a vertical like that. But
Absolutely.
you pulled it off.
Yeah. Like I said, he's really careful. So I can dare him at the fences, and sort of the faster you run him, the higher he goes. He's amazing.
Well, it was a brilliant ride. We have the ride, and you're going to talk us through it. So if our producers in the van could cue, this is the winning ride, Jenna Odell and Liberty Lord Cassini. Not an easy approach into one.
Not at all, and he's a little weaker on the left rein, but he actually came in really nicely. And then he did tank me down the hill a little bit. I had to hold him for the 7. I probably could have done the 6 quite easily. And then I put my leg on, and he was so quick to scoot around the corner. I saw quite a long distance here, and I sort of just put my leg on and kept going for it. My plan here was to ride up a little early on the 9 so I could hold him off it and get the inside turn back, which he did really nicely. And I saw a really nice distance here, sat up to the vertical coming out, and then the same. I was hoping for just that really nice forward ride off the corner, and it did come up. It was one of those rides that everything sort of just came up as I had hoped for. And then I galloped up to the last, and those last 3 strides, he got there so quickly I could actually just sit and balance him up a little bit. And yeah, he felt amazing.
Absolutely brilliant stuff. You were midway through the field to go. There were some very quick horses still to come. Did you think you had done enough? Where do you go? Do you watch the other horses, or do you just go for a walk and see how it all plays out?
I took a very long walk around the polo field. He did try and ditch me down the bottom as well.
Oh goodness.
But no, I didn't watch any of the others. I watched Ray on his last one, and I thought he was going to be quicker than me, I must say. It's actually a half brother to my horse as well. It's out of the same mum.
Okay, brilliant.
So I thought he might be a little quicker, but I was just a little bit faster than him. So
it was brilliantly well done. Now, what is the plan with him? Because horses at this level, a little bit, we like to say, a bit like snakes and ladders. You go up to the 150s, jump them a bit there, bring them back down. He's jumped the bigger stuff. What is the plan now for the rest of the season?
So at the last Shongweni World Cup, he jumped the Grand Prix and he won that, which was amazing. It was his first Grand Prix. This show we've just kept him in the 140s. I'll take him up to
What
SA.
determines that? Just the work at home, how he's feeling?
Yeah, I also don't want to ask him too much. He's a really sensitive horse. I don't want to push him too far too quickly. I think he's a really good horse, and I hope to keep him for a long time in the big classes. So I'd rather just do a little bit at a time. I'll take him up to SA Champs, and I'll jump the first 2 qualifiers and just see how he feels. Decide whether I want to do the big class or just the 140s. And then I'm hoping at the last World Cup to be able to jump the big class, the World Cup class.
Brilliant stuff. Well, all the very best to you for the rest of the day. Do you kick up your feet now and enjoy the World Cup? And who perhaps is your selection?
That's very tough, actually. I haven't had a chance to look at the start list, but I think there's some really good names in there. I think it's going to be a very big class. I'm hoping to walk it and see what I'm in for at the end of the year with my horse.
Well, then we better say goodbye, because I see the course has just opened. They are starting to walk. So Jenna, congratulations. Brilliant ride.
Thanks,
and many more to come. Well done.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
That's Jenna Odell, the winner of the 1 meter 40 Grand Prix, sponsored by Sepakili. As you can see in the background, the course has just opened. They're beginning the course walk for the big one, the FEI World Cup Qualifier, number 5 in the series, brought to you by Toyota, here on Equestrian Live.
Coach Jock?
There's an incredible new machine for you there. Make sure you get a proper session in.
Coach James, let's go!
Hey guy, here's your new scrum machine. Sorry I'm late.
Toyota Hilux and the Springboks, when legendary toughness meets.
Okay, here we go. Bye, Mike. Well, we're down here in the Jane Latimer Arena, and it's getting real as we get closer to the start of the 5th leg of the World Cup series here for 2023. And a man who's no stranger to these parts of the world, Stefan Witt. How are you, sir?
Well, I'm very well. It's a beautiful sight, beautiful show, and we have perfect weather conditions. The ground also looks very good, so I think we can expect good sport.
Since last time you were here, which was around about a year ago, do you see an improvement in the sport in South Africa? Are we on a par? How are we doing?
Well, it's always developing since many years where I have followed the South African sport, and you have more starters in the classes, you have a good breeding over here, you have more facilities, more riding centers, so it's growing.
Excellent. Now, this course that you've pitched today, these FEI World Cup courses, come with some requirements. Certain fences have to be at 1.60 meters. What have you pitched today? What sort of tests, traps, what sort of track are we looking at?
Well, hopefully I have no traps, but I have some requirements in it. And so some of the obstacles are up to 1.55 meters, 1.60 meters. And yeah, it's the height, it's the spread of the obstacles, and it's also the line. But I think we found a good line. I have a very good team with me, and so I hope that we also see some clear rounds.
The bigger fences on the track, those that are pitched at 160, which are they if we look around?
Well, the Toyota is one of them. It's just with blanks and a high gate on flat cups. This is one of the requirements of the course, and yeah, I think horses have to jump very careful over these, especially after a big triple bar, and so they have to stay well concentrated all over the track.
Last question, in an ideal world, if you could get X amount of clear rounds, how many would that be? How many are you hoping for?
Well, in an ideal world, I would look for 5-6 clear rounds.
Excellent. Stefan, it's great to have you here. As always, all the very best, and hopefully we'll see you back again soon.
Thank you very much.
Stefan Witt there, pitching the course, FEI Level 3. It's just around the corner, the start of the World Cup qualifier, number 5 in the series. So the first horse is in the arena for the World Cup qualifiers, number 5 in the series. Joining me in commentary is Jodie Ambrose. Very good afternoon. How are you?
Hello. I'm a little bit nervous to commentate, but all good, thanks.
Don't be. All shall be fine. Leona is on track. She might be a little bit nervous, and she's first to go in a World Cup. What is that feeling like?
Number 1, I think, is the best place to go. You go in when you're ready. Yeah, you go in when you're ready.
So she rides here on Qualifier Vidante for 334 Sport Horse Stud, and she's on her way. Now, you walked this course, Jodie. What did you find?
It is quite technical. It's been technical the whole week. He's very clever with where he places jumps. He's very clever with the distances between the jumps, and he's put it all together now for this course.
Some lovely jumps out there, looking at this Hartford House wall. That's a new one that the horses wouldn't have seen. Leona rides up now to the 1.60 meter, very flimsy plank on that Toyota fence. That looks like it might trap a few. 1.60 meter coming up this steep gradient. It's going to take some jumping.
Absolutely. So this is actually her second World Cup. I believe she had 2 down in her first, but there are still a new combination and will be green.
That's her second rail that's come down now. This is Leona's first of 2 nominated horses. First of 2 horses. Now, that's going to take some jumping as well. So you found a little bit technical. Were there any distances that needed decisions to be made, whether it's a 5 or a 6 or a 4 or a 5, or was everything pretty level?
So out of the treble is fairly... into the treble, is a fairly sitting 5, I'd say. The biggest trick there is coming out, a very big vertical coming out. And into the Toyota double is a long 6. So they've got to really push to get the 6, push to get the back rail of the ox, and then sit up to make sure they clear the vertical coming out.
And number 13 to finish. Not a bad round at all by Leona, Fanamava and Qualifier Vidante. First to go in this Toyota-sponsored World Cup qualifier, number 5 in the series. Let's take a look at the replays of the 2 poles that came down. This is the first of them, that very flimsy plank, 1.60 meter on flat cups, completely flat cups. And then here's the second pole that came down as well. So Leona finishes on a score of 8. Of course, we're on that top 25% rule. We've got 22 starters. In this class, top 25% will go through to the second round. Now, Lisa Williams, no stranger at all, aboard the mighty Campbell to World Cup qualifiers. She's won quite a few of the series already, and she's up there in the reckoning in 2023. Although Lisa is carrying an injury, she had a fall earlier on in the week, and she actually fractured her collarbone. So she's riding a little bit injured. Is that going to play a part, Jodie?
Actually, just a funny moment. I was in the practice paddock with her earlier in the week, and Campbell, as he only is, was playing up like he's a 5-year-old, and she said, "Dennis, we spoke about this." So,
you naughty child.
Yes. You know what, Lisa's got game face, she's got grit, she'll be just fine.
And she's got a huge amount of confidence in this horse as well. Unfortunately, she just rolled one off there at that Arco 360, coming off of that turn back down the hill. So she's dropped a pole, sitting on 4 penalties. In terms of the log, Lisa currently sitting in 3rd place, 50 points, 7 points behind the leader, who is Bronwyn de Santos. And of course, you all know the story about Campbell going overseas, doing it the hard way through quarantine, flying the South African flag so high. Oh, she just saw the, looks like she just saw the long one there.
Yeah, so it is a 10, but she just saw that 10 very long.
Seven back up the hill to finish off over that lovely Sefakile jump. So 10 penalties for Lisa, 88.59. The time allowed on this track, is that going to play a factor today? The times today have been quite lenient, but coming into this, we're running at 375 meters per minute, and the time allowed there is 87 seconds. And of course, this is an Olympic qualifier for Paris 2024, so it's a real testing track. That's the first pole that came down, Jodie, that spiraled Arco 360 and then just got it a little bit wrong running down the hill to the next, that Rotaflow fence.
She was just too off it. It's very, very unlike this combination.
Could that be a momentary lapse in concentration when you've just had the fence before, you've heard the pole hit the ground, and you've got to, your focus has got to remain forward and to the next fence?
Absolutely, and to be honest, they just jump clear after clear, so I imagine it's not a very common occurrence.
So just to reiterate, this is an Olympic qualifier for Paris 2024, this class, so it's got to be a stiff test, and it's proving to be such. Once again, that time allowed 87 seconds. Campbell's time 88.59 and Vidante's time 99.17. So they're going to have to move on a little bit. As a rider, when you are negotiating, navigating a course like this, and you know it's a quick time, how much extra pressure, how much in the back of your mind as you're going around as the time play?
You do try to keep it very much in the back of your mind. As you walk the course, you'll see option A, B. Obviously, if you're earlier in the class, you won't have as much of an idea. The later combinations will know whether they need to turn in or not.
6 up the hill. Insagi DB jumps that 1.60 m vertical very, very easily. Nicholas Riley. Now, this was the combination that took the overall series last year, and currently in 2023, Nicola sitting on 13 points in 7th. So she needs a good result today if she wants to stay in the hunt, with one more left to come. One more in the series. There's 6 in total. We go to Heartland after this one. This horse is jumping today. Now, when you're at this level, around that turn, she just slowed up slightly with a quick time. What is that going to do? Does that mean that she's in for time penalties, do you think? Are we lengthening the time? Oh, one's gone down.
It's still early days. Let's see what the course builder. I think they do have a couple combinations to change the time if they need to. Am I right that it's the top 2 or 3?
It's the top 3, I believe, so they'll have to make a decision now whether they're going to change that time. Time allowed is 87 seconds, and Nicola comes in just inside of that 86.99, but had one down. As we take a look at the replay of the pole that came down, that capital stud fence. Oh, and the lightest of touches. It almost took a long time to fall, didn't it? So we are awaiting if there are any changes to the time allowed. Nicholas, I think if Nicola had been over, they might have lengthened the time, but she came in just under. Decision has to be made now. We are trying to get comms through to the judges' box just to find out. The fact that nothing's happening for the moment and they holding George back means that they probably are thinking about that. I can see Stefan Viet just on his way down from the judges' box. So what is the decision as we listen into the PA announcement?
Number 1, Keller Vidante, 1-time penalty. Number 2, Campbell, 8 penalties. And number 3, Rizardi, 4 penalties.
So I think they have actually decided to lengthen it. Yep, 91 seconds. So there is an extension on the time allowed from 87 to 91. So they're feeling generous today. Insagi came in just inside of that time allowed. So there was possibility that they would keep it as it was, but they're actually being a little bit lenient and they have decided to extend the time allowed. So Insagi, 4 penalties in 86.99, Campbell 8 penalties in 88.59, and Vidante 9 penalties in 91.74. Time extended now to 91 seconds. Top 25% rule does apply, so at least 6 will go through to the second round. Question is, will those all be clears? All clears will go through, so will we have more than 6, or will the top 25% come into play? George Cutlass on track now, riding at that, took a bit of a flyer to that, got to sit up for the 6 now. Well done. This horse been on really good form this year, Jody.
Yes, very good. And George himself has been on good form with both of his horses. He's a top rider and young still, so he's got a very good career ahead of him.
Trained by Ronnie Healy, who we'll see a little bit later on. George has got 2 in this class, and of course the rider has to nominate one of those horses, which horse they're going for on the points, 4 points. So He deciding Lord Chris is his preferred mount, and the preferred mount, the nominated horse, will have to come in first. So you don't get the advantage of having jumped the course before you go out on your nominated horse. Your nominated horse does have to come in first. So this was quite a quirky character. Can get very spicy. He's a little bit gun shy around other horses. Lots of sensitivity, but George doing a really, really good job here and finishes well. Just one down.
He'll be very pleased with that. That was a great round.
4 penalties, 87.30. So we'll stay on the 4 and we'll have to see how the rest of the class plays out from that top 25% rule as we take a look at the replay of the poll that went down.
Maybe just got there a little quick.
Treble goes down. Next to go is the log leader, Bronwyn de Santos. First of her 2 rides, and the horse that has brought her a big haul of points over the series, was the winner of the first leg of the World Cup for 2023 out at Kyalami Park. This is Babisi. Bronwyn de Santos leads on 57 points, top of the log. Wants to try and solidify her lead with one more left to come at Heartland in the not too distant future. This is a magical mare.
She just added a stride there, did 7.
Jumps that 160 vertical going up the hill for fun.
I must say Bronwyn looks very smart in her red jacket today. Got a game face on. See, she also chose to add there instead of doing the long 6.
He's a good one off the turn up to that e-pole fence. Holding our breaths here. Two left to come.
7. Sort of fall over 6 and then sit with him a bit.
Wow.
Beautiful round.
True to form, the log leader gives us our first clear. Brilliant stuff. Bronwyn de Santos and Babisi. Wow, is she not on top form, Jody?
You know what, she rode that she was very, very clever round. She rode it to her horse. She made adjustments where she needed to. It was fabulous.
Well, she's still to come on her second ride, Lavubu, but Babisi, her nominated horse, are getting it spot on, Bronwyn, because Babisi over the ground has lots of speed as well, and that's going to count for something in that second round. Remember, top 25% go through to the second round, carrying forward your score from the first round, so Bronwyn on 0 penalties puts her in a very, very strong position. Michelle Fleming goes next. Shigori, big jumping son of Kotoki, and last year second in this competition. Drops the rail behind at fence number 2.
She was maybe just thinking about her turn a bit too early there.
Unfortunately, a disobedience on this Hertford house wall. And Shigori just backing off it for the second time. I think Michelle's going to put her hand up and call it a day.
As you said, the horses haven't actually seen this jump yet. This is the first time it's been out.
And she has a second ride, Fadine, a little bit later on. Her nominated horse, Shigori, though, not going according to plan. Would have liked a repeat of last year's result when she finished second. Let's take a look at the replay. And this was the first fence that came down, that Baker McVeigh fence.
I think she was trying to save on time there to do the inside turn. Maybe thought of a bit too early, and as you said, just got distracted from the pole. It's a spooky fence.
And then just having a real look at that wall, second time of asking. So, Oliver goes next. Oliver Bishop, number 7, Gaucho. Tell us about Oliver, local lad.
Yeah, Ollie, as I call him. Ollie's the most relaxed human being, but in the ring, he's just got pure focus. You think he'd be thinking about his Sunday lunch or whatever it might be, but as soon as he walks into that ring, there's nothing else in his mind. They have actually come second in a World Cup, and it was in this arena. I'm not sure if it was last year or the year before, but they have come second in this arena.
So Oliver Bishop goes next on Gaucho. Big match temperament. Horse would know this arena, but different today. Does that count for anything on a day like today?
There's definitely a different energy when you're here on a weekend at a little weekend show and there's 5 people on the side. There's a very different energy. It's entirely different.
It's a 12-year-old son of Verdi jumping over that very tall 1.60 meter vertical, flimsy. Goes on the 7 down the hill. Skips out through that treble, no problems. This is looking good.
So this actually is an imported horse. They say they've been together for 5 years now. He's had him for 5 years. I see he did the 10. A lot of people have chosen to do 11. He did the 10 there.
Jump it. Yes. Well done. Wow. What an effort from Oliver Bishop and Gaucho. Second of our clears here in this Toyota-sponsored World Cup qualifier. Big ups to Oliver. What a round that was. Brilliant rhythm.
Very, very good riding. They're on form at the moment. They did it fabulous.
So Gaucho books his spot into the second round with Oliver Bishop. Winner of the last World Cup qualifier not too long ago out in Brits, Stockies Dry, Ronnie Healy and Capital Magic Boy. In fact, Ronnie was first and second in that World Cup qualifier. Gillian van Olshoff was second. Gillian coming in a little bit later at 17. Magic Boy, a horse that has been produced by Ronnie right from the time that he was purchased by the family from the Capital Stud sale. So well done to Ronnie, and a big jumping horse, huge scope.
Yes, very, very scopy. I actually had a chat to Ronnie a little bit earlier. He said he's trying a new bit with him today. Says he can be quite tricky and sensitive, and they're actually trying to increase their fitness now for Derby, and the more fit he's becoming, the more tricky he's becoming. So they're just changing bits and fiddling with little things.
He can get a little bit unruly in front of the fence, throwing his head, chucking his head from time to time, or as he just finds that plank. He's looking settled today. Now, in terms of the top 25% rule, obviously penalties and time come into that. So having an early rail like that, does that factor into the back of your mind, knowing that if you have an early rail, now you need to get going, because if there's somebody else on 4, you need to be the quicker 4?
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to know how many clears there are, but if you feel like there's still a possibility you can make it to that top 25%, you do have to pick up your pace a bit.
Left to come. Finishes nicely. So 1 down. A big point. Was it 2 down? 2 down. I missed the one. I just saw the plank. So we're going to take a look hopefully at the replay of the second fence that came down. So 2 poles. Not going to be his day today, I'm afraid. 8 penalties. He rides up to that 1m60. That went down. So that was the first of the 2 poles. And this is the one that I missed.
Just touched it.
We saw in that 140 class that those two were that treble combination. It was coming the other way, but it was the bogey. That B element came down a lot. Anything in particular? Why?
I actually had it down.
Was it a trappy distance? Was it slightly awkward coming off the turn?
Not particularly. You just got to ride it in quite carefully with the vertical coming in. So you've then got to really squeeze and get them to stretch for the oxer coming out.
Nicole Holwood was a winner on Friday on Kronos in 150 class. Had an early rail here. So already sitting on the 4 penalties. 2 clears at this stage, Babisi and Gaucho, and we have been advised that Lavubu is in fact scratching, so Bronwyn deciding to concentrate on Babisi. Nicole just with Kronos in this class. Chantilly scratched earlier on today.
Tom? Yeah, you're not going to jump in. Yeah, just feeling a bit flat and it's hot. It's not feeling very good.
So after that early rail, the horse now looking well settled into the round and jumping really well. Jumps the rest superbly well. Just number 1 coming down. What a pity.
That is a pity. I think she'll be pleased and disappointed. Number 1 and the last jump are always the worst ones to have.
4 penalties for Capital Kronos. Jody, let's take a look. Here's the replay. You can see if we can work out exactly why he had it down.
Just a soft rail. She had a really good ride in. You know, you never know, maybe they warmed up a little early, been standing around, anything could have happened.
So often the case there's number 1 with the rhythm that just not quite there, coming off the turn, comes quickly from the top of the arena. And just 1 down. What a pity there for Kronos and Nicole, but still just the 2 rounds, and we guaranteed 6 to go through. Govertriggle now. Number 10, Mr. Twister 5 for the 334 Sport Horse Stud.
So this is a fairly new combination. They've been together just 18 months. Govert was saying this is their 3rd World Cup together. And came 9th on Friday this week in the big class on Friday.
This horse has come along so much in the last year or so. I remember exactly a year ago was jumping in a lot smaller, I think in the 120s, and looking like a lot of fizz. So just in a year has come up right to the World Cups. Quality animal. He's operating. Discovered a winner of multiple World Cups in his career. A couple of those on the magical Volker, who I believe has now been retired to the 334 stud.
Correct, and Govert actually had a very good and successful campaign in Europe. That was a great round.
What a round. Oh, 1 for time, Jody. 1 for time.
That is a pity. He kept a really good rhythm the whole way round. Maybe he could have done some inside turns, but his rhythm was great. That is a pity.
91 seconds the time allowed, and Mr. Twister comes home just above that 91.51. What a pity, but it ain't over. Top 25% means that he's still in with a shout. He'll carry forward that one-time penalty through to that second round should he go. So we're guaranteed at least 6 to go through to the second round. That means that sitting in the hot seat in 6th position, Kronos and Nicole Horwood, 4 penalties in 89.37. So if anybody else does better than that, out she'll go, Kronos and Nicole. Now this is a horse that has been growing, a combination that's been growing in confidence over the last year or so. And this for me is got a big chance today. It's Jean Corba, Callagho Lexington, right up there in the reckoning on the overall log. Jean currently sitting in 6th position. She sits on a score of 42 points, the leader on 57, so looking for a really good result this afternoon.
You know what I love about this pair is you can actually just see the love they have between them. They're just such a good combination. They're a real team.
Of course, Jean rode the mom, Fiorella, as well, so keeping it in the family, so it would be extra special to her. Oh.
So you see you got to really ride out for that oxer and then settle them and sit up early for the coming out.
So now if she can get home in a quicker time than 89.37, she'll still go through. That'll knock Kronos and Nicole out. But of course quite a few still to come. Got to leave the rest up. Canters to the last. And jumps it and comes home in a time of 87.17, so good enough to go into 5th position. And out, I'm afraid, we say goodbye to Kronos and Nicole Horwood. As we take a look at the replay of the pole that came down, was the C element of the treble combination.
Just a little bit too much momentum, but a very, very good round.
Just the 4 penalties for Jean. She's still in the hunt, still in the mix in that top 25%. Remember that they will carry forward their penalties from the first round through to the second. So this is George Cutlass. He's back. Companero's son, his second ride. And earlier on, Lord Chris has found a rail there, I'm afraid, at fence number 2. Top 6 at the moment. Gaucho leading, Babisi in second, Mr. Twister, Insagi, Lexington, and in the hot seat is George on Lord Chris. So sitting on 4 in 87.30. So if Companero's son comes in quicker than Lord Chris, George is going to knock himself out of the reckoning on his chosen nominated horse. So maybe slow up a little bit there, young George. I wonder if that's in the back of his mind, because he's sitting in 6th position now. 4 penalties, 87.30.
You can see he went inside there, went inside the flowers.
Okay, so he remains safe on his nominated horse with that second pole. For one time in his life, he might be thankful he found a pole. Finishes on 8 in 88.07.
8 penalties, number 12, Companero's son.
For George Cutlass and Companero's son. Let's take a look at the replays, both poles. This is fence number 2, Baker McVeigh vertical.
Stand by 14 PMH.
And the words of flow. Oxa. Finishes on a score of 8.
Number 2 and then hits 11.
That's Companero's son, George Cutlass. He leaves. In comes 334 Franzi U, Chris van der Merwe.
334 Franzi U.
Of course, that's very new to the World Cups, but of course he's got a master on his back. Somebody who's definitely not new to World Cups. Chris having won the World Cup Series when he was partnering Sean Tilley a few years ago.
Yes, Chris is a pure professional. So they've been together 15 months. It's an imported mare, and they started together in the 130s here. It's a 10-year-old mare. And what's quite interesting is that she's going to be used as part of the 334 Sport Horse program. This one and Finale that's coming up just now. And the embryo transfers already happened, and the first crop's expected in September already.
How exciting. Of course, she's got a magical pedigree, being a daughter of Casal. So exciting stuff what the 334 stud is up to in the Midlands. On hallowed breeding grounds, the old Scott Brothers Highdown stud, now the 334 stud.
So you asked me earlier about a trick on the course, and what I found quite interesting is that Arco to the Toyota, when we walked, we thought quite a strong 6, and they're going to have to sit up, and I see most people have now changed their minds and actually adding and doing the 7.
BNC goes down. Now, would they have changed their minds about that if the length of the time allowed had not been lengthened, Jody?
Yeah, true. It's something to think about. It's always a factor.
This horse, very new to this level, new to World Cups, I think has jumped 1 or 2.
So whenever you chat to these overseas course builders, they often say you can't go bigger, we can't go more technical, so they try and make it more difficult by making the time tighter and tighter and force people to make mistakes.
So a score of 14, 2 of those being for time, 3 down, 2 for time as we take a look at the replay. So the B element and I think the C element came down as well, and then 1 further fence in 2 seconds over that time allowed. There we go, the Rotoflow fence. Those are all the fences that came down. So very, very exciting combination. Up next, young Hannah Garten, who's recently returned to ride at this show with Pollyanna. Of course, that's new to this level with Hannah. Relatively new, stepped up into the World Cups this year and has been going great guns.
Yes, Hannah's very, very talented. I know she did do a stint in, I think it was Ireland, and is obviously now back in Europe. But she's got a lot of natural talent, and obviously also got taught by Ronnie Lawrence, who's recently passed. It's his birthday today.
Oh, happy heavenly birthday, Ron.
Yeah, and Hannah rides very professionally for a young age.
Hannah is sitting in 9th place on the log, having just jumped 2 of the 4 World Cups that have been so far. She jumped the first one at Kep and the second one at Maple Ridge. Scores of 12 and 15, and is right up there on the log, having missed 2. So looking for a big result today, but unfortunately that 1.60 m vertical has gone down. So now, if she wants to get in, she needs to be home in a quicker time than 87.30.
But you knew you didn't have to, you know what I mean?
In which case she will move into that top 25%, and George Cutlass will be relegated out of that top 25%. Watch the clock.
86.
Comes home in a time of 86.35, and that puts her into 4th position. So 4 penalties in 86.35. So we say goodbye, I'm afraid, there to George. And in the hot seat now is Callagho Lexington and Jean Corba. Here's a look at the replay of that very tall 160. Was that the belly that touched it?
You know, horses also battle to see plain white, I found. Plain black or plain white, horses seem to battle with.
I think she rubbed that off with the belly. I think she was clear with the legs. She's very, very tidy in front and a beautiful technique behind. I think just the girth got in the way. So finishes her score on a score of 4 in 86.35. So now sitting in the hot seat, Callagho Lexington, Jean Corba, 4 penalties, 87.17. Lisa Williams, her second ride. Perouge, number 15. Not her nominated horse, already been on Campbell.
It's got quite interesting, and I stand to correction, but I think this horse is out of the full sister to the mother of Campbell, so they are family.
Just leave that. We'll put it on the floor.
So they are still new to the World Cup levels.
Correct.
I know at Stockies they actually had a very good show. She was double clear in the World Cup there with some time faults and came 5th. But they are still a new combination in the World Cups.
Finishes nicely, does Perouge and Lisa. 13 penalty score in 91.38, so just over that 91 seconds time allowed. Remember, the time has been moved out. So 1 foot time, 13 the total there. Going to take a look at the replay. 2 poles went down.
Ronnie Healy riding for Ronnie Lawrence, and it would have been Ronnie Lawrence's birthday today.
Replay of 7A going down.
18 fit in.
And then up into this Toyota treble. Further mistakes. Like Jody said, new to the level. Got to pay a few school fees, and it's not just the ability to jump big jumps, it's the ability to stay the distance over a course like this. It's the stamina, the strength involved. It's not one jump, it's 13 on a gradient. It's a tough task.
No, absolutely. Not just the rider, Lisa's got all the experience in the world, but the horses have got to think very quickly. Those jumps come very fast.
So 16 is a scratching. Lavubu will take no part as we move on now to number 17, Ronnie Healy. He returns on Gillian van Oshoff. This the horse that belonged to the late Ronnie Lawrence. So it would be great on Ronnie's birthday if young Ronnie Healy could navigate his way to a podium finish on Gillian van Oshoff. What a tribute to the great legend Ronnie Lawrence that would be.
No, absolute fairy tale. I'm sure Ronnie Lawrence is down watching us.
I jumped that 160 vertical easily. And this combination has certainly come together. Now that Ronnie said he's a very particular type of horse and likes to go in a certain type of way, likes to get deep and run to the fences. And he and new coach Gonda Beatrix have been doing a lot of work, and it's paying dividends because they really have come together nicely. Son of winning mood. Two left to come. And there you go. Wow. What a fitting tribute to the legend Ronnie Lawrence as he goes clear and books his spot into the second round in fine style. Ronnie Healy and the magical Gillian van Oshoff. Brilliant stuff.
Very special to watch. I know Andre as well, Ronnie's husband, is here watching today, so that's nice.
Brilliant. What a great moment. So Gillian giving Ronnie a lovely clear. Ronnie up there in the points, but unfortunately Gillian not his nominated horse. Magic Boy went earlier and had 2 down, 8 penalties. And Ronnie nominating Magic Boy today, not Gillian. So not going to be eligible for any points should he take a place in this class. So Bronwyn de Santos looking in a good position here. She's gone clear, the log leader on Babisi. We still await Ashley Healy. Lisa Williams didn't things didn't go according to the script for her on Campbell, so she not up for points, and Ronnie Healy, he not up for points either on Magic Boy. And John Corber, I'm afraid, has dropped out of that top 25%. So Bronwyn looking very strong at the top of the log to solidify her lead. Ashley, the only one that can rival her or challenge her on the log, still to come on Eldo.
Yeah, you can see here Michelle actually changed her mind compared to the last horse. Remember, she had a little bit of a whoopsie, so she decided to go around there from 2 to 3. Yes, she found that 7 very, very tight.
Oh, goodness. So not what we want to see, unfortunately.
Oh!
And Fidin jumping the triple bar.
Oh dear!
And another one. Okay, now everybody just settle down, settle down. Fidin, bridle looks like it's broken. Jumping the second part of the Toyota treble without Michelle. Michelle under the fence, then going up over the Western Shop triple bar and then onto that wagon wheels as well.
You know what, people say horses don't like their jobs. He certainly likes to jump.
So Fidin yet to be caught. We're going to take a look at the replay, Jody, of what happened. So just picked on landing.
It's just that tricky distance. It was a very long 6 or a very short 7.
So they have now caught Fidin. Jumped 2 extra jumps without Michelle on her back. No, you're right, certainly likes to jump.
Yeah, knows his job.
It's unfortunately an elimination there, the two of them parting company. Number 18, Fidin and Michelle Fleming. Next to go, number 19, a horse that we spoke about a moment or two ago, Eldo. As we take a look at the replay of Fidin flying solo here towards the triple bar. Jump that one clear. And then backwards over that skinny oxer and took the front rail. So I think it was an elimination plus 4 penalties. Eldo goes next. Eldo was the winner of the second of the World Cup qualifiers in the 2023 series that held out at Maple Ridge. And this combination sitting in second on the log. Bronwyn De Santos top of the log is clear on the BC. So Ashley Healy here, the only one that could give Bronwyn any trouble as regards the points haul for today, as the others have gone missing, and of course was a winner of a World Cup qualifier with Ashley at Stockies Dry a season or two ago as well.
So Ashley's also trying a new bit. I had a little chat to her. She says she normally rides in a pillion, but today she's trying a sweet iron 3-ring gag. He doesn't have much steering and is a bit of a thug, which I found I became quite defensive. I'm like, no, your horse is beautiful. What are you talking about? But obviously a little bit more tricky than what meets the eye. Ashley does a very, very good job.
She's got him in a really nice rhythm. She decided to add there as well down that distance. And that looks like the better ride, Jody.
Yes, definitely.
Three clears we have at the current time. Insagi sitting in the hot seat now, 4 penalties in 86.99. And there you go, clear number 4, Ashley Healy, Eldo, currently second on the log. They're going to give Babisi and Bronwyn De Santos a run for the points haul. So the Healys both clear. Magic Boy went missing with 8 penalties, but Gillian clear with Ronnie Healy and Eldo clear with Ashley Healy. Gives us our 4th clear. Unfortunately, we say goodbye to Insagi DB and Nicola Syme Riley. They go missing out of that top 25%. And now sitting in the hot seat, unfortunately, is Pollyanna and Hannah Garten that had 1 down in 86.35.
And by 21 finale U.
3 left to come. Next to go is Ultimo WC, Shari Michaelis. She had her debut into the World Cups not too long ago this season on this horse and has done very, very well.
Yes, it's a new combination. They've been together since October last year, I think. But they've become a great partnership and doing really well.
Formerly the ride, of course, of Lara Neal, who also bred Ultimo. He's a 12-year-old now by Ulano van Lebos.
He's coming though, he's getting better.
That wonderful mare that Lara rode, Whisper Cool, that's where the WC comes from. And I think very well suited to Shari. She's a super competitive rider. One will remember her on horses like Aristoteles, Cupido, and she got another good one here.
Yeah, so Shari is new to the World Cup level. Her last World Cup she jumped before this horse was actually in 2016 with Aristoteles.
And it's looking really solid. She had that rail at fence number 2. So if she wants to get into the top 25%, she's got to be quicker than Pollyanna, who's 86.35. Not sure she's going to manage that. Since that early rail, the horse hasn't breathed on anything.
You know what I think of this grey horse? I think I'm going to get him right. I think it's taken a long time for him to get used to it.
Not quite quick enough. Pollyanna survives, still on the hot seat. Shari just outside of the time needed, 90.10, 4 penalties, 1 down. But I think she'll be very happy with that.
Yes, absolutely. A great building block. She'll be very happy.
Replay of the fence that came down, and a bit of an innocuous fence, a bit of a nothing rail.
Yeah, no reason for that really.
So 4 penalties for Ultimo WC, Shari Michaelis. 2 left to go. Leona van der Merwe returns Finale U. It's not her nominated ride. Calaho Vidante, her nominated ride.
Number 17, number 19, number 5, BBC.
So at the current time, Gaucho, clear in the fastest time, sits in pole position. Remember, the second ride will be in reverse order of classification. You know, I said a moment or two ago, a bit of a nothing fence, but quite a few have had number 2.
Most of the people that have had it have been thinking about this inside turn. Diona obviously went around. You know, sometimes those fences, you're not really concentrating, you take it for granted and you have them down.
The fences you pay least attention to are the ones that come to bite you. So Gaucho leading, 85.83, will be last to go at the current time. Remember, you've still got Go to Blue, who will be last to go. Hillian van Oorsoff and Ronnie, Eldo and Ashley, Bronwyn and Babisi the clears. Mr. Twister was clear but had 1 for time with Govett. He sits in 5th, and in 6th place at the current time Pollyanna Hannegarten, 4 penalties in 86.35.
So it is this mare's first World Cup, only 10 years of age.
Leona rates her highly. This was the horse that she jumped such a brilliant round on in the League of Champions final at Summit last year to give 3-3-4 the win.
So this is also one of the mares that they've done the embryo transfer and expecting a foal soon.
She by Dollar de la Pie out of a Cartago mare, and finishes her round on a score of 8 penalties in 90.25. So Pollyanna survives with Hannegarten. 4 penalties in 86.35 with 1 left to come. Second round will be in reverse order of classification, taking into account penalties and time. So as it stands at the moment, Pollyanna will go first in the second round. But of course, still Amy McCow left to come on Go to Blue, who jumped the World Cup qualifier at Stockies Dry. She won a Friday afternoon Grand Prix last year, 150 Grand Prix on this horse. Young rider, but full of talent, full of confidence.
So what's quite interesting is this horse was imported from the Netherlands as an 8-year-old, but an 8-year-old that never ever done a show. He was back quite late, and they've only been in the country 4 years from never doing a show, now jumping in the World Cups.
And has Amy done all the production work?
All herself.
So in 4 years from nothing up to World Cup.
Very impressive. Obviously a little bit of an older horse, so they're more mature, but didn't have the experience.
Amy from these parts, grew up in Natal, but I believe studying at Stellenbosch Varsity now, so...
Am I right that she just did the 6 there?
I wasn't counting, must be honest. Hopefully our producers will give us a replay from the Arco fence down to the Toyota double and we can see. Fortunately that B element coming down to the Toyota treble. So now she's got to get on her bicycle and pedal if she wants to get into that top 25%, because she's had one down, and Pollyanna's time is 86.35. So she needs to come inside of that if she wants to get herself into that second round. 2 left to come. 10 seconds to go. She looks like she's going to do it. We're going to say goodbye to Hannah Garten and Pollyanna as she leaves that up, and she just comes in 84.39. So Go to Blue sneaks into that top 25%, and we say goodbye to Pollyanna and Hannah Garten. So let's count, Jody. So from the Arco down to the Toyota double. Here she comes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There you go. There's your 6.
It worked well. I think it just depends on if you know your horse, if it's a long striding horse, how careful they're going to be coming out of the double.
And then she had that B element down in that treble. So that concludes the first round of jumping here for this FEI World Cup qualifier, which is also an Olympic qualifier for the Paris Olympics 2024, I believe. So, horse and rider combinations going through to the second round. Go to Blue will go first, followed by Govert Triggle and Mr. Twister, then Bronwyn de Santos, Babisi, Ashley Healy, and Hausberger's Eldo. In penultimate position will be Ronnie Healy and Gillian, and Oliver Bishop and Gaucho will go last in this FEI World Cup qualifier second round. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, an interview with the Vice President of Marketing for Toyota South Africa, Mr. Glenn Crompton, and then we'll take all the action from the second round. Plenty more to come here on Equestrian Live.
Okay. Alright, here we go. And 1, 2, 3.
Let's go. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home.
Look at this. How do they even find these places?
Ooh. Push it to the limit.
The all-new Toyota Urban Cruiser. Go find your fun. come in many forms, so let's celebrate them all. The all-new Toyota Fits for victory.
So we've just seen the conclusion of the first round of the Toyota-sponsored World Cup qualifier, and looking forward to the second round, which is just around the corner. Of course, riders get to walk the course. It's over 2 rounds, and riders will carry forward their penalty scores from the first round. There's 2 of them. Mr. Twister, who has 1-time penalty, and then 1 of them on 4 as well. But the man behind the sponsorship with Toyota, Glenn Crompton, happy birthday to you, sir. Have you been enjoying your day?
Yes, I have. It's been a busy day. I was up in Clarkcliffe earlier watching the South African Gravel Championships. Hectic day, but a lovely day so far.
Has Toyota got a hand to play in the Gravel Championships as well? That's another sponsorship?
Yeah, we sponsor cycling. We sponsor cycling team. So yeah, we've got our fingers in many pies.
Brilliant. Well, we are certainly happy that Equestrian is one of them. Talking about that sponsorship, lots of synergy between equestrian sport and Toyota. Lots of people love your vehicles for tow vehicles, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, for us as a brand, we try and make sure that we appeal to everybody. We find we've got really kind of a broad base of cars and quite a broad base of customers. And I think some of the customers are a little bit more harder to reach, and sort of these kind of customers that sort of participate in these kind of events are quite busy with their time. So to be able to sort of go to where they participate in these personal sports, obviously is a real opportunity for us to reach them and show our appreciation for their support of our products. As you say, they're very good towing vehicles, amongst other things.
Yeah, exactly, because we've seen some of the cars on display here in a wide range. What is it about Toyota that has given the longevity that they've had and remain one of the market leaders?
I'd like to think it's because we listen to our customers. I think it's first and foremost success in any business is if you listen to your customer. And I think that goes right to the top of the company. It's not just a philosophy of how you treat people on a service-based perspective, but also from a product point of view. Our previous chairman, Akira Toyoda, he brought back a lot of excitement to our brand because our brand was, to be honest, a little bit boring. It was very practical, very safe, very reliable, but lacked a little bit of pizzazz, and he brought that back. And now we've got a very exciting GR range, as you can see. And yeah, I mean, it's just, as I said, we try to have something for everybody, not trying to exclude anybody from the lineup. And by listening to your customer, making sure that you give them what they need, you can provide a product that's reliable and durable, and that's ultimately what people want today.
What exactly is the GR? I know it's Gazoo Racing, but what is that about?
So Gazoo Racing it's got a bit of history about it. The chairman actually is believe it or not, even though he's retired now from being president, he's still a racing driver.
Oh wow!
And it's a website, like I hate to say it's something like Automark or like a used car website in Japan, and they sponsored him because he didn't want anyone at work to know that he was racing race cars. And then obviously at some point the cat got out of the bag and he brought it in-house, and he felt that because they supported him when he was kind of a no-hoper, he carried their brand through and has made it now a global brand name. It's pretty much being used everywhere in the world. The only place where it's still trying to gain a bit of traction is in America. They're still very much behind the old TRD brand, but GR is being adopted pretty much globally because we now have it on our products as well. So it's not just a thing that you talk about, it's actually a product you can buy.
Yeah. In terms of racing and the motorsport, where's Toyota placed? Because it used to be in Formula 1, but no longer. Are there any plans to come back there? And if not, where are you positioned?
So Toyota participates in sort of 3 of the main sports. So one of the main sports is World Endurance Car Racing, which is Le Mans. They also compete in WRC, which is the World Rally Championship. And then we also compete in the World Cross Country Championship, which is with Highlights Lucky, which actually is run out of South Africa. So we take on the mights of the sort of Audis and the big global brands out of our factory here in South Africa. But yeah, the only sort of racing formula that we're not really heavily invested in is Formula 1, and primarily because of the investment. The investment in Formula 1 is huge, and we also believe that Formula 1 is, I won't call it a prestige thing, but it's a very elite kind of sport, and the brands like Ferrari, and that makes sense. But for a brand like Toyota, it doesn't really make sense for us. It's a very high level, whereas all the other sports we compete in is a more accessible thing. I was recently at Le Mans, and it's just a festival of celebrating motorsport, and everybody of every type can come. It's a bit like a horse riding event. Kind of everybody comes together. It's just a relaxing, pleasant environment. It's not sort of gated off and only with secret passes can you get to certain places, which I think is what makes Toyota special.
Yeah, absolutely. Back to the equestrian sport. Great to have you back in the game, because Toyota was involved with equestrian sport many years ago through some sponsorships of the Mybergs, and then Peter Gotts as well. Those older crowd will remember Toyota Gossiper, the like. So you've been in the wilderness for a little while, but you're back in a big way. It's a big investment, and you'd like to get really entrenched in equestrian sport.
Absolutely. Yeah, as I said, we want to when we get involved in a sponsorship, we try and make sure that it works for us. We want to make sure that people feel that Toyota is there, not just to be exposed, but also to get back to the sport. So we do whatever we can to help, obviously, with the riders, with the events. And I mean, as I was saying earlier, I was at a cycling event now, and you can see where things that aren't run, I hate to say privately, they're often not getting the sort of support that they need. So yeah, from our point of view, being involved in horse riding goes really back to our original founder, Bert Wessels Sr. He actually, his original brand in South Africa was a stallion, a rearing stallion.
Yes.
He was massively into horse riding and obviously supported it over the years. And I think we kind of did lose our way a little bit, but now we're getting back into sort of some core sports that we're involved in, and horse riding or equestrian sport is definitely one of them.
I remember the advert, I think, with the white stallion on the beach, and then it rears up and it was Toyota. Yeah, it's iconic, brilliant.
Yeah.
How does it work? Because I've been going down the YouTube rabbit hole a little bit, trying to shop for buckies, and is there a 10-year, I believe there's a 10-year cycle on how does it work? So upgrades, you upgrade the face, but the engine stays relatively same for a 10-year cycle? How exactly?
It depends on the product. So on average, most products we change completely every 6 years, but usually every 3 years we'll do something to refine the product. So it might be an engine, it might be technology. With light commercial vehicles such as a Hilux, it takes a little bit longer because the technology behind those vehicles, and a lot of people chase the novelty of cars, but what we try to avoid is putting things in just because it's a nice to have. We make sure that our products offer what the customers want and what they really need. I mean, if you ask anybody how much more power they want, everybody wants more power, but there's a point where it becomes superfluous and actually not necessarily reliable or functional. So from a product point of view, generally every 6 years, with a product like Hilux can be 10 to 11 years, but we'll do many changes during that lifespan. So the model that we launched potentially 10 years ago to the one we finish off with it after 10 years are often quite different. There's a lot of improvements over the time.
How long is because Hilux is a really recognizable name, is it going to go out at some stage, or is it?
So Hilux is one of Toyota's global brands. Sells over 1 million vehicles a year. It's actually one of their top-selling individual brand vehicles, and hopefully it never goes anywhere. We'll keep adding on to it. We keep refreshing it and tweaking it. But as a brand, as a main brand, I'd like to say with South Africans, almost as synonymous as Toyota. With South Africans, as the Hilux as a brand.
Yes. Yeah. Are there brands that I know, with like Ford, they have ranges in the States that you wouldn't see here? Is Toyota the same?
Very much so. So that's, again, listening to a customer, as you can imagine, each country has different needs, whether it's environmental from a regulation point of view, whether it's due to temperature, either extreme cold or extreme heat, or altitude, or road conditions. I mean, some countries have got roads that you could literally eat off. They're like billiard tables. And some countries like South Africa, or it's a little bit tougher.
Yes.
So each country, they develop the car uniquely for that country. So in many instances, there's a car that we as a marketing company would like to introduce into our market, but for our environment, it's just not been necessarily technologically developed, and therefore it's not suitable. So yes, there's very much products unique to each country. There are some that are global, but something like a pickup, that's more sort of, Hilux is more the emerging market, and it's risk, whereas the American trucks, they hate me for saying it, but a little bit softer. Yeah. They're a little bit more plush, a little bit more comfortable to drive, but they're not as tough as our Hiluxes.
Okay. Now, I didn't realize this, but Hino is that Toyota in the truck range? And that would have a lot of appeal for equestrians as well, because a lot of us turn the body into carriers for horses.
So Hino is a separate company, but it is owned by Toyota. We actually have a number of investments in other companies. We have investment in Suzuki, investment in Subaru, investment in Yamaha, investment in Daihatsu. So there's a number of brands that Toyota has invested in. They also have a lot of joint ventures. They have a joint venture with BMW with technology sharing. With Hino, yes, I've actually gone down that road fairly recently myself, converting a Hino into a horse truck. If there's any good horse truck builders out there, please let me know or reach out to me.
I know, I'll let you. We'll talk off air.
It was almost a years-long project to get it done, but yes, it's a great product for that. Our trucks are very versatile. We have a full, much like the Toyota, we have a full range from a really small 200 right up to what we call the 700, which is the really big heavy-duty truck. But again, like Toyota, we have a product for everything: 6x4, 4x2. So a real combination of products: truck, tractors, freight carriers. So whatever your needs are from a Toyota or Hino perspective. And don't forget for Lexus. And yes, it's our luxury brand. And there, a lot of people say, oh, it's just a Toyota with a Lexus badge on it. But I can absolutely promise you, you have to drive one to experience it. And it really is a very evolved product. To be a Lexus mechanic or a Lexus engineer that works on production of Lexus, you have to work for 20 years before they'll let you work on a Lexus. That's the level of craftsmanship that is required and the level of attention to building a Lexus. So we have something for everyone.
Sedans, or you get them in like an SUV range? Or?
Historically there were sedans, but what we found on all brand levels from a passenger point of view, that most customers are moving into the SUV space. So we are slowly reducing the number of sedans that are available. Not everywhere, but in South Africa, we're very much unique as well. So Corolla was actually, as you know, a sedan product and was really coming to a kind of end of its life almost from a demand point of view because of it being a sedan. And 2 years ago we introduced a Corolla SUV called a Corolla Cross, and it's taken the market by storm. I think since launch it's been the top selling car in South Africa pretty much every month since then. So Corolla is really reviving itself as a brand. So we don't like to discontinue brands, but sometimes they do run their course. If there's a way to keep a brand alive, obviously we will. But at sometimes, you've just got to say that car has now run its course and it's time for a new one. But coming up with new names is really quite a challenge. As you can imagine, you ideally want a name that's global. So each country is often requested to give input, but what is a word in South Africa could be quite an offensive word in another country. So that's why you end up with a lot of products like RAV4, or a lot of the new electronic products like the later one's called the BZ4X, which has got meaning behind it, but they actually struggle to find words that are universally acceptable and don't find offence in some other country, which is quite bizarre.
Brilliant. Glenn, I could talk all day, but of course the riders are about to finish their coursework. On behalf of all of us, the equestrian fraternity, first of all, thank you. May it long continue. It is very, very welcome, the Toyota, and it's great to have Toyota back in equestrian sport, it really is. And secondly, I wish you a very, very happy birthday and many more. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It's great to be back.
Glenn Crompton, VP of Marketing for Toyota South Africa. Great to have Toyota back in the game. Quick break, and when we come back, the second round of the fifth in the series of the World Cup qualifiers for 2023.
Control to Fortunate, you're heading into uncharted territory. Over.
Copy that, Control. We've got this.
Come in, Fortunate. Some rough terrain coming up. Engage 4x4.
Roger that. Engaged.
Mission complete, Dad.
The new Toyota Fortuner.
Control, we have a problem.
Reimagine the luxury of freedom.
Jacques?
There's an incredible new machine for you there. Make sure you get a proper session in.
Hey guy, here's your new...
So Amy McCall, the first to go in the second round. Apologies, we missed the first jump, but she's going well here, carrying forward 4 penalties from her first round into the second round. And Jodie Ambrose with me. Jodie, you walked the track.
I did. Very good track. You'll see now the big trick of the track. Big gallop to a very, very tall white plane panel, vertical. I think this is going to be the big trick.
This is the 160 fence,
and she
clears it easily. Amy McCall, 47.20. Go to blue. Well done. Brilliant stuff there. So remains on the 4. 4 penalties in 47.20 for Go to Blue and Amy McCall. That was a round well ridden from Amy, full of confidence there. Gova Triggle jumped clear in the first round, but was just over that time allowed of 91 seconds. A missed twister, carries forward a 1-time penalty from his first round through to his second round. On his way. Safely over the first. Looping round that Hillcrest panel beaters at the top end of the arena, back down the hill to the Arco 360, a tall vertical. First element of the Toyota double has been removed. A rail at that Ypres Oxa. Second rail at the A element of the Toyota double, sitting on 8.
I just added a little stride there, having the fence down and electing to retire after having the 2 fences down.
I think Govert, all in all, will be very happy with that. That horse has come along a long way in a very short space of time. Jumped a super round first time up. Everything's coming together, and it does take time in this sport. Jodie, does it not?
It does, and I think they've done really, really well today. I hope Govert will be pleased.
So once again, that second round over fences, 15, 6A, 7B, 8, 9A, 9B, 10, 11 and 15. Now, first of the clears, Babisi, the log leader, needs a good round here. Wants to get even further up the leaderboard. Currently sitting on 57 points. Ashley Healy snapping at her heels on 51. She'll be next to go. Bronwyn De Santos in her red jacket looking resplendent on Babisi. Whoa, turns herself inside out to jump that vertical.
That's a very hard jump. You've got to do an inside turn. You've got to jump it at an angle.
This horse has absolute springs in its hooves. Bronwyn gets a good shot off the turn. Slingshot back up the hill. Toyota double now. A element clear. B element clear. Needs to leave them all up. Aldo still to come. Oh, finds the back rail of that Rotoflow fence. Now she's got to get on the gallop, but not too forward. 160 this Toyota vertical. Jumps it easily. Finishes on the 4 in 53.11. So 4 penalties in her second round in 53.11, which means she goes into second. Go to blue. Ahead of her, 0 in the second round, 4 in the first in 47.20 as we take a look at the replay. Back rail, back toes, just clips it, that comes down. And this puts Amy McCall into the lead, who jumps the second round clear, 4 in the first round. Second round quick time of 47.20.
Babisi moves into second position.
Babisi back in second. Still some good horses to come. That's one of them, Aldo, Ashley Healy. Winner of the second round at Maple Ridge. Next to come. Got to leave them all up. Leave them all up. Regardless of the time, you'll go into the lead. Of course, we don't want time penalties. But a clear. We'll see Ashley into the lead. And she will gain 20 points for a win here. Sitting in second on 51. We'll move her on to 71. Of course, points for second, 17 as well, but go to blue, topping the tables at the moment in 47.20. Could this be Ashley's chance to get herself ahead of Bronwyn? A clear might do it. You can hear a pin drop here at Shongweni. The banks are packed, the stands are packed. Bronwyn's time, 53.11. If Ashley should find a rail,
Now she's got to find some speed.
then she needs to be quicker than Bronwyn. Leave it up, and you go into the lead. Oh, and it's down. 53.70. Good enough to go ahead of Bronwyn. No, it's not. 53.11 Bronwyn's time. 53.70. Eldo at the last drops down into third. Go to blue and Amy McCow in the lead. We take a look at the replay of this final fence, that 160 vertical. Strong pace up the hill and just doesn't have the room behind to clear it. That comes down. So Bronwyn will remain ahead on the overall points table. Will take more points today than Eldo and Ashley Healy. Ronnie Healy to come, but he's on Gillian van Oshoff, his nominated horse Magic Boy. He won't find the points. Regardless of what happens now, he will remain where he is, and the points where he is on the log. This not his nominated horse. Ronnie Lawrence's former mount, of course. Ronnie Lawrence, the long-time mentor of Ronnie Healy, sadly passed away recently, and it's his birthday today.
So I think you might be getting a little bit of help from upstairs today.
I'm sure. That's down. That's down. Now he's got to go. 47.20 go to blue and Amy McCow. If he comes home in a quicker time than 47.20 and manages to leave the rest up, he will take the win. Gives that rotor flow jump a little tap. It stays up. There's 160 vertical still to come. Leaves it up. 4 penalties in 49.24. Not quite quick enough to go ahead of Go to Blue. Gillian van Oshoff and Ronnie Healy go into second. 4 penalties in 49.24. Take a look at the pole that came down for Gillian. Canters up to the 9 A and B Toyota double.
Number 7, number 6 is Gaucho.
Collected it either with the front toes or perhaps with the girth. That came down. 4 penalties. So still, young Amy McCow leads a World Cup qualifier. 47.20. Last to go is Gaucho and Oliver Bishop, who played a big part in Amy McCow's development as a young rider, was very influential, giving her rides on Belvedere, helping her along the way. And here they go, neck to neck in a World Cup qualifier.
And either way, we've got a hometown winner.
Yeah, KZN will keep the trophy. Now, Oliver's thinking clear. He's not thinking about the time. If he knocks one down, he's going to have to move on because Amy came home in a quick time of 47.20. He now has to leave them up if he wants victory. He has one down. I don't think he's going to be quick enough.
You can see he's really thinking his way through this round.
Don't overthink, Ollie.
Come on.
He's got such instinct as a rider, such feel.
Okay.
One more to come.
Got to clear it.
Up the hill he comes. The time is gone. Amy was already home now. For goodness sakes, don't knock up time penalties. Get home. Keep it up. He jumps it.
Well done, Ollie.
For 59.01, he was going for the clear. He gets the clear. 59.01.
That was superbly ridden under such pressure.
Well done, Oliver Bishop and Gaucho. KZN takes the win. Jody Ambrose, you're about to move to Gauteng. Can you call yourself an Italian for much longer?
I'm still claiming it for the next 2 months.
So Oliver Bishop, Gaucho, he was second in a World Cup qualifier. I think his first ever World Cup qualifier on that horse in this arena. a season or two ago, and today goes one better.
Yeah, you can't believe the kind of pressure he would have been under going into that last fence. Try a very, very, very big jump. You've got to be careful. You've got to clear it. You know you've missed the time. Very, very good.
So he played it safe. He didn't worry about the time. He made sure he left them all up. It pays dividends this afternoon. The winner, Oliver Bishop, double clear in 59.01. In fact, the only double clear of the class on the wonderful Gaucho Diema. Well done, Oliver Bishop. Certainly deserving. For the overall rankings, Bronwyn was up top on 57. She'll finish ahead of Ashley, who mentions for those further on down the rankings. But it's all about Oliver Bishop today on Gaucho Diema. Well done, Oliver. Hometown win. Thank you to Jody. Your final thoughts on the class? A good one?
Very, very good. The course builder asked all the right questions, got the right answers, and got a very good result.
Let's talk a little bit about Stefan Wirt. His courses throughout the week. You've enjoyed them. What sort of stamp does he put on his courses?
I have enjoyed them. I wish I jumped more clear rounds. You know what, he's technical without it being obvious. There's subtle questions. He really understands where the slope is of the arena as well. He understands where the down, the up, and puts the jumps in the right place. A lot of turnbacks, big oxes off dead corners. It's very clever.
Now, let's talk about you and your riding. We saw you on Casco Grey a little bit earlier on. I know you've got a Concoriano that looks very decent.
Yes.
What else have you got in your string? Kuda's King of Hearts, is he still around?
Yes, so he's back. Actually, he had some time off, but he's back. He jumped 2 classes and was placed in both classes, so I was very happy with him. And I've got a nice, promising 120 horse, so the 4 horses.
Oh, brilliant. A past winner of South African Championship on Rafika Dor.
Yes.
And then your history or your in World Cups?
I've actually won the series. I won a World Cup here in this arena, home ground. So that was very special, and then won the series.
Well done.
Yeah.
What year was that?
2012 we won the series, and I won a World Cup 2014 was the last one I did. And yeah, we need to get there again.
No, you will, definitely. And thank you very much for being with us today. You guys move, you and your mom.
Yes, mom and husband.
Oh, well done. You're going to be neighbours, I believe.
Yes, very close to Sun Valley.
Yes, so welcome. This is the last show you can say you're the last big show you'll be an Italian for. Gauteng is now going to claim you. Jody Ambrose, thank you so much. We turn our attention back to Oliver Bishop, and there is Gaucho Diema looking lovely in his Toyota blanket. There's Chantal Macau going forward to congratulate Oliver. Of course, daughter Amy doing brilliantly well today. Amy finishing in the placings as well. 4 penalties, 84.39. We're going to take a quick break. There you see Ronnie Healy congratulating Oliver. Lovely camaraderie there. Quick break, and when we come back, all the winning moments here from the Jane Latimer Arena.
Okay. All right, here we go. And 1, 2.
Let's go. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone.
Look at this. How do they even find these places?
Push it to the limit. The all-new Toyota Urban Cruiser. Go find your fun.
Because Jock.
There's an incredible new machine for you there. Make sure you get a proper session in.
Okay, James, let's go.
Hey guy, here's your new scrum machine. Sorry I'm late.
Toyota Hilux and the Springboks, when legendary toughness meets.
Another big round of applause in particular to our horse.
Lovely picture of Oliver Bishop and Gaucho Diema, hard-working young man, also puts a lot into the game through their sponsorship of their business Hillcrest panel beaters. A big thank you to the Bishop family. Gaucho and Oliver, deserving winners here this afternoon. The only combination who jumped double clear gives him the win. Went slow and steady in the second round, wins the race. But win it he did. Well done to Oliver. Big thank you once again to our sponsors. Toyota, had a lovely chat to Glenn Crompton. Toyota putting a big investment into sponsorship of equestrian sport, and of course very, very grateful to them. So Oliver was sitting in 12th position on the log. He missed the Kep leg. He was at Maple Ridge. He was at, of course, here in Shongweni at the Foresight leg. And of course he was at Stockies Dry as well. Coming into today, we're sitting on 24 points. Adds another 20 for the win today. We'll go to 44 points on the log. So has leapfrogged a few. Bronwyn De Santos will get a good points haul today for her finish on Babisi. She started the afternoon on 57 points. Ashley Healy will get a good tally as well, but unfortunately will not leapfrog Bronwyn as she finished behind her today. She came into today on 51. And we'll have to do all the permutations when we get a chance.
The Ecologic. There's the Hartford House voucher with 12,000 and the Cheerly voucher. And then there is the Queen of Buckets.
Oliver walking away with 36,300 Rand for the win. Second place getting 22,000, third 16,500, and money all the way down to 12th position. There is Mr. Glenn Crompton, Vice President of Marketing for Toyota South Africa, on his birthday here doing duties for Toyota in the prize giving. Big thank you to Glenn. Big thank you to Toyota for their involvement in equestrian sport here in South Africa. Great to have them along. Look at the winner, Oliver Bishop. Well done to him, well done to Gaucho, and well done to his groom. The guys that have put so much in behind the scenes. The grooms getting rewarded by Slade Equestrian. Cash hampers for the grooms and Kawena as well. Big thank you to Kawena.
The first 6 grooms, they get the Kawena bucket. The first 3 is the Slade Equestrian cash.
Well done to everybody involved in this show. To Jodie Wallater, show director. To her team, Lorraine, Mark Lloyd Fox, all the officials, judges, ground staff, of course Kate Launder helping out with arena duties. Stefan Wirt from Germany, had a chat to him earlier today. He said he was hoping for a few clears. Got a few clears, but only one double clear. And that belongs to Oliver Bishop on Gaucho.
Well done there. And that's the FH Ninja Insect Spray, the gloves from Chieli and the Chieli voucher. And the 6th position went to Mr. Twister 5. Well done to Gubba Triggle. And that is the HFS mane and tail spray, the gloves from Chieli and the Chieli voucher.
Lovely pictures here from the Jane Latham Arena at Durban Shongweni Club. You're watching Equestrian Live. We do hope that you have enjoyed today's broadcast. Still more to come. We'll be having a chat to Oliver. As you see, great pictures there of Mr. Crompton and Ashley Healy. That's the lovely Eldo. Just touching off behind that 160 Toyota vertical, those very flimsy light panels on flat cups, costing him the win here today. Oliver, the only one who managed to jump a lovely double clear. Ashley still snapping at the heels of Bronwyn de Santos, so those two positions won't change. Bronwyn will finish in front of Ashley and will remain at the top of the points tally for the overall World Cup log. Ashley will remain in second, and then we'll have to see if anybody has managed to come up. Lisa Williams unfortunately went missing on Campbell today, so won't get any points there. Ronnie Healy, he had a good result on Gillian, but Gillian not his nominated mount. Magic Boy unfortunately had 2 rails in the first, finished on 8, so won't get any points today either. Nicole Horwood, Kronos had the first fence down and then jumped a super clear. Did not go through to the second round, will not get any points today. Jean Corbett didn't go through to the second round after her 1 pole. Nicola Symes, so not much movement at all as far as I can see on the log. Besides Bronwyn consolidating her lead, she'll get a good points haul and move further up the log in first position. And Ashley will move away from Lisa Williams, Ronnie and Nicole, who was snapping at her heels. She'll get a few points today as well. So really looks as we go into the final leg like it might be a 2-horse race to victory in the 2023 series between Bronwyn de Santos and Ashley Healy. More on that as we get to the final leg. That'll be at Heartland, and again sponsored by Toyota. And here are the top 3. Oliver Bishop climbs up onto the top rung. Well done, Ollie. Second place to Amy McCow. What a day for Amy. Brilliant, brilliant. She had 1 down in the first round, clear in the second round, go to blue, a horse that she's produced on her own. Brilliant result today for Amy McCow, and she hasn't jumped too many World Cups. This would only be her 3rd, perhaps.
And Lorraine Peters going forward to present the Andreas Holman Trophy.
So a great result today for Amy, and she'll take away quite a few points for that. For second place, I believe it will be 17 she'll get. And Ronnie Healy finishing in 3rd. Gillian van Oorsof. That's Jody Wallater in the red. Show director, big thanks to Jody for all the work behind the scenes and putting on a fantastic Shongweni Toyota festival. They're calling it winter, but I can tell you the weather here has been brilliant over the weekend. Lovely sunny, warm weather, not too hot, certainly not too cold. Well done to Jody and her team. And there, Oliver lifting that winner's vase aloft. Well done, Ollie. Round and clear in the second round, 47.20, good time. She was the fastest. Ronnie Healy back in 3rd, Gillian van Oorsof. He was going for the clear, found a rail, I'm afraid, in the second round, 49.24, finishes in 3rd. Bronwyn de Santos will get some good points for 4th, go further up the points tally as the leader of the overall log for 2023 with 1 left to come. 4 penalties, 53.11. Ashley Healy will remain in 2nd on the log, finishes 5th this afternoon in 6th place to Govert Triggle, who jumped a lovely clear for 1-time penalty in the first round and there's a retirement in the second round. But watch out for Mr. Twister, plenty more to come from him.
So they're just mounting up, a couple of photos be taken, and then they'll go on their lap of honour.
Coming up next, we're going to be having an interview with the winner, Oliver Bishop. Looking forward to that. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, that canter parade and then that interview with Oliver Bishop. Still here to come on Equestrian Live. Hit that subscribe button. Let us know your thoughts about the course today, the competition today. Look forward to hearing your comments.
Control to Fortunate, you're heading into uncharted territory. Over.
Copy that, Control. We've got this.
Some rough terrain coming up. Engage 4x4.
Roger that. Engaged.
Mission complete, Dad.
The new Toyota Fortuner.
Control, we have a problem.
Reimagine the luxury of freedom.
Did you get it? Did you get it?
Victories come in many forms, so let's celebrate them all. The all-new Toyota Vitz for victory.
Okay. Alright, here we go. And
on the
2.
floor. Feeling at the gas station when the time's cold. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home.
Look at this. How do they even find these places?
Push it to the limit.
The all-new Toyota Urban Cruiser. Go find your fun.
Thirst for glory, oh, it runs in my veins. Can't get enough, I won't give up. I gotta run, it's in my blood.
There's a couple of very nice horses on the auction, and actually there's a horse for every buyer.
It's in my blood. Dripping off my fingers, adrenaline in my veins. Can't get enough, I won't give up.
All the action brought to you by Question Live.
It's in my blood.
Well, we've just seen the conclusion of the 5th leg of the 2023 World Cup Series, and that held here in the Jane Latimer. And with me on my right, winner. How does that sound? Of a World Cup qualifier, Oliver Bishop. Well done, man.
Oh, thanks, Aiden. It hasn't even settled in yet. I'm still riding my round.
No, brilliant stuff,
it was
Ollie.
Really great. It's my first. It's been a long time, and it's really such an amazing feeling here.
Tell me about this horse of yours. Where did you get him? The road where you started up till today?
So I actually was sent some videos of some horses overseas, which I went over to try, and turns out they weren't the horses for me. And I phoned Sancho and I said to Sancho, "Have you got any horses?" He said, "Well, you haven't really given me much time, you know, but I'll see what I can do." Phones me, says, "Yes, I've got a couple horses, come try them." Gaucho stood out to me straight away. I just love the feel. He was so light in the hand and he just carried himself so well. All the horses I tried after him just weren't, he was the one.
Yeah.
So
that complements your riding because you like them nice and very sympathetic, soft in front.
I love a soft light horse, yeah. And so yeah, then we brought him over, and it's been about 4 years now. I think.
What level was he at?
He had done 145 overseas, and brought him back here. And as most riders would say, it takes a while for them to adjust, and you get the same horse that you tried over there. But I think after this, I can say I've got my horse.
Yeah, brilliant. You were second in your first ever World Cup qualifier in this arena. So there's something about this arena. Obviously, it's hometown, home ground, but you rose to the occasion today because you went one better. Tell me about the track, first round track. When you walked it, did you think it was going to be a tough track? Did you think it was going to ride well?
It walked quite tough. It was quite a long track as well, 13 obstacles. And the jumps, funny enough, got quite big towards the end of the track, which is quite challenging. The horses are tired, the rider's tired. But some nice courses the whole week, and it was a good track. It was a solid track.
You were amongst the mix of those who went clear in the first round.
Yes.
Then the second round really came into play, which was weird because Amy, who had a rail in the first round, then was first to go and jumped clear for the second round.
Correct.
You thought, oh, there's going to be a lot of double clears. This is going to go to time.
Yeah.
And then they all went missing until you came along.
Funny enough, it almost puts more pressure on you. You know, I mean, you toss up, what do I do? Do I go clear?
Yeah.
Well, obviously you would like to go clear, but do I try to go cautiously and go clear? And then you have the last fence down and you've gone slowly the whole way around. But it was my decision, and I knew, you know, you'd be safer with Gaucho. You can jump quite carefully if you give him a good ride, and I took the chance and it paid off.
Well, let's actually watch the good ride that you gave him, Oliver, because we've got it queued up and you can talk us through it. So this is your second round. Last to go, pole position. He's normally quite quick over the ground. That you found yourself fastest time in the first round?
Yeah, he is pretty quick. It actually suited me, the position I was in, that I could go around here from 1 to 2. Most riders went inside to, obviously, for the time, and it was quite high risk. It was probably the harder turn on the track, so I was fortunate enough to be able to go around. But as I said, if I'd had a pole, then I would have been in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Eldo pull the last rail, saw Ronnie pull a rail.
He jumped well through here. It's quite tight to get into this upright. It was quite a tall upright, and there were some long distances, which is quite a challenge, especially when you're under pressure. You want to chase and you want to get it over and done with. You know, you got to sit there and wait for it down here.
Did you have to restrain yourself and say, just sit, wait?
And by this time, coming to the last fence, I could hear the silence. It was just, and then like you see, I wait and I wait and I wait and I wait one more, and he was amazing. What can I say?
Oh, well done. Yeah. Brilliant effort. Now, also, Amy in second, brilliant effort from her because she hasn't had too many rides around World Cups, and you have had a big influence in her development as a rider. I remember you gave her Belvedere, she jumped her first 140. You guys are very good friends, so really nice.
She's a good rider, very good rider. She's got a good horse as well, and he's got a huge step. He makes up time for nothing. I mean, down the first distance, he dropped a stride in his sleep, you know, where we all added one. So yeah, very, very good combination.
What's next?
SA Champs, Rockies Try.
Yeah.
So that's another. It's quite a fitness challenge. That obviously 2 full rounds and then a jump off. So yeah, that's what we'll be training for next.
And then obviously we're going to see you out at Heartland for the final leg of the World Cup. You try and make it a double.
Yep. And the team events there as well.
Yes.
Oh no, not Heartland, I beg your pardon. I'm thinking of Jono's place. But yes, we will be there, definitely.
Oliver, well done.
Thank you.
All the
Appreciate
best.
it.
And yeah, great to see you in the winner's circle. Deserving. Maybe just a word quickly to your coaches, your support team, and maybe the sponsors.
Yeah, I would thank all the sponsors. Without you guys, we wouldn't have this event. And it's put on so well by Jody and her team. Always a good show. And obviously the team behind me. My parents always here, they don't miss a show. My grooms, my coach, Barry Taylor. Yeah, I want to thank them all.
Yeah. It's great. It's great that you've won it in this arena. Hillcrest Panel Beaters is represented. You guys give back to the sport. So, really, from all of us, well done. Great, deserved win.
Thanks, Aidan.
Oliver Bishop there, taking the win here today in the FEI World Cup qualifier, number 5 in the series. One more to come. That's at Heartland. Still more to come here on Equestrian Live. We're going to take a quick break and then wrap up the day's proceedings.
Control to Fortunate, you're heading into uncharted territory. Over.
Copy that, Control. We've got this.
Coming, Fortunate. Some rough terrain coming up. Engage 4x4.
Roger that. Engaged.
Mission complete, Dad.
The new Toyota Fortuner.
Control, we have a problem.
Reimagine the luxury of freedom.
Did you get it? Did you get it?
Victories come in many forms, so let's celebrate them all. The all-new Toyota Vitz for victory.
Okay. Alright, here we go. And 1, 2.
Let's go. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in stone. Write my name in stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in stone. Write my name in stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home.
Look at this. How do they even find these places?
Push it to the limit.
The all-new Toyota Urban Cruiser. Go find your fun.
Well, we really have been treated to some top-tier show jumping here in the Jane Latimer Arena at Durban Shongweni Club. The show is sponsored by Toyota. This broadcast sponsored by Toyota. Big thank you to all the associate sponsors involved in the show as well. Big thank you to the team behind the show, Jody Wallater, Mark Lloyd Fox, Jody and your team, Lorraine Peters, to all of the officials, the ground staff, Stefan Worth, Kate Launder, big thank you. What a great show it has been. Started off today, this Sunday morning, with the 1m30 championship, and Jonathan Clark coming out trumps there on Habanero. Great win for Jono. The 1m40 Grand Prix, that was a really, really hotly contested class, and Jenna Odell, keep wanting to say Barrow, but Odell came out trumps on Liberty Lord Cassini. That was all the build-up, the curtain raises to this wonderful class that we've just seen, the 5th leg of the World Cup qualifier. And Oliver Bishop, Gaucho Diema, what a great win it was for Oliver. So well deserved. Congratulations to you, Oliver. Congratulations to your team. Big thank you, before we wrap up, to the Equestrian Live team, to our cameramen, to our outside broadcast directors, producers, Scott, Mike, Donovan, all of you. Well done, guys. And to my right-hand man, making me look far smarter than I actually am, feeding me with tidbits of information, to Michaela as well. Big thank you to all of you. We're hoping to be broadcasting the South African Championships from Stockies Dry in the not too distant future. That is from the 30th of August through to the 3rd of September. If you perhaps would like to become a sponsor here on Equestrian Live, do get in touch. There's always space for new sponsors. We'd love to welcome you to the Equestrian Live family and help us bring more equestrian action through to your smart devices, your special smart TVs, and all those other devices that you watch our broadcast on. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Following on from SA Champs, that subscribe button will give you all the notifications into SA Champs if we manage to do that one, and then of course into the final, the 6th leg of the World Cup Series, that to be sponsored by Toyota as well, and will be run at Heartlands just outside of Brits from the 26th to the 29th of October. Thank you for watching. We do appreciate you coming along for the ride. Don't forget, once again, hit that subscribe button, be part of the Equestrian Live family. From myself, Aidan, from all of us here at the Durban Shongweni Club, if you're traveling back up country to Joburg, travel safely. And if you're just going to relax and sit on the couch and enjoy the afternoon, do so in style. From myself and all of us here, we wish you a great day. Until next time, take care. Bye-bye. The 2023 Toyota Shongweni Festival, incorporating the FEI World Cup Qualifier, is proudly sponsored by Toyota South Africa.